My model was continuously burned with an industrial torch by the principal for 3 minutes, yet after the flame was extinguished, its entire body remained icy cold. The temperature measurement showed it was exactly the same as the room temperature. The physics professor immediately went berserk, shouting, "Perfect adiabatic. This is a material capable of overturning the world." Yet the principal still refused to believe. Just as he was about to issue an even more extreme destruction order, the drone suddenly emitted a cold electronic voice. Detecting sustained malicious attacks. Obstruction purge mode activated. My name is Fang Yu, the top-ranked student at Langang Experimental High School, a genius who never participates in group activities. Today, my peaceful life was disrupted by the annual finals week of the model dormitory competition. Breaking tradition, the school launched a live online broadcast to showcase transparency. Under the guidance of host Li Yun, the camera focused on the inspection team led by Li Wei, the vice president of the student union. Li Wei, the nephew of the school dean, wearing his student union armband, basked in the crowd's admiration. They harbored jealousy and resentment towards me, this solitary academic prodigy. He nitpicked all the way, taking advantage of dormitory inspections to harass students he disliked, vowing to eliminate all prohibited electrical appliances. Dangerous goods. When the inspection team arrived at the door of dormitory 302, Li Wei thought about seeing me, the study god who never cleaned. How messy can a dorm room get? Knock, knock, knock. Li Wei knocked forcefully on the door, flashed his armband, and entered in succession with the officers, followed closely by the camera crew. To Li Wei's surprise, the dorm was neat and tidy, everything in perfect order. He scanned the room like a radar but found nothing. Suddenly, Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he abruptly dragged out a huge black suitcase from under my bed. What is this? He patted the suitcase and demanded sharply. It's Fang Yu's luggage. My roommate Wan Lei answered guiltily. Li Wei sneered and unzipped it without another word. The moment the suitcase opened, everyone present gasped in shock. Inside lay a drone with a wingspan of nearly 1 meter, silent and still. It has a matte black finish all over, with sharp polygonal edges and a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic. Li Wei found a pretext to pick a quarrel, pointing at the aircraft and demanding sharply, "What is this?" "This is a model Fang Yu made himself," he said. "It's for killing mosquitoes." Wang Lei chuckled naively. "Killing mosquitoes? Are you kidding me?" Li Wei scoffed. Just then, a mosquito buzzed past. Wang Lei called out to the desk, "Thingy, clear the target." A dim blue indicator light flashed at the center of the drone's body. Beep. Command received. Target locked. Aedes aegypti. Threat level, low. A cold electronic voice announced. Instantly, a red laser beam finer than a strand of hair shot out from an emitter on the drone's top. The mosquito was precisely hit. It disappeared into thin air as if instantly disintegrated. The entire process took no more than 0.5 seconds. The system went into hibernation. The indicator lights went out. The dormitory was as silent as death. The live streaming room exploded with chaos. Wang Lei said smugly, "See? I told you it was just a mosquito." Li Wei's face turned alternately red and pale, feeling as if he were being publicly humiliated. Intense jealousy and rage clouded his mind. What nonsense! Hoarding dangerous offensive items. What if someone gets hurt? He slapped the table fiercely and shouted with a threat in his voice, "Confiscate it immediately. You can't take it. This is the model. Fang Yu put in so much effort to make it." Wang Lei got anxious, spreading his arms to shield the desk. "I decided to confiscate it. Even geniuses can't place themselves above school rules." Li Wei pushed Wang Lei aside and reached out to grab the drone. He exerted a forceful tug, his facial expression freezing. The drone remained unmoved. Li Wei exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his arms, but the drone remained as immovable as if it had taken root in the table. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, Li Wei shouted, "You guys, come help." Even with the three of them working together, their efforts were futile. The drone was unbelievably heavy. The sounds of arguing and roaring laughter drew students from the hallway, including Lei Meng, the head of the physical education department. Principal Zhang Yuan and Professor Qin, the head coach of the physics competition, rushed over upon hearing the news. Principal Zhang felt thoroughly embarrassed when he saw the chaotic dormitory and the constantly fluctuating online attendance numbers. Li Wei immediately stepped forward to complain, "Uncle, I found such dangerous items during the dorm inspection, and they even dared to obstruct me." Principal Zhang scolded Wang Lei, who was trying to justify himself, then turned to Lei Meng, "Teacher Lei, remove this hazardous item for me, immediately." Lei Meng, the former provincial Sanda champion, stretched his muscles and cast a disdainful glance at the drone. He took a deep breath, exerted all his strength with both arms, and gave a mighty lift. Yet the drone remained as immovable as a mountain. "Damn, it's heavy. Can't lift it at all." Lei Meng gasped heavily, turning back in disbelief and shouting. Principal Zhang completely lost face, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a few words. "If you can't lift it, then smash it. Teacher Lei, go. Bring the fire axe from the hallway." Wang Lei and the other roommates were shocked and rushed to stop him, but the furious Principal Zhang pushed them aside. Lei Meng returned carrying the fire axe and, under the horrified gaze of everyone, swung the axe in a full arc, bringing it down hard on the center of the drone's body. Chapter 3, The Perfect Insulation Material? Ding! A piercingly loud bang, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, exploded within the cramped dorm room. Blinding sparks erupted from the point of impact. A ferocious recoil surged back through the axe handle. Lei Meng felt excruciating pain in his arms as the web of his hands instantly split open, blood gushing forth. A massive gash appeared on the blade of the fire axe. The axe clattered to the floor. He stared in horror at his hands, then looked in disbelief at the drone. The hull, struck squarely by the axe, remained as smooth as ever. Not only was there no dent, but not even the slightest scratch remained. It seemed as though the thunderous blow had merely tickled it. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone was left gaping in astonishment. After a brief pause, the live stream's chat exploded with an unprecedented frenzy of comments. Holy crap! A plant! What did I just witness? A fire axe, shattered? This drone's body is the very embodiment of Nokia's spirit. Indestructible. I take back what I said earlier. Fang Yu isn't just a genius, he's a god incarnate. What the hell kind of black tech material is this? It's way too hard. If they made phone cases out of this, they'd last a lifetime. This is ridiculous, it must be staged. Amidst a flood of teasing comments. In the livestream chat, an ID claiming to be a PhD candidate at an aerospace university spoke up. Hold your laughter, everyone. From a material science perspective, achieving this level of hardness in a drone is feasible, for instance, using high-density tungsten alloys or ceramic composites. But the most bizarre aspect is its weight. Such a large volume that 4 people can't lift it indicates extremely high density. Combining ultra-high hardness and ultra-high density while maintaining flight performance, this is nearly impossible with existing aerospace materials. Unless what? Doctor, tell us. Unless it's a novel material we haven't discovered yet. The moment this comment appeared, the live chat's tone shifted completely. People began to realize this might not be a simple model or prank, but a genuine high-tech creation. Principal Zhang's face had already turned from liver pink to deep purple. His rationality was being devoured inch by rage and humiliation. It can't even be smashed? This is utterly humiliating. Welding torch. Go borrow an industrial welding torch from the administration office. I refuse to believe it can't be melted. Burn it into a pool of molten iron. He practically snarled the order. Soon, 2 workers pushed over an industrial welding torch equipped with oxygen and acetylene cylinders. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his hands, Lei Meng's eyes blazed with fury as he donned the thick protective mask and gloves himself, taking hold of the torch. He would melt this thing that had brought him utter disgrace with his own hands. Whoosh! He twisted open the valve and ignited the torch. A blue-white flame capable of easily melting through thick steel plates erupted, carrying terrifying temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. It roared with a hissing sound, striking the drone's body directly. The temperature in the dormitory skyrocketed instantly. The blinding light warped the air violently. Yet an even more bizarre, utterly baffling spectacle unfolded. The deadly flames, upon contact with the drone's outer shell, seemed to collide with an invisible transparent force field. They abruptly slid apart to either side, perfectly deflected, unable to inflict any substantial damage on the body. The matte black coating remained utterly unchanged in color, even under the intense roasting of the flames. After burning relentlessly for a full 3 minutes, nearly depleting the small acetylene tank, Lei Meng finally switched off the torch and removed his welding mask. The drone remained motionless, its entire body cool to the touch, as if it had endured not a fiery ordeal but merely a gentle breeze. Sir, it still won't work. Lei Meng's voice brimmed with frustration and bewildered dread, trembling unconsciously. Amidst the boiling chaos, Professor Qin, the man in gold-rimmed glasses who had remained silent throughout, could no longer stay seated. Like a man possessed, he pushed through the crowd, stormed to the desk, and shouted, "Don't touch it! None of you touch it!" Ignoring others' protests, he extended his slightly trembling hand. Just as everyone thought he was about to touch the scorching hot body, he cautiously touched the casing that had just been continuously burned by flames. It was cold, smooth, and possessed an unusual texture. He was struck as if by lightning. He abruptly pulled out the laser thermometer he carried and scanned the machine's body. The LCD screen displayed a number that caused everyone present to experience a mental freeze, 26.5 C. Exactly the same as room temperature. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Professor Qin murmured, his eyes filled with shock and fervor. Perfectly adiabatic. A flawless thermal insulator. Possessing both ultra-high hardness and ultra-high density, yet acting as a perfect thermal insulator. Good heavens, what have I discovered? He whipped his head around and addressed Principal Zhang, who stood frozen in disbelief, with an unprecedented gravity in his voice. Principal. Halt all destructive activities immediately. Now. Immediately. Seal off the site. Report to the city authorities and the military district. This isn't some student prank. It's a monumental invention capable of revolutionizing modern materials science, even reshaping the global landscape. Professor Qin shouted excitedly, his voice trembling. We must find Fang Yu immediately.
Guard him, no, protect him. Keep him under constant surveillance.
However, Principal Zhang, already blinded by the humiliation of losing face, couldn't hear any of this. In his eyes, Professor Qin was just being a nerdy know-it-all, making a mountain out of a molehill.
Saving his own face was far more important than protecting any student. Professor Qin, please calm down. The school will handle this matter.
He offered a perfunctory response, his mind already scheming over more extreme measures to destroy this thorn in his side who had humiliated him.
But just then, another unexpected turn occurred.
The drone, which had remained silent until now, suddenly lit up with several faint blue indicator lights.
A faint hissing sound emanated from its body. Beep, beep, beep.
Detecting sustained malicious attacks on the unit.
Emergency defense protocol activated. System initiated, scanning external environment. Scan complete. Lifeforms detected, 58. Building layout map generated.
Detecting excessive distance from owner Fang Yu with no commands issued.
Determination, master may be out of contact or in danger. Activating highest priority mission.
A series of cold,
emotionless electronic voices echoed clearly throughout the dormitory via the built-in speakers, stunning everyone present.
Before anyone could react, a pale green three-dimensional light beam projected from the drone's bottom sensors, constructing a 3D map model of the entire school in midair.
Beep. Owner's coordinates confirmed via emergency channel.
The beam swiftly locked onto a red dot on the map, the location of the city center hospital.
Mission update, proceed to owner's location to provide support and protection. Planning optimal flight path. Path planning complete. Obstacle detected, wall. Obstacle clearance mode activated. Engine power boosted to 100%. Initiating mission, locate owner Fang Yu.
Amid a series of electronic beeps, under the stunned gazes of hundreds in the arena, the drone's 6 rotors silently unfolded and began accelerating their rotation.
Chapter 4, Hand-cranked electromagnetic cannon? What the hell is this? The crowd gasped in unison, speechless with shock. This drone, this toy they dismissed as a prank model, had actually activated? And it even claimed it had locked onto Fang Yu's location and was heading straight for him. Could it be this wasn't a model at all? But a genuine, super advanced drone beyond anyone's comprehension? Just as their minds froze and thoughts descended into chaos. The black drone rose from the suitcase, its 6 rotors erupting in a deep, powerful roar. It didn't immediately fly away but hovered mid-air in room 302, less than half a meter from the ceiling. A powerful gust of air instantly swept through the cramped dorm room. Papers, books, and scattered items on the desk were whipped up by the gale, spinning wildly around the room as if caught in a Category 12 typhoon. Students near the drone were blown backward, struggling to keep their eyes open. The entire room descended into chaos. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The dorm fell deathly silent, filled only by the earth-shaking roar of the engine. It actually flew. It flew inside the room. Holy crap! Fang Yu, he actually built a flying drone right here in the dorm? This is insane, the world has gone mad. Principal Zhang and the teachers stood with gaping mouths, eyes bulging wide, expressions frozen as if collectively struck by a petrification spell. After a brief dead silence, the live stream exploded. The sheer volume and speed of the comments became impossible to track with the naked eye. Only a white torrent of data cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. It's moving! It's moving! It's moving! It's moving! For real? Holy! 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 Genius! Fang Yu is an absolute genius, ah! Now I finally understand why Professor Qin protected him. This technology is a national treasure. Unbelievable! Building a super drone by hand in a dorm room. This is the true spirit of a geek. The live stream's online viewership skyrocketed in just over 10 seconds from thousands to 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. And the growth showed no signs of slowing down. The numbers kept climbing at a terrifying pace. Just as everyone's hearts were pounding, another unexpected change occurred on the live stream. After stabilizing its hovering position in the room, the massive black drone didn't fly out the door. Instead, it turned its nose toward the exterior wall by the dorm window. The cold electronic voice sounded again. Beep. Optimal path detected. Obstacle. Initiating clearance procedure. Analyzing obstacle material. Reinforced concrete structure. No life signs detected within 50 meters of interior or rear. Preparing to execute attack. Attack? These electronic beeps struck everyone's hearts like heavy hammers. Principal Zhang felt darkness overtake his vision, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The teachers and students present felt their scalps tingle with shock. What does that mean? It's going to demolish the dormitory building? Am I dreaming? Someone slap me. Holy crap. Fang Yu, what the hell did you build? I hereby declare, from this day forward, Fang Yu is my god. Don't try to stop me. No wonder he's top of the school while we're still grinding through practice books, he's already leveling up his tech tree. Not just the people at school, but the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. Building a drone by hand is one thing, but it comes with its own weapon system? Holy crap, what's it going to do? Break through the wall? What kind of firepower is that? Missiles? This is insane. It's beyond the realm of science fiction. The next second, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the previously inactive modular unit beneath the drone's fuselage suddenly emitted a faint mechanical hum. A dark, barrel-like device extended from it, slowly aligning with the wall ahead. No flash of fire, no sound whatsoever. Yet, the air around the muzzle seemed to warp ever so slightly. An imperceptibly faint blue-purple arc of electricity flickered across the pitch-black barrel. Boom! There was no thunderous roar of a traditional projectile leaving the barrel. Only a muffled, ear-splitting explosion, so deep it felt like it could shatter eardrums. A metallic jet, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and enveloped in pale blue lightning, shot out of the muzzle at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. Bang! The sturdy exterior wall of the dormitory crumbled like paper before that jet. With a deafening crash, the entire wall exploded outward from the point of impact. Countless fragments, bricks, concrete chunks, twisted rebar mingled with dormitory debris. Like a volcanic eruption, they were hurled skyward by an unstoppable force, then crashed down onto the lawn below with a deafening clatter. Dust and debris shot skyward, revealing a gaping, monstrous hole over 2 meters in diameter gouged into the exterior wall of Building A's third floor. Afternoon sunlight poured unobstructed through the gaping hole, illuminating the horrified expressions of everyone inside with brutal clarity. The scene left everyone present frozen in place. One shot blew a hole through the wall. What kind of weapon is this? How did I not see anything? What just happened? The students were so shocked they could barely form coherent sentences. The teachers stood frozen in place, one after another. Among all the teachers, only Professor Chin, the former Academy of Sciences expert, regained his composure after a moment. His expression turned grim, tinged with a hint of dread. Others couldn't comprehend it, but he understood. When the drone fired just now, there was no flash of fire, no smoke, only a fleeting arc of electricity from the muzzle and the warped air around it. This meant, this was not a conventional chemical weapon at all. Combined with that jet stream too fast to discern and its terrifying kinetic energy, a chilling word surfaced in Professor Chin's mind, one that sent a shiver down his own spine. Electromagnetic cannon. And what's more, a miniaturized, integrated, combat-ready electromagnetic cannon mounted on a drone platform. The moment this conclusion dawned on him, Professor Chin felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. The concept of an electromagnetic railgun had long been proposed, but transforming it from theory into reality involved countless insurmountable technological barriers. First was the energy problem. To fire a single shot from an electromagnetic cannon required a miniaturized, ultra-high-power pulse power supply. This single challenge alone had stumped the world's top scientists for decades. Then there were materials, heat dissipation, control systems, every single aspect presented world-class scientific challenges. Yet now, these problems that have baffled humanity for nearly a century have been integrated into a tiny drone by an obscure high school student in a manner that borders on perfection? This isn't genius, it's monstrous. A monstrous talent capable of reshaping the world order. We must find him immediately. At any cost. Protect him. Professor Chin's face drained of color as he screamed at the terrified Principal Zhang with every ounce of strength. Amidst the deathly silence and chaos that engulfed the entire venue, the black drone that had just demonstrated its formidable power, having destroyed the obstacles, emitted its cold electronic voice once more. Path cleared. Continuing mission. With that, it executed an elegant sideways turn, transforming into a black streak of lightning. It roared through the hole it had blasted in the wall and soared toward the city hospital, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Chapter 5. What the hell? A UFO in the sky. The black drone cut through the swirling dust, its 6 rotors roaring undiminished as it charged straight toward the gaping breach. Seeing this, Principal Zhang's heart leapt into his throat. Behind the dormitory building lay Chang'an Avenue, the school's main thoroughfare. One of Lanjiang City's busiest commercial streets. If this monster capable of blasting through walls took flight over the avenue and lost control or fired another shot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget being principal, he'd likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. Pursue it. What are you standing around for? Everyone, pursue it. Principal Zhang roared at the top of his lungs, start your vehicles. We absolutely cannot let it reach the street. Across campus, over a dozen private vehicles belonging to school administrators and faculty shot out like arrows released from a bow. Engines roared furiously as they raced madly toward the direction the drone vanished. Meanwhile, back with the drone. The moment the dormitory wall was blown apart, the deafening explosion startled countless pedestrians on the streets outside the campus. They all stopped in their tracks, staring in terror toward the source of the sound. And when that futuristic black drone, with a wingspan of nearly a meter, flew out of the school grounds and hovered above Chang'an Avenue, everyone was stunned into silence by the surreal scene before them. Am I seeing things? What the hell is that? UFO? Aliens invading Blue Harbor City? That drone's design is way too exaggerated. It's at least a size larger than anything on the market. Is this some movie special effect? Could that huge explosion earlier have been caused by it? The Phoenix Wing drone paused briefly in midair, seemingly performing some calculation. A cold electronic voice sounded again through its loudspeaker. Beep. External environment scan complete. Detected 3,875 moving biological entities in vicinity. Beep. Current airspace signals are complex. High-altitude flight may cause disconnection from owner. Switching to low-altitude cruise mode. Beep. Fixed obstacle detected ahead on flight path. Ahead of the drone lay a pedestrian overpass spanning Chang'an Avenue. At that moment, a young couple stood at the very center of the bridge. They appeared to have just finished an argument. The girl leaned against the railing, weeping, while the boy stood beside her, awkwardly trying to console her. The drone hurtled toward the bridge at astonishing speed. Its sleek frame and deep, rumbling drone created an overwhelming visual impact. Pedestrians below the bridge froze in terror, looking up at the heart-stopping scene. Look! It's going to hit! There are people up there! Run for your lives! The drone's speed was terrifying, visually estimated at over 200 kilometers per hour. At this speed, there was no time to climb or turn. It seemed poised to smash into the overpass at any moment. The couple on the bridge finally noticed the steel monster hurtling toward them. Terrified, they clung to each other, their faces drained of color, unable even to scream. At that critical moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The angles of the drone's 6 main rotors shifted subtly in an instant. Simultaneously, several small vector nozzles extended from both sides of the fuselage, violently expelling high-pressure air currents. The black machine executed a near 90-degree lateral roll in midair, a maneuver defying all laws of physics. Like the most agile gymnast, it scraped past the steel beams of the pedestrian bridge and darted through the arch below in a breathtaking maneuver. The entire maneuver unfolded with fluid precision at extreme speed, leaving only a black afterimage and a gust of wind in its wake. After safely navigating the arch, the drone emitted another series of electronic beeps. Beep beep beep. Preparing to execute fixed obstacle clearance command. Beep beep beep. Command attempt failed. Beep beep beep. Retrying clearance command. Beep beep beep. Failure. Reason for failure: unauthorized user did not grant permission to attack non-mission targets. Current priority task: locate and return to authorized user Fang Yu. Continue mission execution. After the electronic voice faded, the drone accelerated wildly once more, streaking forward along Chang'an Avenue. It left behind only a deathly quiet street and a crowd of pedestrians whose jaws had nearly hit the pavement. The university leadership's motorcade, following closely behind, witnessed this astonishing spectacle. They had expected the drone to crash into the overpass, but instead it avoided it in an utterly unimaginable manner. What was that just now? A sideways roll? How could it perform such a maneuver at that speed? That's not scientific. I feel like this thing has intelligence. It deliberately avoided attacking the overpass just now. Terrifying. What kind of monster has Fang Yu invented? Beyond the school administrators, the live stream chat exploded with reactions. Holy God-tier maneuver. What kind of aerial drift is this? I'll nail Newton's coffin shut today. No one's lifting that lid. Guys, what if Fang Yu isn't even human? What if he's from Cybertron? This level of tech, forget the Academy of Sciences, I think he could go straight to being a wallfacer for the Trisolarans. Kneeling before Master Fang Yu. Pure tech god. The live stream's bullet comments went completely wild. Viewers skyrocketed like a rocket from over 100,000 to 500,000 in an instant. 1,000,000. The heat index shattered the platform's records, surging to the top spot across the entire internet, outshining every top-tier streamer. At this very moment, across the entire internet, countless people were spreading the news like wildfire. Check out Blue Harbor Experimental High's official livestream. A high schooler just built a super drone from scratch. It even fires cannons and it's tearing through city streets right now. At first, most netizens dismissed it as hype or a hoax. But when they clicked into the live stream half believing, half doubting, and saw that black drone weaving nimbly through traffic, leaving cars in its wake, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Is this the set of some sci-fi blockbuster? Am I even on Earth? Did I time travel? I must have gotten out of bed on the wrong side today. How else would such an insane drone be flying down the street? Meanwhile, on Chang'an Avenue, the black drone skillfully dodged every obstacle, skimming low above the congested traffic. Inside a white Tesla, a stylish young female streamer was live streaming, cooing into her phone. Hey everyone, it's not that I'm slacking off, this traffic is seriously bad. My outdoor livestream might be delayed today. Just then, a dark shadow engulfed her car. With a gust of wind, the Phoenix Wing roared past her roof. The hostess froze in terror, nearly dropping her phone. Holy crap. Everyone. Did you see that? What just flew over there? The chat exploded. I saw it. That drone. Host, you just got overtaken by a drone. Go chase it. Stop streaming. Go chase the hot topic. The female streamer snapped to attention, her eyes lighting up. This was a massive traffic opportunity. She immediately turned the car around, slammed the gas pedal, and joined the massive stream of cars chasing the drone. Folks, hold on tight. I'm going all out today to show you where this drone is headed. Humans love nothing more than joining the commotion and gawking at the spectacle. In an instant, countless private car owners on Chang'an Avenue were fired up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They revved their engines and tailed the drone, forming a spectacular chase convoy that completely blocked the university officials' motorcade behind them. Damn it! We've been left behind. It's all onlookers up ahead. We can't keep up. It's too fast. Our cars can't match its speed. Call the police. Quick, call the police. Principal Zhang finally remembered his last lifeline, yelling into his phone. Right. Call the police immediately. Why didn't you think of that sooner? A frantic call rang into the Blue Harbor City Emergency Dispatch Center. An experienced female operator answered as usual, her voice steady and professional. Hello, this is the Blue Harbor City Yao Ling Command Center. How may I assist you? Principal Zhang's voice came through the line, nearly choked with tears. Hurry! On Chang'an Avenue, there's a drone firing cannons and speeding around like crazy. Chapter 6, what the heck is going on? Hurry! On Chang'an Avenue, there's a cannon firing drone speeding around like crazy. The operator froze for 2 seconds. Her extensive experience made her instinctively suspect the caller might be in some kind of danger, causing emotional distress and incoherent speech. She gently reassured him, Sir, please calm down and repeat the situation. How can I calm down? Principal Zhang on the other end was nearly jumping up and down with panic. I'll say it again. There's a drone flying wildly in the sky over Chang'an Avenue. It fires cannons. It just blew up our school wall. Send someone to intercept it now. Otherwise, it'll cause a major disaster. The operator's brow furrowed deeper with each word. A drone? Built by students? Capable of firing cannons? Blowing up walls? These keywords strung together sounded like drunken ramblings or a malicious prank. Sir, have you been drinking? If this is a false alarm, we will charge you with obstruction of justice. Her tone turned stern. I haven't been drinking. Can't you understand human speech? Principal Zhang completely lost his temper. I've told you this so many times. It's a drone. It can fly. It can fire cannons. If no one comes to intercept it, what if it blows up pedestrians? Can you take responsibility for that? Though it seemed utterly absurd, the panic and urgency in his voice didn't sound fake. The operator followed protocol and didn't hang up immediately. Understood, sir. We've logged your report and will contact you shortly to dispatch officers for verification. The call ended. The operator removed her headset, leaned back wearily in her chair, and muttered to a colleague who leaned over. Seriously, running into a lunatic in broad daylight. What's up? Another false alarm, the colleague asked curiously. You bet, the operator shook her head helplessly. He said there's a drone flying over Chang'an Avenue that can fire cannons. A drone? Fire cannons? At that, the entire call center fell silent for a moment before erupting into stifled chuckles. These days, prank calls were getting more and more outlandish. But just as everyone thought it was merely an interlude. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Ring 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 ring. As if by some unspoken agreement, every single phone in the entire call center erupted into a deafening cacophony at the exact same moment. The relentless ringing pierced the office's tranquility. The operators stiffened, immediately reattaching their headsets and diving back into work. Yet, as they heard the nature of the emergency calls, each face mirrored the same stunned disbelief as their colleagues. Hello? Hello? Emergency services? Hurry! There's a black flying object darting around the sky over Chang'an Avenue. It's moving at terrifying speeds. Holy crap! There's a drone overtaking our car on the road, did you guys see that? Is this a movie shoot or a military exercise? Why did it start suddenly without any notice? What's up with that drone? It's way too dangerous. In an instant, hundreds of calls flooded in like a tidal wave. Callers came from all walks of life, drivers, pedestrians, shop owners along the street, but they all described the same thing. On Chang'an Avenue, a drone was speeding like crazy. What did you say? Inside the Municipal Bureau Command Center, the deputy director in charge of public security abruptly leapt from his chair, his gaze fixed on the rapidly escalating incident hotspots displayed on the large screen. An armed drone on Chang'an Avenue? Listening to his subordinate's report, he was completely stunned. There had been no notifications today from the military district or relevant departments about any exercises or aircraft testing. How could a drone just appear out of nowhere on the road? The deputy chief instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This wasn't a prank, it was an extremely dangerous, unclassified public safety emergency. He acted decisively, grabbing the walkie-talkie to issue orders personally. Attention all units patrolling the vicinity. Proceed to Chang'an Avenue immediately. seal off surrounding intersections and evacuate the crowd. Confirm the aircraft's movements at all costs. Repeat, this is not a drill. Within moments, sirens blared across half of Blue Harbor City as dozens of police cars raced toward Chang'an Avenue from all directions, sirens wailing. Meanwhile, the convoy of school administrators had been completely left behind, stuck in the traffic jam of onlookers. They could only watch helplessly as that dark silhouette grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Just as despair threatened to overtake them, someone suddenly pointed ahead and cried out in shock. Look! It's charging toward the interchange ramp for the Intercity Expressway. At those words, Principal Zhang's heart leapt into his throat. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and saw the drone execute a smooth turn, actually flying up the entrance ramp toward the highway. At that moment, the faces of all the school administrators turned pale. It was the peak holiday travel season, and the highway was packed with cars. If that cannon-equipped monster made it onto the highway, who knew what chaos and casualties it would cause? At that very moment, outside Langang City, a seemingly endless line of vehicles snaked along the highway. Horns blared incessantly as drivers collectively succumbed to road rage. At the toll booth, a young toll collector was scrolling through her phone during a traffic lull when she suddenly heard an unusual, deep, powerful humming sound approaching from the distance. She instinctively looked up, initially thinking it was some modified heavy motorcycle. But when she saw the black specter roaring down the ramp, she was completely stunned. She'd seen trucks on the highway, she'd seen private cars on the highway, but damn it, this was her first time seeing a drone on the highway. And it was moving like a black bolt of lightning. Before she could react, the drone had already streaked past the toll booth canopy. Immediately after, the Tesla driven by the relentless female anchor, followed by dozens of private cars drawn by the spectacle, also barreled through the ETC lane. Then came dozens of police cars, sirens blaring and lights flashing. The toll booth attendant was completely dumbfounded by the scene. What on earth just happened? Meanwhile, on the highway. Damn it, why aren't you moving? Beep beep beep. Can you hurry up? Countless drivers were shouting in frustration. In the car at the back of the traffic jam, the driver was video chatting with his family. Yeah, Mom, I'll be home soon. I'm on the highway now. Don't worry, I'll be careful. What else could be on the highway besides cars? Just as he was chatting casually, he suddenly caught sight of a pursuing convoy and police lights in his rearview mirror. As he was wondering what was happening, a deafening roar of engines erupted overhead. He instinctively looked up and froze in utter shock. A black, sci-fi looking drone was skimming the ground along the emergency lane, roaring toward him at low altitude. Holy! His mind went blank. Instinctively, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and yanked the steering wheel hard to the left. With a loud bang, his car's front end slammed into the rear of the vehicle in the adjacent lane, instantly deploying the airbags. The rear-ended driver was furious. This was a traffic jam, how could someone crash into him while stationary? He stormed out of his car, ready to confront the driver, but the moment he stepped out, he saw the black drone glide past him like a ghost. Now, this driver was completely dumbfounded too. What the hell is going on? More and more drivers spotted the uninvited guest on the emergency lane, all stunned. They pulled out their phones, capturing this unbelievable scene and posting it to social media and short video platforms. At that very moment, a shocking piece of news spread across the nation. On the expressway of Lanjiang City, a drone was speeding like a madman. Damn it, the police officers tailing it cursed into their radios. The closest to the drone now were a group of reckless onlookers. Further back were the school administrators stuck in traffic, and finally, the police officers themselves. Technically, they were supposed to be intercepting it, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the drone's wake. What kind of intercept was this? The deputy director at Command Center watched the live feed from the drone and issued a decisive order. Notify all toll stations and road patrol units ahead. Clear the roads immediately and get everyone out of the way. Repeat, clear the road at all costs. Chapter 7, did I see that right? It hijacked the Daejeon? The Command Center's order to clear the road seemed feeble and powerless amidst this chaotic chase frenzy. Officers first needed to disperse the surrounding traffic to create space for the interception, a task far from quick or easy. Meanwhile, the speeding Phoenix Wing drone had already left the intercity highway and reached the heart of Blue Harbor City, Times Square. At that very moment, Times Square was teeming with crowds, bustling with activity. The leading domestic drone manufacturer, Dajiang Innovation, was hosting a grand launch event and flight demonstration for its annual flagship product, the Yu Mavic 5. A massive, futuristic stage dominated the Plaza Center, surrounded by hundreds of media outlets, thousands of fans, and countless passers-by, creating an impenetrable crowd. Above the square, a massive square formation of 1,200 brand-new Mavic 5 drones shone brilliantly with LED lights beneath their arms. To the beat of stirring music, they executed dazzling aerial formations, transforming into the giant Dajiang Innovation logo one moment, then coalescing into a fluorescent dragon gliding through the sky the next, eliciting waves of gasps and admiration from the crowd below. On stage, Daejeong's chief technology officer, a middle-aged man with an intellectual demeanor wearing rimless glasses, held a microphone, his face flushed with excitement as he addressed the cameras with pride and confidence. Everyone, witness the power of Daejeong. 1,200 drones, 0 errors, 0 delays. Our exclusive Honeycomb 3.0 flight control system boasts the world's most advanced anti-interference capabilities and unparalleled stability. It represents an absolute, unshakable technological barrier in the consumer drone sector. In the realm of Dejiang, we are the rule makers. His words carried powerful conviction, amplifying the dreamlike spectacle unfolding overhead to elevate the atmosphere to its peak. The live stream chat exploded with praise like Dejiang rocks and pride of Chinese manufacturing. Yet, just as the CTO finished speaking and prepared to announce the new product's price at the climax of the moment, before he could finish, chaos erupted. A black specter, accompanied by a low, piercing screech, plunged into the drone formation's airspace like a meteorite from the heavens, streaking in from the direction of the highway. It was Fang Yu's Phoenix Wing. Ignoring the complex signal environment in this airspace, it charged straight toward the center of the drone matrix like a black arrow. What is that? Where did that drone come from? How did it get into the performance zone? Quick! Security! Intercept it! Chaos erupted instantly in the technical control area below the stage. The smile on the CTO's face froze, replaced by shock and fury. This was their most crucial launch event and someone dared to crash it? He immediately bellowed into his earpiece, "What the hell is going on? Activate emergency evasion and signal expulsion. Get it out of here." Yet his roar had no effect whatsoever. The appearance of the Phoenix Wing was like a prehistoric beast crashing into a flock of sheep. The terrifyingly intense, invisible electronic signal field emanating from its body instantly caused catastrophic interference with Dejiang Corporation's collaborative control protocol. Warning! Warning! Primary control signal lost. Unit 103 lost contact. Unit 217 lost contact. At the central control console offstage, alarms blared incessantly as technicians panicked. In the sky, the dazzling dragon formed by countless points of light seemed to have its backbone ripped out in an instant, its formation collapsing like a house of cards. Hundreds of Link K3 drones darted about in the sky like headless flies. Worse still, like dumplings dropping into boiling water, they lost power, spewing black smoke as they plummeted vertically toward the densely packed crowd below. Ah! Drones are falling. Run for your lives. Chaos erupted across the square as terrified screams filled the air and people scattered in panic. What had begun as a grand technological spectacle was rapidly transforming into a catastrophic safety incident. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, the Phoenix Wing, hovered at the center of the chaotic airspace, its cold electronic eyes scanning everything around it. Beep! Detecting signals from 1,200 unidentified aerial vehicles in surrounding airspace. Analyzing signal protocols. Dejiang Hive 3.0 control system? 18 high-risk security vulnerabilities detected. Threat level, low. Classification, massive swarm-based interference obstacle. To ensure primary mission path clearance, acquiring maximum control privileges. Permissions acquired. Modifying target cluster protocols. Protocol update complete. All non-friendly units immediately cease current operations and execute emergency return to base procedures. That cold electronic voice could only be heard by the millions watching the live stream of the female broadcaster who had dared to follow and film the scene. Before the audience could comprehend the meaning of these words, a miracle occurred. The out-of-control Zheng drones, plummeting toward the crowd, seemed to be infused with new life simultaneously. Their engines reignited, and their bodies stabilized instantly. Then, like well-trained soldiers receiving orders, all drones reversed course, forming a perfectly aligned formation. Swiftly, they flew toward the recovery zone at the edge of the square and landed smoothly one after another. In a mere dozen seconds, a looming catastrophe was effortlessly averted in a manner beyond imagination. Everyone on the square was stunned into silence. At the central control console of Dejiang Corporation, technicians stared at their screens in utter disbelief as their drones, completely beyond control, returned to base on their own. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. "Mr. Liu, our control has been completely hijacked by an unknown signal source. It forced all our drones to execute the return to base procedure." The CTO of Dejiang Group stared wide-eyed at the menacing black drone hovering mid-air, his lips trembling as he struggled to utter a single word. Dejiang Group's CTO's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the menacing black drone hovering mid-air, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Yet the live media feed that followed captured this shocking scene in its entirety, broadcasting it to millions of viewers across the internet. After a deathly silence, the live stream exploded with chaos. Holy crap! What did I just witness? That black drone hacked Dejiang's entire drone fleet? Single-handedly took down over 1,000 drones? What kind of god-tier move is that? Just moments ago, Dejiang's CTO was bragging about their unshakable system, and the next second, he got his ass kicked. The ultimate face slap of the year. Unbelievable. I can't even describe how stunned I am. Fang Yu isn't just a prodigy, he's a god of dimensional assault. This escalated the situation to a whole new level. What started as a campus disturbance had now become a citywide crisis, a seismic shockwave reverberating through the entire tech industry. Just as countless spectators were left utterly speechless, Phoenix Wing emitted its electronic voice once more. Obstacles cleared. Continuing mission execution. Without pause, it transformed into a black lightning bolt from its side, streaking straight across the square's sky and continuing toward the city center hospital. Chapter 8, Fang Yu? Who the hell is Fang Yu? In the official livestream of Blue Harbor Experimental Middle School, the viewership had completely overwhelmed the platform's server capacity. The number of online viewers fluctuated wildly in the millions, while the real-time engagement reached an unprecedented astronomical figure. The impact of this incident had long transcended the scope of a local news story, evolving into a nationwide frenzy sweeping across the internet. Billy's renowned science popularization content creator Wang Situ, apprentice of the art of thick skin and black-heartedness, immediately halted his ongoing livestream about World War II historical materials upon hearing the news. He swiftly switched over to Lanjiang Middle School's livestream. When he witnessed the Phoenix Wing drone swiftly crippling Dajiang Company's 1,000-drone formation with thunderous force, even the seasoned, hardcore content creator accustomed to grand spectacles jumped from his chair, his scalp tingling with shock. I've never witnessed such brazen audacity, oh wait, such terrifying technology. Guys! He shouted into his stream with his signature excited tone. I swear on my reputation the flight control hacking and anti-jamming capabilities this drone demonstrated surpass any publicly known military or civilian technology in the world today. This is literally a dimensional strike. He was well versed in a wide range of topics and had considerable expertise in drone technology. He instantly recognized that this Phoenix Wing drone, whether judged by its aerodynamic layout, material quality, or flight posture, was unlike anything produced by any known company. Now this was interesting. An unidentified super drone had hacked into the launch event of an industry giant, all while millions watched. Such a mind-blowing turn of events had even Wang Situ utterly curious about how this saga would ultimately unfold. Meanwhile, his livestream audience had completely lost it. Holy crap! Even Wang Situ got involved. This drone is seriously badass. After all the hype Dajiang's been pumping, it got smacked down hard. So satisfying. Been sick of Dajiang's monopolistic attitude for ages. Finally someone's putting him in his place. So satisfying. This is what true technological superiority looks like. Amidst the cheers, resourceful netizens quickly dug up the source of the incident through various channels. Guys! I just got back from Blue Harbor Middle School's forum and dug up some inside scoop. You won't believe this. Cut the suspense. Spill it already. This drone wasn't built by some mysterious organization. It was handcrafted by a senior at Blue Harbor Experimental High School. The moment those words dropped, Wang Sita's livestream was flooded with a barrage of question marks. This scene raged on for a full 5 minutes. Come on, dude, you gotta have some limits when you're joking. Exactly. You're telling me a high schooler can hand-build a drone this advanced and hack into Dajiang's backend? Who are you trying to fool? Guys, I swear I'm not lying. They've already dug up that student's identity info. The owner of this drone is Fang Yu from Class 2, Senior 3 at Lanjiang High School. Word is he's a super genius. Since his freshman year, he's consistently ranked #1 in the school, #1 in the city, and even #1 in the entire province. The moment these words dropped, countless symbols flooded Wang Situ's livestream chat. In that instant, the name Fang Yu spread like wildfire, echoing across every major livestreaming platform. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, in the admissions livestream of Jingzhou University, 2 student ambassadors, a male and a female, smiled at the camera as they answered questions from the new cohort of high school seniors. Hello everyone, we're the admissions ambassadors for Jingzhou University. We welcome all of you to apply to Jingzhou University for this year's college entrance exams. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the live chat, and we'll answer them all. As one of the nation's 2 most prestigious universities, Jingzhou University's admissions livestream naturally drew a large audience. Just as the male host was interacting with viewers, a comment suddenly appeared in the chat. A genius from Lanjiang City can manually control super drones. Isn't Jingzhou University trying to recruit him? Both hosts were momentarily stunned by this comment. Lanjiang City? A super genius? Every student admitted to Jingzhou University was already a genius among geniuses. A mere local academic prodigy? The streamers didn't think much of it. But after this comment appeared, the live stream started losing viewers at an alarming rate. The usual audience of tens of thousands plummeted to just a few thousand in an instant. And soon after, strange comments began flooding the chat. Holy, guys! Forget the admissions show. Go watch the Lanjiang City livestream. This is insane. Holy! Heard some high school kid manually controlled a drone and disrupted Dajiang's press conference. Seeing these comments, the 2 hosts were momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth was happening in that Lanjiang City livestream? Driven by curiosity, the 2 streamers clicked into Blue Harbor High School's official livestream. And that single glance left them utterly stunned. The atmosphere in Blue Harbor High's official livestream had turned utterly bizarre. Countless blue IDs bearing official verification badges flooded the stream. Jingzhou University has entered the livestream. Tsinghua University has entered the livestream. Shanjing Jiaotong University has entered the livestream. Fudan University has entered the livestream. More and more official accounts from top domestic universities entered the livestream, all eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary academic prodigy's work. And these official accounts are incredibly playful in their banter. Shanjing Jiaotong University, I'm from next door. Which one is Fang Yu's work? Tsinghua University, heard Lanjiang City produced a tech genius? Fudan University, let me see what that drone that hacked the Dajiang system looks like. Jingzhou University, Fang Yu, are you watching the live stream? How about applying to our School of Information Science and Technology? We'll give you a direct path to a combined bachelor's master's PhD program. Tsinghua University? Shanjing Jiaotong University? Fudan University, we haven't even started recruiting yet. How come you Jingzhou University jumped the gun? Tsinghua University, Jingzhou, have we been too lenient with you? You better believe we'll send our admissions team to block the gates of Langang City overnight. While top universities bickered online over a student they'd never even met, the real-world pursuit had reached a fever pitch. Inside the command vehicle, the deputy chief of the municipal bureau watched the footage transmitted by the drone, his expression growing grave and solemn. Regardless of who built this drone, the chaos it just caused and the property damage it inflicted constitute a severe public safety threat. It must be stopped immediately. Notify all units. The deputy director hung up the phone, his gaze sharpening. How is the dispersal operation progressing? Reporting to the chief, the private car convoy involved in the chase has largely been persuaded to leave. The road ahead is being cleared urgently. Good. Pursue. Get on that drone's tail immediately. Authorized to use non-lethal intercept weapons. Repeating, authorized to deploy interception nets and electromagnetic jamming devices. Bring it to a halt at all costs. Roger. A dozen police special-purpose vehicles, sirens blaring, roared down the main thoroughfare. The massive convoy launched a full-scale pursuit and blockade toward the direction where the drone had last vanished. Chapter 9, The Great River Grows Impatient. Meanwhile, at Times Square, the site of the abruptly halted press conference, chaos reigned. Dajiang Innovation's chief technology officer CTO stood with a deathly pale face, his gaze fixed on the black silhouette vanishing into the horizon on the screen. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Who the hell did this? He roared at the technical team beside him. Mr. Liu, their signal is completely untraceable. It's like a ghost, a technician reported, sweat pouring down his face. Impossible. The CTO snatched the keyboard and began operating it himself, but the screen only returned a barrage of useless data. The adversary's technical prowess exceeded his wildest expectations. This was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary hackers or competitors. Behind this must be an organization with terrifying technical capabilities, perhaps even a nation-state operating in the shadows. Contact the police immediately. The CTO acted decisively, dialing the emergency hotline for senior officials at the Langang City Public Security Bureau. I'm filing an official report on behalf of Dajiang Innovation. We've suffered a vicious, organized commercial and technical attack. This is no mere disruption, it's an open provocation against our nation's tech enterprises. We suspect foreign espionage or malicious sabotage by domestic rivals. We demand a thorough police investigation. The call was quickly routed to the deputy director's command vehicle at the municipal bureau. Listening to the furious and urgent accusations from Dajiang's CTO on the other end, the deputy director's brow furrowed even deeper. He replied in a low voice. We are aware of your situation and are pursuing the drone with full force. Pursuit? What do you have to pursue it with? Their technology is military grade. Dajiang's CTO challenged. We suspect. Your suspicions may be misguided, the deputy director interrupted, his tone taking on an odd edge. Our preliminary investigation indicates the source of this incident is not the commercial espionage or foreign forces you imagine. Then what is it? The deputy director paused for 2 seconds, seemingly weighing his words, before deciding to speak plainly. According to intelligence we obtained from Blue Harbor Experimental High School, the drone was hand-built by a senior student named Fang Yu. Dead silence hung over the phone line. After a full dozen seconds, Dajiang's CTO finally let out a disbelieving snort, bordering on exasperation. Director, are you kidding me? A high school student? Built it by hand? Do you have any idea what we just endured? That drone instantly infiltrated and took control of our most prized Hive 3.0 system. Its flight speed and evasive maneuverability surpassed even our most advanced military-industrial collaboration project. And now you tell me this was built by a high schooler in his dorm room? Impossible. As the nation's foremost drone expert, he understood the terrifying depth of technical expertise and theoretical knowledge required to achieve such feats. This was absolutely not a realm accessible to a high school student. The deputy director sighed. Honestly, I don't believe it either. But all the evidence points to this conclusion. The problem now is that this drone is still moving at high speed toward the city center hospital. We must stop it immediately. It's moving too fast. Inside the command vehicle, an officer stared at the radar screen and reported anxiously, regular police cars can't keep up with its top speed. The police helicopter just reported the target's flight path is extremely erratic. It's performed multiple unimaginable aerial maneuvers. The helicopter can't even lock onto it stably, let alone intercept. Hearing this, a complex gleam flashed in the eyes of Daejeong's CTO. Shock and humiliation mingled within it, but more prominent was the stubborn pride and competitive spirit of a technician confronted by technology operating on a higher plane. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Commissioner, given how formidable this target is, Daejeong is willing to assist the police operation. His tone grew unwaveringly resolute. This incident has left us utterly disgraced. We must redeem ourselves. Our newly developed military-grade high-speed interceptor drone squadron, the Peregrine, is currently undergoing final testing in Blue Harbor City. They're equipped with the most advanced motion capture systems and electromagnetic disruption nets designed specifically for situations like this. Let us handle it. The CTO's voice carried a fierce edge. I'll see for myself what kind of monster this high schooler has created. And let the entire network witness who truly reigns supreme in this field. The deputy director paused briefly before giving his decisive approval. Facing such a formidable target, every additional tactic meant a greater chance of success. Approved. I authorize your joint operation. Follow my commands. Hanging up the phone, the CTO of Daejeong Corporation immediately turned and issued the highest command to his team behind him. Initiate Operation Peregrine Falcon. Target, the sole non-friendly unit in the airspace. Authorized use of electromagnetic disruption nets. I want him alive. Aye. Moments later, atop a building near Times Square, the covers of 3 camouflage launchers snapped open. 3 drones more aggressive in design than the Phoenix Wing, silver gray in color, and resembling predatory birds catapulted from within. Their engines emitted a piercing, shrill roar drastically different from the Phoenix Wings as they transformed into 3 silver streaks of light. With astonishing speed, they converged from multiple directions, forming a vast encircling net around the Black Spectre still soaring above the city. This scene was once again broadcast live across the entire internet. Holy crap! Daejeong Corporation isn't backing down, they've deployed their ace drones? What kind of god-tier showdown is this? A high schooler's DIY tech battling an industry giant's military-grade product? So thrilling. This is way more exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster. Falcon vs Phoenix Wing. I'm betting on Phoenix Wing to win. Fang Yu is the real deal. Daejeong is desperate to redeem themselves. This is going to be epic. An unprecedented aerial chase, watched by millions upon millions, officially begins. Chapter 10, The Genius Lingfeng. 3 Peregrine drones took flight like 3 cold-blooded assassins, closing in on the Phoenix Wing from different directions. The live feed split into 4 panels. The main screen showed Fang Yu's first-person view, while 3 smaller windows displayed the pursuit footage from each Peregrine drone. This unprecedented aerial chase sent adrenaline surging through tens of millions of viewers across the internet. The Peregrine's speed far surpassed that of police helicopters. They weaved nimbly through the city's concrete jungle, relentlessly closing in on the black silhouette ahead. Yet soon, everyone realized a devastating truth. Damn it, how can that black drone fly so fast? Inside Daejeong Corporation's mobile command vehicle, a pilot stared at the widening gap on the screen and let out an incredulous exclamation. Its base cruising speed has already surpassed 300 kilometers per hour. And that's in this complex urban environment. Our Falcons have to engage overload mode just to barely keep up. It's evasive maneuvers. No, those aren't evasive maneuvers at all. Another data analyst turned pale, pointing at a series of replay data on the screen. Every turn, climb, and dive it makes isn't to avoid obstacles, it's to use them. It treats the entire city as its racetrack, with every flight path representing the optimal solution. Our systems simply cannot predict its next move. Okawa's CTO listened to the report, his expression growing increasingly grim. He knew that relying solely on the Peregrine's auto-lock system would likely spell disaster. He turned his gaze toward a young man in the corner of the command vehicle, eyes closed and resting, headphones on. Lingfeng, he called in a low voice, it's your turn. The young man known as Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes. He appeared barely over 20, his expression carrying a hint of carefree nonchalance, as if this nationwide chase unfolding before him was nothing more than a boring game in his eyes. Finally my turn? Lingfeng stretched lazily, cracking his knuckles with a crisp pop. In the livestream chat, witnessing this scene, some seasoned FPV first-person view drone pilots instantly erupted in excitement the moment they saw this young man. Holy! It's Lingfeng! Phantom Hand Lingfeng! Daejeong brought out their ace pilot. For new viewers, Lingfeng is the 3-time consecutive champion of the National FPV Racing Championship, the undisputed king of FPV racing in China. His flying style is legendary for its wild creativity and god-tier anticipation. He's dubbed the Schumacher of the fingertips, a universally acknowledged genius with a class above the rest. This is a sure win. No matter how advanced the AI is, it can't outsmart the intuition and creativity of a human genius. Watch as the god-tier Lingfeng shows it up. Ling Feng walked to the main control console, and the technician immediately stepped aside. Glancing at the impossibly fluid flight path of Phoenix Wing displayed on the screen, a faint, dismissive smile touched his lips. Interesting. The AI did a decent job. Too bad it crossed paths with me. He donned his custom FPV goggles and took control of the lead peregrine falcon. The next second, the silver-gray peregrine on the screen seemed to come alive. It no longer pursued mechanically but carved out astonishing arcs in the air. Utilizing blind spots between buildings and gaps under bridges, it relentlessly cut corners, closing the distance to the Phoenix Wing with an overwhelming sense of pressure. His fingers danced across the controller so swiftly they left after images. Under his command, the peregrine executed a textbook side roll barrel roll followed by a large loop maneuver, flawlessly skirting a skyscraper and materializing directly to the Phoenix Wing's frontside flank. Nice move! Everyone in the command vehicle couldn't help but cheer. The live stream chat exploded with 666 and God tier player. The gap between the two drones narrowed rapidly. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. A confident smile spread across Ling Feng's face. He even had the leisure to comment into the microphone. I've completely deciphered its flight data. Next, it will make a sharp left turn at the upcoming intersection, attempting to use the buildings to shake me off. But that's too naive. With that, his fingers flickered, already preemptively maneuvering the peregrine to seal off every possible escape route for the Phoenix Wing. An electromagnetic paralysis net, woven from high-strength nanofibers, was poised and ready. You're caught now, little one. Ling Feng watched the black drone mere inches away, his smile growing more confident. But in the next instant, a scene unfolded that caused everyone including Ling Feng himself to experience a mental freeze. Without warning. As the black Phoenix Wing drone approached the trap, Ling Feng had anticipated, the rotation speed and angle of its 6 rotors underwent an utterly bizarre, anti-physics shift. It didn't move forward, left, or right. Instead, while maintaining its terrifying speed, the entire body executed a backflip, instantly completing an incredibly tight, vertical deceleration backward loop with a radius so small it defied belief. The maneuver was so fast it seemed like a black lightning bolt folding itself in midair. It skimmed the ground, flashing past beneath Ling Feng's controlled peregrine falcon. By the time Ling Feng registered what had happened, the Phoenix Wing had already reappeared behind him, instantly pulling away by hundreds of meters. The entire sequence flowed like a stream, its speed so overwhelming that no one's mind could keep pace with its movements. Inside the command vehicle, a deathly silence fell. In the livestream, tens of millions of viewers fell utterly silent. The smile on Ling Feng's face froze completely. He froze in his seat, FPV goggles still on, the world before his eyes a pure white void. Yet in his mind, the scene played back on a loop, a maneuver that defied every ounce of his operational knowledge and understanding of physics. That wasn't a maneuver a human could perform. Nor could any program have written such a maneuver. It was a flight art transcending his comprehension, belonging to a higher dimension. The talent and skill he prided himself on had been utterly crushed in an instant, crushed in a way he could not comprehend. Beep. Detected trailing target threat neutralized. Proceed with mission. The cold, electronic voice of the Phoenix Wing seemed like the ultimate mockery of this genius pilot. Without a moment's pause or flourish, it accelerated once more after executing that miraculous evasive maneuver. It vanished into a black speck at the edge of the city skyline. Chapter 11, Activating Shockwave Pulse Mode. Inside Dejiang Corporation's mobile command vehicle, the atmosphere was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Ling Feng sat before the main console, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. That unfathomable backward somersault maneuver had struck him like a resounding slap across the face, a humiliating blow to the 3-time champion. His usual carefree expression had vanished, replaced by a focused intensity born of anger and a sense of impending danger. Interesting. He ground out through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. You've successfully pissed me off. He took a deep breath, his hands returning to the controls. This time, he held nothing back and showed no trace of underestimation. Hold on tight, everyone. I'm getting serious now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the peregrine drone he piloted let out a shrill screech as he instantly pushed its engine power to the absolute limit. The silver-gray frame became a streak of light, launching a frenzied pursuit of the Phoenix Wing through the densely packed cityscape. As everyone knows, speed on straightaways isn't true speed. Speed through turns is where it's at. Anyone could accelerate in a straight line. What truly tested a top pilot was their ability to navigate complex environments, avoid obstacles, and plan optimal routes. In Ling Feng's eyes, the entire Blue Harbor city transformed into a massive 3-dimensional racetrack. His brain processed at terrifying speeds, his hands becoming phantoms as they commanded the peregrine to execute dazzling, extreme maneuvers one after another. Holy crap! Ling Feng's getting serious. That flight path is pure art. He just flew sideways through the gap between 2 buildings. That gap couldn't have been wider than 2 meters. Unbelievable. This is the power of a top-tier human pilot. He's flying that drone like a fighter jet. Under Ling Feng's masterful control, the peregrine clung to the Phoenix Wing like a parasite. Time and again, just as the phoenix wing seemed poised to shake it off, the peregrine would reappear from an impossible angle. The gap between them kept closing. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Caught up. After expending every ounce of energy, Lingfeng finally reclaimed the lead over the black drone. Let's see where you run to now. A savage grin twisted Lingfeng's lips, the exhilaration of a top predator about to claim its prey. Inside the command vehicle, everyone held their breath. De Zhang's CTO even jumped to his feet in nervous anticipation. In the livestream chat, millions of viewers watched with bated breath. Caught up. Caught up. Awesome. Lingfeng is awesome. Human ingenuity and skill are unbeatable. Quick. Deploy the electromagnetic net. Capture it. One final warning. De Zhang's CTO snatched the microphone and bellowed into the public channel, cease flight immediately. Cease flight immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Yet the Phoenix Wing showed no response, maintaining its high-speed flight. Now. Lingfeng's eyes flashed with determination as he pressed the launch button. Gotcha. But the next second, a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine unfolded. Beep. Detecting sustained high-intensity threat. Threat level assessment, extreme. Beep. Conventional energy module output has reached maximum capacity. Beep. Activating backup energy modules. Switching to pulse shockwave hypercruise mode. The cold electronic voice of the Phoenix Wing drone suddenly rang out. Then, in the very next second. Boom. From the tail section of the Black Phoenix Wing drone, 6 hidden circular nozzles suddenly deployed at the bases of its 6 rotors. Deep blue flames, as brilliant as stars, erupted violently from within. This was no airflow, no propeller wind, it was pure, furious, ionized flame. A deep, yet piercingly penetrating explosion instantly drowned out the roar of the rotors. The Phoenix Wing, already pushing the limits of speed, in that instant, shattered everyone's perception of what was possible. As if thrust forward by an invisible giant hand, it accelerated to a level imperceptible to the naked eye in mere fractions of a second. In the blink of an eye, it violently left the peregrine, which had struggled with tremendous effort to catch up, far behind. What? The smile on Lingfeng's face froze instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment and confusion. He watched helplessly as the black dot on the screen vanished in an instant, in a way he couldn't comprehend, leaving only 6 faint blue trails slowly dissipating in the air. Inside the command vehicle, a deathly silence fell. All of De Zhang's technical staff, including the CTO, stared blankly at the empty screen like puppets whose souls had been ripped out. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, after a 10-second stretch of eerie silence, it was instantly flooded with a nuclear-level barrage of comments. What did I just see? What was that? Was that fire? A jet-powered drone? Supersonic? I swear I heard a sonic boom. Holy. This world has gone mad. What the hell kind of monster is that Fang Yu guy? I was wrong, I was so wrong. I thought Lingfeng was 2nd tier, Fang Yu was 5th tier, but goddammit, Fang Yu is in the stratosphere. This isn't technology. It's a miracle. It's a divine creation sent down by the gods. I take back everything I said. De Zhang Corporation is nothing but a little brother compared to him. No, not even a little brother. Just a toddler taking its first steps. The genius pilot named Lingfeng slowly removed his FPV goggles, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The talent, skill, and honors he'd prided himself on for over a decade were crushed into dust by that earth-shattering, absolute speed. Not a speck of dust remained. I am no match for an AI. He muttered, utterly dejected, his pride completely shattered. Inside the Municipal Public Security Bureau's command vehicle, the deputy director stared silently at the footage transmitted by De Zhang Corporation. A vast expanse of empty sky, and the replay footage slowed down hundreds of times over. He knew. De Zhang Corporation had failed. Their prized technology proved utterly helpless against this mysterious drone. Reporting, Commissioner. Target has completely lost contact. The Peregrine Falcon drone cannot track it. Report. Satellite surveillance indicates the target last vanished near the city center hospital's airspace, but its speed was too high for precise location. Delaying further would only make the situation spiral out of control. The deputy director's eyes narrowed as he picked up the walkie-talkie with the highest command authority and issued his final order. Operation with De Zhang Corporation has failed. All ground units cease pursuit. Seal off every intersection surrounding the city center hospital. Order. Aircrew teams 1 and 2, 2 WZ-10 armed helicopters take off immediately. Proceed to the target airspace. Your mission has changed. No need to capture it alive. No need to force it to land. Repeat. Your mission is at any cost, shoot it down before it causes more severe consequences. Chapter 12, This thing is bulletproof? Above Lanjiang City, the rotors of the WZ-19 police helicopter roared, their propeller winds whipping the rooftop billboards below into a frantic flapping. Yet inside the cabin, the atmosphere was thick with tension, heavy enough to cut with a knife. Target confirmed. We're within visual range. Await further instructions. The pilot bellowed into the communicator, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Just as the black meteor trailing a blue contrail was about to vanish from view, the deputy chief's command, laced with fury and resolve, crackled through the command vehicle's radio. What instructions? Didn't I say to take it down by any means necessary? Fire. What? In the rear cabin of the helicopter, a young officer froze. Shoot. Chief Wang, isn't this going too far? The target hasn't caused any casualties yet, and according to intel, it's just something a student built. Stop talking back. Follow my orders. At that moment, an older officer beside him, his arm bulging with muscle and old scars, slammed open the cabin door. A gale of wind instantly rushed in. Pointing at the drone, now barely a black speck in the distance, he roared at the young officer. Are you even a cop? Our most crucial duty isn't arresting murderers after a tragedy, it's preventing such tragedies from happening in the first place. That thing blew a hole through an entire building. Can you guarantee it won't fire again? Facing such a weapon of mass destruction, any sliver of complacency could cost hundreds or thousands of lives. Can you shoulder that responsibility? The veteran officer's roar cut through the roar of engines with piercing clarity. Carry out the order. Yes, sir. The barrage of questions left the young officer flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated no longer. Raising his 9mm submachine gun, he leaned out and pulled the trigger at the distant black silhouette. Bang! 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 A furious barrage of gunfire erupted over the city. Thanks to the professional long-range camera used for this live broadcast, the shocking scene remained crystal clear despite the great distance. All viewers witnessed the black meteor's tail suddenly erupt in a cascade of sparks. Holy! They're shooting! They're really shooting! Where the hell am I? Did I get transported to Syria? Why is it nothing but gunfights everywhere? Who says there's no intense gunplay back home? Come on if you dare. Holy crap, they're using real guns. Did they hit him? Inside the helicopter, the young officer who fired the shot lowered his weapon and peered intently through the scope, his brow furrowing deeply. Well, did you hit him? His partner demanded impatiently. Seems like a dry fire, the young officer said uncertainly. That can't be right. I should have hit it, I saw the spark just now. Let me try. The veteran officer wasted no words, turning to retrieve a sleek, menacing Type 88 police sniper rifle from the equipment box. Holy! He's pulling out the sniper rifle. The Type 88 sniper. I know this gun. Effective range 800 meters, can easily pierce standard steel plates. They're really going to shoot it down. So badass. Even movies wouldn't dare film this. The military enthusiasts in the livestream were absolutely hyped. After grabbing the sniper rifle, the veteran officer swapped positions with the young cop, racked the bolt, and chambered a 5.8mm steel core round. Hold steady. Give me 3 seconds. The veteran officer barked orders through his throat microphone to the pilot. The helicopter adjusted its posture slightly, gaining a brief window of stability amid its high-speed flight. The veteran officer leaned halfway out, letting the gale lash his face. His eyes narrowed to slits as the rifle's high-powered scope locked onto the fast-moving black target hundreds of meters away. Wind speed, distance, target trajectory, all data instantly converged in his mind into a single ballistic path. Bang! A crisp yet muffled gunshot pierced the deafening roar of the helicopter's rotors. In that instant, tens of millions of viewers across the internet witnessed through the live media feed a speck of fire flash across the matte black hull of the Phoenix Wing drone. Hit it! Did it go down? Yet the scene unfolding on screen left everyone frozen in shock. The black drone showed not a single tremor, maintaining its steady flight path as it continued forward, trailing a long blue contrail. It seemed as though the sniper rifle bullet capable of piercing steel plates had merely struck it like a flying insect. What the hell? The veteran officer's pupils contracted sharply. He was certain he'd hit it, but the target, not a scratch? Fire again. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, through the ultra-high-definition lens with dozens of times zoom, everyone saw it clearly the moment the bullet struck the drone's outer shell. It was deflected by an invisible force, leaving only a barely noticeable white speck. After a brief moment of dead silence, the live stream exploded. Bulletproof? Holy! A sniper rifle can't penetrate it? What the hell kind of alien material is this? Vibranium? I'm speechless. I was wrong, I was so wrong. Fang Yu, you're not just a genius, you're a god. A tech god walking among us. A high schooler. Handcrafted in his dorm room, a drone with autonomous AI, an electromagnetic cannon, a plasma engine, and bulletproof armor. Am I still asleep? Stop searching. The government needs to protect Fang Yu immediately. This is a national treasure. A living treasure capable of reshaping the world order. Countless police cars chasing a single drone, even armed helicopters and sniper rifles couldn't bring it down. This surreal spectacle shattered netizens' worldviews to smithereens. The live stream's viewership and heat surged to another unimaginable peak. Meanwhile, in a highly classified conference room, a massive screen displayed real-time footage of the drone chase. Over a dozen high-ranking officials watched the unfathomable spectacle on the screen, their expressions darkening by the second. "Any leads?" demanded the imposing elder seated at the head of the table, his voice deep and commanding. "Who developed this thing?" Below, someone rose to report, "Sir, all information currently points to Fang Yu, a senior in Class 2 of the first experimental high school in Lanjiang City." "Nonsense!" The old man erupted in fury, slamming his palm onto the table so hard the teacups rattled. "A high school student who hasn't even graduated yet? You're telling me he developed a super aircraft surpassing decades of our technological accumulation? One that can withstand sniper rifle bullets? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The old man's piercing gaze swept across the room. "I suspect foreign forces are involved in this. This is blatant technological infiltration and a show of military might." At these words, every breath in the room seemed to freeze. If foreign forces were involved, the gravity of the situation would be entirely different. The commander likely meant that while this drone appeared to be the creation of a student named Fang Yu, it was actually a cutting-edge weapon developed by hostile foreign forces. Under the guise of a gifted student, it had been deployed within Dragon Nation for combat testing. Having occupied high positions for so long, how could they not know the current state of the world's top materials science and aerospace engineering? Yet everything this drone demonstrated in the footage far exceeded their comprehension. No high school student, no matter how gifted, could possibly achieve this from scratch. "Investigate." The old man issued his final command, his voice as cold as ice. "Since it's registered under Fang Yu's name, it proves this student has inextricable ties to foreign forces. Scour every detail of Fang Yu and his entire social network, every single person he's ever interacted with, from birth to the present. Leave no stone unturned. I need to know exactly who is backing him." Every leader present trembled at the command. They immediately began mobilizing their connections and authority. An invisible net, meticulously woven to ensnare Fang Yu, silently expanded around him. Chapter 13, The military region has mobilized? Above Langang City, inside a WZ-19 police attack helicopter. "How'd it go, Uncle Joe? Did you hit it?" The young SWAT officer asked urgently, his eyes fixed on the figure hundreds of meters away, now shrunk to the size of a black flying insect. The middle-aged veteran officer known as Old Zhao slowly retracted his body, his expression grim as he shook his head. "We hit it, but..." Before he could finish, he abruptly ordered the pilot, "Return to base. We're not pursuing." "What? Not pursuing?" The other two officers in the cockpit were stunned. "Old Zhao. The command center's orders were to take it down at all costs." "At all costs?" Old Zhao turned his head, his eyes reflecting a gravity and defeat beyond their comprehension. "What are we supposed to use? Our teeth?" He pointed at the black dot ahead, still streaking through the sky at high speed without a hint of disturbance in its trajectory, his voice deep and solemn. "Earlier, I fired 2 precise shots at the target within effective range using the Type 88 sniper rifle with steel core armor-piercing rounds. Result, didn't even chip a layer of paint off it. This matter has already exceeded our capabilities." "But..." the young team member tried to argue. At that moment, a deafening roar deeper and more oppressive than their helicopter's engines swept overhead. A WZ-10 helicopter, painted in PLA Army aviation camouflage, roared overhead with an air of sheer dominance. Immediately followed by a second, then a third. Meanwhile, on the ground, the convoy of police cars they had left far behind had, at some point, pulled over onto the emergency lane. A long, serpentine stream of green armored vehicles surged past them like a torrent of steel. It's the military district," the young team member stared in disbelief. "The military's intervened?" This spectacular scene was immediately captured in full by the media's live broadcast cameras. In the live stream chat, the online audience had already surpassed 5 million, with comments flooding in like a burst dam. "Holy! The military! The army is really moving in. Holy crap! They even brought out the WZ-10 and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles. What level of deployment is this? Are we starting a world war? Holy crap! All this for a single drone? Is it really worth it? Game over. The drone's done for. With the regular army involved, how can we even play anymore? Tears in my eyes. I haven't had enough yet, and it's over already? Fang Yu, get out of here fast." On the highway, a military command vehicle pulled up alongside the deputy bureau chief's car, signaling him to pull over. A middle-aged man with a square jaw and a stern, rock-like expression, bearing the rank of colonel on his shoulder, leaped out of the armored vehicle. The deputy chief hurriedly exited his vehicle and approached, extending his hand with a bitter expression. "Commander, good day. Thank you for your hard work." He felt a wave of heat wash over his face. The entire Lanjiang City police force had been deployed, only to be completely outmaneuvered by a single drone. Now they had to trouble the military district to clean up the mess. It was an utter disgrace. "Good work, comrade." The square-jawed man's handshake was firm and powerful. "But from here on, this matter will be fully taken over by our theater command. Please cooperate with our operations. Immediately order your personnel to clear all main thoroughfares and assist us in evacuating the civilian vehicles following behind." Yes. Yes. I'll arrange it immediately. The deputy chief nodded hastily. The square-jawed man nodded, his expression grave as he added. We've deployed Falcon's 6 low-altitude defense systems along the forward route. If your personnel continue advancing, they risk casualties. Ensure they are restrained. With that, he climbed into the armored vehicle and sped forward. The deputy director watched the receding silhouette of the armored vehicle, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Fang Yu, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Meanwhile, up ahead, an armored vehicle equipped with a quadruple anti-aircraft missile launcher had come to a halt. Its onboard radar antenna spun rapidly, locking onto the dark target in the sky. Reporting to command center. The operator's voice inside the combat vehicle was calm and steady. Target acquired. Requesting fire authorization. Inside the command vehicle, the square-jawed man stared at the drone trapped within the crosshairs on the screen, equally stunned. The intelligence from higher-ups indicated this suspected foreign spy drone possessed capabilities far exceeding current understanding. He must destroy it completely with decisive force. Fire. Without hesitation, he issued the order immediately. The operator's finger pressed the red launch button. But at that very moment, beep. Detecting high-frequency, high-intensity lock on radar waves. Threat level, critical. Beep. Activating silent roar active electromagnetic interference system. Beep. Performing reverse spectrum suppression on the locked radar signal source. A series of cold electronic beeps flashed through the interior of the Phoenix Wing drone. Meanwhile, a terrifying scene unfolded inside the military armored vehicle. The fire control radar screen before the operator suddenly erupted in a blinding burst of static. Immediately afterward, the entire radar display began violently distorting and trembling. The crosshairs, which had been locked onto the target with iron precision, now drifted wildly as if drunk. What the hell is happening? Reporting to command. Our radar is under intense electromagnetic interference. The auto-lock system is down. Unable to lock target, the operator bellowed in terror. Their system was built to the highest military-grade anti-interference standards. Unless it was a war-level EMP strike, it simply couldn't be jammed like this. Could that tiny drone really be emitting a strategic-grade electromagnetic pulse? What the hell is happening? The square-jawed man roared over the communication channel. Sir, our radar is down. The auto-lock system is completely disabled. From another backup interceptor 3 kilometers away came the same panicked report. Sir. Me too. Absolutely no lock. The military's most advanced low-altitude defense system had instantly gone blind in the face of the target. This made the square-jawed man realize the gravity of the situation, but his extensive combat experience prompted him to immediately issue backup orders. Abandon system lock on. Switch to manual control. Use optical targeting. Shoot it down. I refuse to believe it can evade the naked eye. Yes, sir. The operator instantly abandoned the malfunctioning electronics, pressed his eyes to the optical sight, and began manually maneuvering the turret with his experience and skill, determined to erase that black specter from the sky once and for all. Chapter 14, Missile Malfunction? All 3 operators of the anti-aircraft missile vehicles pressed their eyes tightly against the optical sights, frantically manipulating the joysticks in an attempt to lock the crosshairs onto the black specter, performing frenzied maneuvers in the sky. The Phoenix Wing was moving too fast, its flight path utterly unpredictable. Manual targeting proved far more difficult than anyone could have imagined. Damn it! Can't keep up. Too slippery. It's like an eel. Fortunately, all 3 operators were seasoned veterans. After several tense moments of anticipatory adjustments, they finally caught a fleeting firing window almost simultaneously. Fire! 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 Almost simultaneously, 3 Falcon 6 low-altitude air defense missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, streaked toward the airborne Fang drone like 3 sharp swords. But just as the missiles were about to strike their target, the Phoenix Wing once again executed a maneuver defying the laws of physics. It folded and rolled through the air at an utterly bizarre angle, narrowly evading the missile's lethal strikes. Yet the real nightmare had only just begun. Having lost their primary target, the missiles did not self-destruct immediately. Their built-in micro-tracking devices, disrupted by the Phoenix Wing's electromagnetic interference, had become completely chaotic. They began flying aimlessly through the air, like 3 stray dogs that had lost their master, ready to attack anyone at any moment. We're in deep trouble. The missiles are out of control. How? I clearly locked on just now. The hearts of the 3 operators instantly plummeted to the depths of despair. Not just them, every soldier, police officer, and innocent civilian on the ground who witnessed this scene plunged into utter panic. Run for your lives. Run for your lives. Missile incoming. Missile incoming. We're done for. If we get hit by that, we're toast. In an instant, the entire highway erupted with screams as order collapsed completely. Some vehicles even made desperate U-turns on the highway, frantically trying to escape. The school administrators who had been chasing them all the way from Blue Harbor Experimental Middle School were now pale with fear. Without a word, they turned their vehicles around and fled. They came to assign blame, not to risk their lives. Inside the military command vehicle, the square-jawed colonel's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing an unmistakable shock and a hint of panic for the first time. 3 out-of-control anti-aircraft missiles. On this highway packed with thousands of people. If even one missile detonated among the crowd, he dared not imagine the horrific casualties it would cause. His own dismissal was a minor matter compared to the loss of so many precious lives. The deputy director of the municipal bureau, disregarding the rank difference, rushed over to the square-jawed man, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling. "Sir! Commander! What should we do now?" The square-jawed man furrowed his brow. Though the situation was dire, his extensive experience told him a decision must be made immediately. But just as he prepared to speak and issue the emergency interception order, the situation on the ground underwent another earth-shattering reversal. The 3 missiles, which had been wildly streaking through the sky, suddenly seemed to find new targets. They abruptly changed course, locking onto the densest crowd area in the rear and hurtling straight toward it. "The missiles are locking onto the crowd. We're done for. They're heading straight for us. Everyone, run. Run now. Disperse. Spread out. Don't crowd together." At that very moment, it wasn't just the crowd that was thrown into chaos, even the millions watching the livestream had their hearts in their throats. The entire screen was flooded with desperate cries of despair and terror. "No! Holy crap! Is this a major disaster? It's over! It's over! The missile is going to hit civilians! This is a huge deal! What can we do? Can it be intercepted? Too late! Look at that missile speed! Even if the military fires, it's too late to detonate it. And whether rifle bullets can even detonate a missile is questionable. It's over! I can't watch this! Now the whole world will know!" In the livestream chat, countless comments flew by like crazy. Everyone held their breath, watching the impending tragedy unfold in disbelief. In those highly classified conference rooms, every leader's heart sank. They knew that once the disaster struck, it would be a political catastrophe beyond repair. At that very moment, directly in the missile's flight path, a seemingly brand new domestic family sedan bore the brunt of the impact. Inside sat a young couple and their 8-year-old daughter. It was their brand new car, purchased just recently. To celebrate, the family was embarking on their first long-distance road trip. They hadn't joined the crowd, instead staying safely parked in the emergency lane, cooperating with police evacuations. Yet disaster struck them without warning. "Daddy, I'm scared." From the back seat, the little girl sensed her parents' tension and spoke in a voice trembling with tears. The man jolted awake. Staring at the 3 deathly lights closing in through the rearview mirror, his mind went blank. Still, he turned back and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Don't be afraid. Daddy's here." The next second, without hesitation, he spread his arms wide, shielding his wife beside him and his daughter in the back seat with his own body. Behind him, 3 missiles screeched toward them, trailing death in their wake. Boom! 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 Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the bloody scene. The deafening explosions echoed across the sky. Tragedy seemed to have unfolded. Yet, the expected sky-scorching flames and flying flesh did not materialize. After the blast, everyone opened their eyes in stunned disbelief. What they witnessed was a scene they would never forget. Directly above the family sedan, the black, demon-like drone had somehow returned. Its 6 rotors spun at breakneck speed, forming a solid barrier of air visible to the naked eye. Its body now shimmered with a faint, visible, ghostly blue energy shield. The 3 anti-aircraft missiles, powerful enough to obliterate a tank, slammed directly into that energy shield. The blinding flashes and shockwaves of the explosions were perfectly contained by that seemingly fragile shield, not a single speck escaping downward. The Phoenix Wing drone, like a savior, used its own body to bear all the damage for that innocent family. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, its black armor remained as smooth and flawless as ever, not a single scratch in sight. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Did I see that right? That drone saved them? Wasn't it supposed to escape? Why did it come back? It could have just left them. Why did it come back to save them? Everyone present felt bewildered, stunned, and even a hint of shame. In the livestream chat, after a brief, deathly silence, the comments exploded like a volcanic eruption unlike anything ever seen before. Holy hero! This is a true hero, damn it! I'm crying. I'm a grown man, and I'm crying. Why did it come back? I take back everything I said about it. It's not a monster. It's a guardian spirit. The military wants to kill it, yet it's protecting the people. This irony is too much. Damn it! Even the square-jawed colonel stared at the footage streaming back on the screen, his heart filled with mixed emotions. One question echoed relentlessly in his mind. Could this decision have been a mistake? Chapter 15, Fang Yu's identity. Smoke and dust swirled thickly, obscuring the small patch of sky. Yet all could see a segment of sci-fi-inspired black armor, still glowing with faint blue energy, piercing through the haze and hovering mid-air. It was the drone. Everyone was bewildered. Why had this drone returned, positioning itself in front of that family sedan to absorb 3 potentially lethal missiles? At that moment, the drone emitted a sound. Its cold, synthetic voice boomed through the loudspeaker across the silent highway, this time carrying a solemn, almost sacred gravity. Beep beep beep. Non-hostile human lifeforms detected nearby under attack. Identification complete. Initiating highest priority protocol, Protocol 3 Protect Humanity. This protocol was personally encoded into the core system by the highest authority user Fang Yu. It takes precedence over all self-preservation commands and must be obeyed. 2 faint blue lights flashed rapidly on the body of the Phoenix wing drone, pulsing like a resolute heartbeat. After a dozen seconds, they gradually dimmed, returning to its normal hovering posture. Its series of declarations left everyone present utterly stunned. Protocol 3? Protect humanity? What? That student Fang Yu actually anticipated this scenario from the very beginning? Unbelievable. This is a true genius. At that moment, everyone present was deeply moved, many even feeling so touched they were on the verge of tears. This drone, which had never harmed a single innocent soul, had been hunted down like a monster. In the end, at the most perilous moment, it was this very drone that stepped forward to protect humanity. And behind it all lay its young creator, Fang Yu. The square-jawed colonel watched the scene unfold, his expression numb. He knew full well that if this drone hadn't intervened just now, he would have caused an unimaginable catastrophe. A massacre of thousands would have meant far more than mere dismissal. The entire theater of operations would have borne an indelible stain of shame. It was this very drone, the one he had ordered destroyed, that had saved him and everyone present. Just then, 3 missile vehicle operators approached the square-jawed officer. Their gazes fixed on the dark silhouette in the sky, their expressions complex. Shame, awe, shock, a whirlwind of emotions. Attention! The square-jawed colonel suddenly drew a deep breath and bellowed with all his might, "Salute it!" With that, he snapped into a military step and rendered a perfectly executed salute toward the tiny drone in the sky. The 3 operators beside him, along with every soldier present behind them, followed suit without hesitation, saluting in perfect unison. At that moment, every citizen present and tens of millions of viewers watching the livestream felt their scalps tingle. A soldier saluting a machine. The scene carried an indescribable impact. The square-jawed man stared at the drone, his heart filled with mixed emotions. A creation capable of proactively protecting humanity, he could no longer believe its masters would ever harm the people. Meanwhile, the deputy chief of the municipal bureau witnessed the scene and murmured to himself with a complex expression. Perhaps we were wrong from the very beginning. In the livestream, when all viewers saw the PLA soldiers voluntarily salute the drone, the chat exploded with comments. Salute! 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 Holy crap, I'm crying. I actually cried seeing this. What incredible character and responsibility. This is what our soldiers are all about. Admitting mistakes. Paying respect. So cool. The drone protected the people, and the soldiers saluted it. Fang Yu, you've created a miracle. For this Protocol 3 alone, I'm a Fang Yu superfan for life. This is the true embodiment of a great hero dedicated to country and people. The livestream's chat flooded with nothing but salute. Watching the livestream now weren't just ordinary citizens across the nation. Provincial leaders and even the highest echelons in the capital were glued to the broadcast. When they witnessed the drone stepping forward to intercept 3 missiles head-on, they were profoundly shaken. A machine understood the meaning of protection better than some people. Meanwhile, in the provincial high-level meeting room, the top leader, Zhang Ji, stared at the projection screen with a complex expression. For the first time, his conviction about the foreign forces began to waver. Just then, the conference room door swung open. A secretary-like figure rushed in, holding a document. Comrade Zhang, the secretary's voice trembled with excitement. We found it. We found Fang Yu's background. Zhang Ji watched the secretary's flustered state and slowly furrowed his brow. What's the panic? Could it be that this Fang Yu is indeed a foreign spy, just as I suspected? No. Not at all. The secretary shook her head frantically, thrusting the documents forward. Sir, I followed your instructions and investigated every aspect of Fang Yu's background. He's never left the country since childhood, his social connections are simple and clean, absolutely no suspicious activity. Then what did you discover? Zhang Ji snapped impatiently. This question made the secretary's face flush with even greater excitement, tinged with a hint of ecstasy. Sir, while investigating Fang Yu's family background, I uncovered something extremely significant. Fang Yu's father is Fang Jiyuan. Fang Jiyuan? Zhang Ji murmured the name, recognizing it vaguely but unable to place it immediately. Yet in the conference room, a leader from the technology department gasped in shock. Fang Jiyuan? You mean Professor Fang Jiyuan from HIT's School of Aerospace Engineering? Yes. That's him. The secretary nodded emphatically. Professor Fang was once one of Harvard University's youngest tenured professors. He's a world-renowned expert in artificial intelligence and new materials. But 3 years ago, he resolutely abandoned all the generous benefits at Harvard, weathered immense pressure, and brought all his core research achievements back to China alone. And now, he's conducting research right here at our Lunka Institute. Boom! These words exploded like a thunderclap throughout the conference room. Every leader present was stunned. A top patriotic scientist who had resolutely abandoned everything abroad for his country, how could his son possibly be a pawn of foreign forces? Zhang Ji felt his mind go blank with a sudden buzzing sensation. He recalled how, 3 years ago, the higher-ups had spared no effort to persuade Professor Fang Yu to return to China. He himself had personally approved the relevant documents. So you're saying? Zhang Ji's voice cracked, this drone was likely developed by Professor Fang Yu and his son together. No! The secretary cut him off again, his voice brimming with unmasked excitement. Pointing at the screen, he spoke with near reverence. According to the urgent feedback we just received from the Lunka Institute, Professor Fang Yu knew absolutely nothing about his son's little invention. This drone was entirely, single-handedly crafted by this 17-year-old boy himself. Chapter 16, What? Grandpa Fang Yu committed treason? After that breathtaking rescue mission, the atmosphere in the provincial high-level meeting room shifted subtly. The highest-ranking leader, Old Zhang, stared at the holographic display showing the black drone hovering silently, protecting the innocent citizens below. The anger previously fueled by foreign forces had long been replaced by profound awe and a hint of emotion. Like father, like son. Old Zhang sighed, his thoughts drifting to Fang Yu, the scientist who had resolutely returned to his homeland. With such a father willing to dedicate himself to the nation, it's no wonder he could raise such a brilliant son. Just then, a young man from the State Security Department abruptly strode into the conference room, his expression grave as he reported. Mr. Zhang, distinguished leaders, we have a new discovery. Regarding Fang Yu's grandfather, we've uncovered a file classified as permanently top secret. The records indicate he has a prison record for colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. What? The entire room erupted in shock. Even old Zhang was puzzled. How could the father of a patriotic scientist have such a stain on his history? But the stakes were too high. Without hesitation, he immediately granted the young man full access. Retrieve that file immediately. I demand the full truth. Yes, sir. When the yellowed file, sealed away for over half a century, appeared on the large screen in digital form, everyone held their breath. The files were declassified, and the truth was laid bare. Fang Yu's grandfather, Fang Wenba, had indeed served time in prison. But in that turbulent era, the dragon he had contacts with was the true dragon. He had defected from the corrupt old regime. Outwardly, he was a patriotic businessman wielding immense influence overseas. Yet in secret, he repeatedly risked his life, breaking through layer upon layer of blockade. For the revolutionary forebears fighting fiercely under harsh conditions, he smuggled back from overseas box after box of life-saving medicine more precious than gold penicillin. For this, the corrupt regime branded him a red element, throwing him in jail and subjecting him to brutal torture. This so-called evidence of guilt was clearly a supreme medal of honor, forged with blood and faith. Reading the harrowing accounts in the files, all the leaders present fell silent. They seemed to witness a solitary merchant dancing on the edge of a knife, using his wealth and life to kindle a faint glimmer of dawn for this nation. So Fang Yu is the descendant of such a hero. The Fang family truly is a lineage of loyal martyrs. Old Zhang's eyes grew moist. He rose to his feet and bowed deeply before the salute photo displayed on the screen. The others rose as well, their expressions solemn. Notify the front lines immediately. Old Zhang's voice trembled with emotion. Everyone cease all hostile actions against that drone. On the contrary, we must escort it. Provide full protection until it finds its owner. On the expressway of Langang City, as the command center's orders were issued, a scene etched into memory unfolded. The Phoenix Wing drone flew steadily ahead, flanked by over a dozen imposing armored vehicles. Like loyal knights, they rode side by side, their roofs crowded with soldiers armed to the teeth, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Behind it stretched an endless convoy of police vehicles. High above the entire formation, 3 WZ-10 attack helicopters circled in a triangular formation, soaring like falcons to provide aerial escort. This scene, broadcast live, stunned the entire nation. Holy crap! What kind of treatment is this? A royal procession? I'd call this the phoenix returning to its nest. This is way too impressive. From public enemy to national hero, all it took was one selfless act to save a life. So inspiring. This is the true face of our nation. Heroes deserve the highest honors. Under the gaze of millions and escorted by the military, the Phoenix Wing drone swiftly departed the highway and entered the urban district of Blue Harbor City. Military forces swiftly cordoned off surrounding streets, clearing its final stretch of the journey. Finally, under the glare of countless cameras, the Phoenix Wing gradually slowed and hovered before a window of the inpatient building at Lanjiang Central Hospital. Beep beep beep. Authorized user Fang Yu location reached. Mission complete. The square-jawed colonel did not order the drone to break through barriers. Instead, he personally led a squad of soldiers into the hospital building with mixed emotions. Guided by doctors and nurses who watched in astonishment and uncertainty, they reached Fang Yu's hospital room. Pushing open the door, they saw a slender youth quietly slumped over the desk beside the hospital bed, seemingly asleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a translucent glow over his pale cheeks. Fang Yu, the square-jawed colonel, called out cautiously. The youth showed no response. The major stepped forward and gently nudged him. Unexpectedly, the boy's body tilted sideways, nearly sliding off the chair. The major acted swiftly, catching him before he fell. But in the next instant, his expression changed. This kid wasn't asleep at all, he'd passed out completely. The group frantically carried Fang Yu to a hospital bed, where doctors swiftly began examining him. Meanwhile, old Zhang and the other leaders hurriedly arrived at the scene. The hospital's diagnosis came back swiftly. Student Fang Yu had simply pushed his mental and physical endurance to the absolute limit through days of relentless, high-intensity brainwork without proper rest. This had plunged him into a deep coma. There was no immediate danger to his life. With proper rest and nutritional support, he would regain consciousness soon. Upon hearing this news, all the leaders present breathed a long sigh of relief. "Sir, we found this on Fang Yu's desk in his hospital room." A soldier solemnly handed a stack of blueprints, still warm to the touch, into old Zhang's hands. The square-faced colonel beside him also leaned in curiously. The moment the two unfolded the stack of blueprints, they were struck dumb with shock. It was a complete, meticulously detailed master-design blueprint for the Phoenix wing drone. This is. Too stunned for words, the square-jawed colonel snatched the documents and examined them closely, his voice trembling. How could it be this detailed? Every component's specifications, every module's bearing model, and even the molecular structure and synthesis pathways of the core materials are annotated in detail? He couldn't comprehend it. Fang Yu had already built this drone. As for its manufacturing process, Fang Yu himself should have it memorized by now. There was absolutely no need for him to draw up such a blueprint that rivaled a product manual. Moreover, judging by the fresh ink traces on the paper, it was clear this document had been feverishly completed by Fang Yu just moments before he fell into a coma. Such meticulous blueprints could only mean one thing. That is, from the very beginning, this young man never intended to keep this technology for himself. He risked his life, pushing himself to the point of unconsciousness, solely to ensure that once the drone was unveiled, this complete blueprint capable of enabling the nation to immediately replicate and mass-produce this super technology would be delivered into the hands of the state. Fang Yu. At that moment, the square-jawed colonel and old Zhang gazed at the pale-faced youth in the hospital bed. Their eyes brimmed with awe, admiration, and profound emotion beyond words. This 17-year-old boy, acting entirely on his own, had presented the nation with a gift capable of reshaping the world order. Chapter 17, Our Project is Saved. Old Zhang's heart was filled with mixed emotions, both relief and shame. Fang Yu had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, continuing to sketch this priceless blueprint for the nation even in the final moments before losing consciousness. And here he was, having once suspected the boy of being a pawn of foreign forces. Old Zhang felt his face burn with embarrassment, utterly ashamed. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hospital room door. Old Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. Student Fang Yu had fallen unconscious due to extreme exhaustion and now required absolute rest. He had personally instructed the hospital to maintain absolute silence on the floor where Fang Yu was staying. The current cacophony of arguments outside was deeply displeasing to him. He pushed open the door to find a group of middle-aged men in suits, usually refined and scholarly, now bickering like market vendors in the hallway outside the ward, their faces flushed red. Why should Fang Yu go to your Jingzhou University? Our Tsinghua's engineering, physics and aerospace programs are ranked #1 nationwide. They're the perfect fit for him. Oldly, that's not fair. Our Jingzhou University's Turing Class and Artificial Intelligence Research Institute are the places where Fang Yu's talents can truly flourish. Get out! Get out! Get out! You two are nothing but bullies in your own backyard. How dare you compete with us from manga University for this talent? We are the cradle of engineers, shouted a principal who appeared rather straightforward. It turned out these lofty figures were all admissions directors or even presidents themselves from China's most prestigious universities. After that earth-shattering nationwide broadcast, every prestigious university now knew that Lanjiang City had produced a prodigy like Fang Yu, a godlike prodigy. This wasn't just recruiting students, it was a battle for national prestige. How could they not go mad? If Fang Yu agrees to join Hanwu University, we will not only waive all tuition and fees, but also provide a one-time research grant of 1 million yuan. Only 1 million? Are you trying to send him away like a beggar? Our Ma Gong University will offer 3 million. Tsinghua University offers 5 million. Plus a fully equipped, independent national key laboratory. Jingzhou University will build him an entire building, named after him if he wants. The presidents of the nation's two most prestigious universities had completely shed their usual refined facades. Their eyes blazing red, they bidded like rivals at an auction, nearly ready to come to blows on the spot. In the live stream chat, millions of viewers still watching the event flooded the screen with comments. Holy crap, the talent war has spilled into hospitals? This is insane. Are the presidents of Jingzhou and Tsinghua about to start a Mortal Kombat match? This is hilarious. 5 million. An entire building. Is this how they treat national treasure level geniuses? I'm jealous, seriously jealous. Watching this unfold, old Zhang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and clear his throat. Both principals were old acquaintances to him. He stepped forward and urged, "Principals, teachers, I understand your feelings. But Fang Yu is still unconscious. I'm afraid we won't be able to see him anytime soon." "No problem. I can wait," Principal Tsinghua declared immediately. "Our Jingzhou University admissions team will be staying right here in this hospital today." Principal Jingdu was equally unyielding. Just then, the chief of public security for Langang City approached, looking troubled as he reported to Elder Zhang. "Sir, earlier at Times Square, that Phoenix Wing drone caused over 1,000 drones from Dejiang Corporation to crash, resulting in direct economic losses of tens of millions." Dejiang Corporation. Before he could finish, the president of Tsinghua University waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. What's a few tens of millions? Huaqing University will cover it for student Fang Yu." Hearing this, the Kyoto University president erupted in anger. "Oldly, don't steal the spotlight. Kyoto University will contribute 100 million. 50 million for compensation, and 50 million is pocket money for Fang Yu. Huaqing University will contribute 200 million. In the end, the matter was temporarily settled only through the strong intervention of old Zhang. The presidents of the 911 and 285 universities, realizing they stood no chance, could only leave grudgingly. Meanwhile, the presidents of Tsinghua and Kyoto University actually took up residence in the hospital guesthouse, adopting a stance that suggested they were prepared for a protracted battle and would not relent until their objectives were achieved. Meanwhile, at a highly classified aviation equipment research institute in the Eastern Theater Command, the square-jawed colonel rushed back at top speed, carrying those invaluable blueprints. At the very center of the institute, a large unmanned aerial vehicle prototype over 10 meters in wingspan and radiating streamlined elegance hung silently in the hangar. This was the Eastern Theater Command's Sanglong project, a next-generation high-altitude, high-speed strategic reconnaissance UAV developed over 3 years by assembling countless top experts. "How's the flight speed?" Chief Designer Li frowned as he studied the test data. An engineer who had just emerged from the simulation chamber removed his helmet and shook his head helplessly. "No luck, Engineer Li. The maximum speed is still capped at Mach 2.2. We can't break through it." "What about the materials? Is the new batch of composites still inadequate?" pressed the middle-aged engineer known as Engineer Li. The engineer sighed. "I'm afraid not, Engineer Li. The drone's structural integrity and aerodynamic heating are critical. If the armor is too thin, it won't withstand even a bird strike at high speeds, let alone missiles. But thickening it increases weight and drag, inevitably reducing speed." Director Li shook his head wearily. The development of the Sanglong project had reached a bottleneck. This wasn't due to flaws in their design, but rather limitations imposed by current technological capabilities, particularly in materials science and energy technology. Achieving both hypersonic penetration capabilities and sufficient battlefield survivability in a single drone was like trying to have your cake and eat it too. Within the existing technological framework, it was simply impossible to have both. It could be said that the path toward large-scale high-speed drones had reached a temporary dead end for Dragon Nation. "Of course, it's not entirely impossible to break through," the engineer said with a wry smile, "unless a new material emerges. One that combines the hardness and high-temperature resistance of superalloys with the lightweight properties of carbon fiber." But how could such a material, existing only in science fiction, ever become a reality? Exactly. If such a material truly existed, using it in drones would be a waste of its potential. It should be reserved for 5th generation, or even 6th generation fighter jets and spaceplanes. Another expert shrugged helplessly. Director Li sighed deeply, his heart filled with reluctance. With only half a year left before the deadline set by higher-ups, if no breakthrough progress was made, the Sanglong project, which had consumed countless national resources, would inevitably be declared a failure. But at this point, there seemed to be no other way. Just as Director Li turned to head to his office to draft the interim failure report he dreaded most, an older researcher, accompanied by a square-jawed colonel, burst in frantically holding a document. "Engineer Li! Engineer Li! Look! Look at this! Our project, it's saved! Chapter 18, who developed this? A genius!" Li Zhenhua shot a glance at his flustered chief researcher, his brow furrowing slightly. Old Xian was no spring chicken himself, a seasoned expert at the institute. Why did he lose his composure so easily at the slightest setback? "Take a look at this, Engineer Li." Old Xian practically shoved a document into Li Zhenhua's arms. Li Zhenhua took it with a frown. On the cover, bold black letters proclaimed, "Blueprint for the next generation high-altitude, high-speed UAV." Reading those words, Li Zhenhua's frown deepened. Over the past 3 years as chief designer of the Tsanglong project, he'd received dozens of such cryptic, so-called disruptive design proposals every week. Because this drone upgrade mission was personally ordered by the highest authorities, it mobilized an extraordinary number of units and personnel. Not only were dozens of top experts present, but professors of aerospace engineering from major universities nationwide, even those specializing in materials science and fluid dynamics, were contributing ideas to this initiative. Some were highly enthusiastic, constantly proposing wildly imaginative ideas. But to be honest, Li Zhenhua thought these academic professors, while deeply knowledgeable, knew very little about cutting-edge military equipment. The blueprint proposals they submitted often overlooked the most critical engineering implementation challenges, each one more absurd than the last. They were nothing but self-indulgent fantasies from the ivory tower. Not a single one of these proposals was usable, pure theoretical garbage. They weren't even as reliable as the hard-won experience distilled from countless failures by the frontline experts present. Therefore, when Li Zhenhua saw this blueprint, his first thought was, which professor from which university came up with this useless proposal out of sheer boredom? Project Azure Dragon has hit a bottleneck and is preparing to request an extension. There's no need to review these proposals from outside professors. Just toss them wherever they came from. Without a glance, Li Zhenhua shoved the document back into Lao Qian's arms. Old Qian's face flashed with alarm and urgency as he hurriedly protested. Engineerly. This blueprint wasn't submitted by some outside university professor, it's from Colonel Fang, who just arrived. Major General Fang? Li Zhenhua was startled. This Colonel Fang was none other than Fang Jiangwo, the square-jawed military officer who had just rushed back from the front lines in Langyang City. He was the chief supervisor of the Tsanglong project, dispatched by the Eastern Theater Command with full authority. It could be said that regardless of whether this project succeeded or failed, Fang Jiangwo's final approval was required before it could be reported to the Theater Command headquarters. How could a purely military leader provide technical blueprint proposals? Li Zhenhua was utterly perplexed. He had engaged in in-depth discussions with Fang Jiangwo before. It could only be said that Commander Fang was a master of strategic command, but when it came to aeronautical engineering, he was completely out of his depth. While he understood the basic construction of existing drones, expecting him to upgrade and iterate upon current technology to create more advanced drones was utterly impossible. Fang Jiangwo's technical expertise was undoubtedly below his own. The blueprint he presented didn't even warrant a glance. It could be dismissed outright as the scribbles of an amateur. Still, Major Fang was, after all, his direct superior. To toss aside the blueprints he'd presented with good intentions without even a glance would be somewhat disrespectful. So, suppressing his irritation, Li Zhenhua symbolically flipped open the first page of the blueprint, intending to glance at it briefly before quickly closing it and finding an excuse to send the man away. But who could have guessed that this casual glance would pull him in completely? Wait. The first page of the proposal boldly displayed a complete, unfamiliar drone design. Unlike traditional drones with their bulky fuselages and massive wings, this design featured a flat, angular rhombus shape with a remarkably small wingspan. It resembled a sci-fi starfighter more than a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a child's toy design blueprint, leaving Li Zhenhua almost speechless with a mix of amusement and exasperation. But as he delved deeper into the densely packed annotations and data, he discovered a near miraculous ingenuity within. Eliminating vertical tails and canards, adopting integrated flight control surfaces, how could this maintain high-speed stability? Its attack method is... Wait. This is a miniaturized electromagnetic railgun? They've completely eliminated gunpowder propulsion? With this energy density. How did they achieve this? Cruising speed, at least Mach 1.5? Is this even a speed a drone should have? And this structure, seamless, ingeniously crafted. Not a single inch of wasted space. Every cubic millimeter utilized to its absolute limit. This material. Is this a brand new triple composite with ultra-high strength, extreme heat resistance, and ultra-low density? This synthesis pathway. Holy crap! Fusing 3 known materials through lattice reconstruction actually yields a material this strong and this light? How did I not think of this? Genius. This is genius that transcends eras. The more Li Zhenhua studied it, the more engrossed he became, his hand trembling violently with excitement as he held the blueprint. This blueprint delivered a sudden, enlightening flash of inspiration. It was like a key, instantly unlocking all the shackles in his mind that had been locked by existing technology. It wasn't just Li Zhenhua. All the experts around him, busy at their respective stations, heard the chief designer's repeated, uncharacteristically startled exclamations. They all stopped what they were doing and gathered around, eager to see what had happened. As they studied the blueprint together, gasps of astonishment and incredulous exclamations rippled through the entire research institute. We've been wrong from the start. We've been trying to add to the existing framework, but this design, it redefines drones from a higher dimensional perspective. Who designed this blueprint? It's pure genius. Cruising speed of Mach 1.5? That's the speed of a typical 5th-generation fighter. Is this real? With this material strength, if applied to fighter jets, our Air Force could leapfrog the world by 2 decades. After every expert finished reading the first page, their faces were etched with a mix of frenzied awe and utter shock. A single thought crystallized in their minds. This proposal is absolutely feasible. It points the way to the future the right way. A genius concept. Li Genoa looked up at Fang Yu in disbelief. Colonel Fang, this blueprint, is it truly yours? Could it be that Major General Fang had been deceiving himself all along? Was he actually a master engineer of the highest caliber, his true abilities hidden all this time? Immediately, Li Genoa shook his head. Impossible. He knew Major General Fang's background well. There was no way he could be so exceptionally skilled in aeronautical engineering. The blueprint must have been drawn by someone else. Follow me. Immediately, dozens of top experts with an average age exceeding 50 rushed into Fang Yu's temporary office under Li Genoa's lead, like a group of eager students seeking answers. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back by the window, as if he had anticipated their arrival all along. Major Fang, Li Genoa cut straight to the point, who designed this blueprint? This matter is of the utmost importance. The person capable of designing this blueprint is definitely no ordinary individual. As Li Genoa spoke, a sudden realization dawned on him, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Could it be the work of a sister unit from another theater, or perhaps a project from the Aviation Industry Corporation? The military-industrial complex was full of hidden talents. What he couldn't achieve, others might very well accomplish. This blueprint could very well have leaked from a sister unit responsible for fighter jet development. Fang Yu, standing with his back to the group, replied calmly, "You're wrong. Not a sister unit?" Li Genoa was startled, but quickly accepted the answer. He, Li Genoa, had dedicated decades to drone research. From the previous generation of drones onward, every upgrade and iteration bore his mark. Without exaggeration, he and his team represented the pinnacle of Longwa's capabilities in large military UAV technology. The senior experts from other units were at best on par with him, all equally stymied by the bottlenecks in materials science and energy technology. But soon, another possibility crossed Li Genoa's mind. Could it be the latest research leaked from the Eagle's side? He considered that the Eagle Nation wasn't beyond such a move. As the world's leading technological powerhouse, it wouldn't be surprising if their classified projects contained breakthroughs far ahead of their time. But if this blueprint truly originated from Eagle Land, it wouldn't bode well for Dragon Nation. Yet Fang Yu, upon hearing this, merely shook his head indifferently. This left the group of gray-haired senior experts utterly flustered. It wasn't domestically developed, nor was it leaked from abroad. So where on earth did this miraculous blueprint come from? Colonel Fang, please tell us already. Don't keep us in suspense. That's right, Commander Fang. Who designed this blueprint? Tell us so we can pay our respects to this master in person. At that moment, Fang Yu slowly turned around. Facing this group of national treasure-level experts, he spoke in a voice that was utterly calm yet earth-shattering. This was developed by a high school student in our country. Chapter 19, a high school student? You're kidding me? Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Dozens of experts standing at the pinnacle of Longwa's aerospace field exchanged bewildered glances, each forehead seemingly bearing a colossal question mark. Chief designer Li Genoa was momentarily taken aback, but then his tense expression relaxed. He laughed heartily. So it was invented by a highly gifted prodigy. Truly, heroes emerge from youth since ancient times, and the new generation pushes the old forward. Looks like us old-timers really can't keep up with the trends of today's youth. Li Genoa chuckled, turning with satisfaction to share his delight with the other experts behind him. What surprised him, however, was that the gray-haired old comrades behind him all looked rather grim, their mouths twitching, utterly unable to smile. But Li Genoa was in high spirits and didn't dwell on it. He continued questioning Fang Yu. Which university sent this prodigy? Is it from Manhwa University? Or perhaps a doctoral student from Tsinghua or Jingzhou University? Fang Yu had spoken rather quickly earlier, and Li Genoa had subconsciously misheard high school student as high-achieving student. At that moment, old Xian beside him cautiously tugged at his sleeve, whispering in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Engineerly, not a high-achieving student, it's a high school student. Li Genoa shot him an impatient glare and hushed him. What nonsense! What knowledge could a mere high school student possibly have? Forget independently designing a groundbreaking drone, he probably wouldn't even know what those structural lines are for if we asked him to copy our Tsanglong blueprints. How could a high schooler who hasn't even finished advanced math and engineering thermodynamics possibly design blueprints of this caliber? Old Qian, who had been glared at, now timidly fell silent. Not just him, every expert present began seriously questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. Colonel Fang must have said high-achieving student, right? Why did we all hear high school student? But then, Fang Yu's calm words sent shockwaves through the entire research institute, leaving everyone's minds completely frozen. You heard correctly. High school student. An ordinary student currently in his senior year of high school. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Dozens of experts scratched their ears, making sure they weren't collectively hallucinating. It's a high school student. A freaking high schooler. Immediately, an unprecedented shockwave like the Big Bang itself crashed into the minds of every national treasure level expert. What? High school student? How is that even possible? A high schooler drew blueprints integrating metamaterials, new energy sources, and AI flight control? Colonel Fang, this is no laughing matter. Li Jianhua was the first to lose his composure. Pointing at the blueprints in his hands, he exclaimed excitedly. These blueprints are of immense significance. They involve far more than just the drone itself. The breakthroughs in materials science, energy systems, and propulsion technologies could catapult our nation's entire cutting-edge technology sector into an epic leap forward. Exactly, Major Fang. Stop joking with us. Even if a high schooler started learning from the womb, there's no way they could master such a vast and cutting-edge knowledge system. The skepticism of the assembled experts was perfectly understandable. In the eyes of these experts, who had dedicated their entire lives to aerospace research, it wasn't just a mere high school student. Even many university physics professors, in their eyes, possessed only a superficial grasp of applied physics. Delve a little deeper into the subject, and those professors would be utterly lost. Academicians from top institutions possessed vast knowledge reserves, but specialization meant many were ignorant of aerospace engineering, flight control algorithms, or material synthesis. Now Fang Jianhua was telling them that a high school student, a single individual, had bridged countless chasms between theoretical science and applied engineering to directly develop this miraculous blueprint. How could they possibly believe it? Fang Jianhua smiled. I'm not deceiving you. The designer of this blueprint is indeed a high school student named Fang Yu. He is now under the highest level protection of our military region. All information concerning him has been classified as top secret state information. After that live broadcast, the slow-to-react leaders at all levels finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, over a dozen top-level official documents were urgently dispatched to the headquarters of major internet companies and news media outlets. The content was singular: employ every technical means to completely eradicate all video, text, and image information related to that livestream from the entire internet. It was clear, the higher-ups wanted everyone to forget the name Fang Yu as quickly as possible. To achieve this goal, a secret information security task force comprising multiple departments had been established. Their mission was to sow confusion online, suppressing this earth-shattering event into a vague rumor circulating as an urban legend. What a pity! Li Jianhua sighed deeply, his eyes brimming with admiration and longing. True heroes emerge in youth. I genuinely love to see what this young man looks like, someone who, single-handedly, has walked a path that took thousands of our experts decades to traverse. The other experts murmured in agreement, their sighs blending admiration for the prodigy with regret over their own wasted years. Enough of that, Fang Jianhua steered the conversation back. I assume you've all reviewed these blueprints. Given our institute's current equipment and technical capabilities, can we turn the industrial design and material synthesis pathways into reality? Can we actually build such a drone? At this point, Li Jianhua felt a mix of dread and excitement. Because this blueprint was simply too impressive. No, impressive was an understatement, it was more like a Bible. Every single step was annotated with foolproof instructions. Even for the most challenging stage metamaterial synthesis, the blueprint offered step-by-step tutorials detailing every reaction sequence and catalyst ratio. It was as if, starting from the very first grain of sand, it taught you step-by-step how to build a magnificent pyramid. Every time the experts, including Li Jianhua, looked at this blueprint, a profound sense of awe, almost like facing a deity, welled up within them. When studying these blueprints, it felt as though an alien from a higher dimensional civilization stood beside them, personally imparting their advanced technology to the backward inhabitants of Blue Star without reservation. Commander, in the military, there are no empty words. Li Jianhua's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve, all traces of earlier despondency and reluctance vanishing. I can't guarantee 100% that we can build this drone. But these blueprints have paved the way for us, a clear path to Rome. Since Comrade Fang Yu has practically fed us the solution on a silver platter, if we still can't swallow it, every last one of us old-timers should retire on the spot and go home to cuddle our grandchildren. Excellent! Fang Jianhua applauded enthusiastically upon hearing this. This was precisely the indomitable spirit he sought. With that settled, I urge everyone to redouble your efforts and turn the blueprint's national treasures into reality. Right on! We guarantee completion. The experts unanimously pledged their commitment. Then, this group of national treasure-level experts, with an average age exceeding 50, charged back to their respective laboratories and posts as if injected with adrenaline. Li Jianhua immediately ordered that Sunglong prototype the clumsy, laughable machine they'd poured 3 years of effort into to be lowered and tossed into a corner of the hangar. Then, the experts mobilized thousands of the Institute's most elite engineers and workers. Following the blueprint's instructions, they began working around the clock to manufacture an entirely new drone. Starting from the most fundamental steps of raw material purification and synthesis, they progressed to machining components using the Institute's most advanced 5-axis machine tools and 3D metal printers, culminating in the final precision assembly. With all manufacturing equipment and materials readily available and guided by flawless blueprints, the project progressed at an astonishing pace. The Research Institute's production lines operated non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. That day, Fang Yu sat nervously in his office, awaiting news. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Li Genoa burst in, his face aglow with ecstasy, eyes brimming with tears. His voice trembled with excitement. "Colonel Fang! It's ready!" Fang Yu's body jerked as he leapt from his chair, hastily setting aside the documents in his hands. He had estimated it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Yet here it was, the first prototype completed in just 3 short days? This pace far exceeded his expectations. Let's go! Take me to see it now." For a moment, even this battle-hardened iron-blooded soldier, who remained unflappable even when a mountain collapsed before him, felt a surge of unbearable excitement. Chapter 20, Exercise the Composite Battalion Wiped Out? Eastern Theater Command, within the affiliated factory of the Aviation Equipment Research Institute. A matte black aircraft lay motionless on a massive metal platform. Its angular, polygonal armor plating reflected no light under the factory overhead lamps, instead resembling a miniature black hole that seemed to swallow light. White cooling gas occasionally spewed from the armor's seams, like a sleeping steel beast breathing steadily. From any angle, this drone bore no resemblance to any existing aircraft in the Research Institute. It abandoned all traditional aerodynamic surfaces, relying entirely on vector nozzles and 6 peculiar rotors for attitude control. Its overall design radiated a sci-fi aesthetic and brutal beauty. The moment Colonel Fang Yu laid eyes on it, he was utterly captivated. Yes, this was it. Though merely the first prototype built from blueprints, it already radiated the terrifying aura of the Phoenix wing that had stirred up the skies over Blue Harbor City. Hypersonic penetration capability, insane missile-resistant defenses, and that unfathomable electronic warfare capability that instantly crippled thousands of drones. Only such an aerial blade deserves to be called the weapon that will define the next era of warfare. Commander, Chief Designer Li Genoa's voice trembled slightly with excitement. It took us 3 full days and nights to build this prototype. I know this pace is slower than conventional production, but this is our first time working with these entirely new materials and structures. Give us a little more time to familiarize ourselves, and I guarantee we can equip an entire squadron for the Navy and Air Force within a year at most. Fang Yu nodded firmly, yet his thoughts were far removed from production numbers at that moment. For a super drone that seemed almost alien in its technology, its strategic value could never be measured by quantity alone. In the face of such an absolute technological gap, any numerical advantage would be futile. Li Genoa remarked, although this prototype has been developed, it still lacks an official military designation and name. Commander, perhaps we should name it. Fang Yu nodded again. This was indeed a significant matter. However, he had already decided on the name. Since this drone was developed by our classmate Fang Yu, it should bear a name connected to him. Yet, adhering to the highest level of confidentiality for Comrade Fang Yu, the name would need to be modified. Finally, Fang Yu declared, "This drone shall be named Phoenix Cry 1. The name Phoenix Cry carries 2 meanings. First, it draws from the prototype's name Phoenix Wing, signifying continuity. Second, Phoenix Cry over Mount Cheese signifies that its debut will astonish the world like the cry of a phoenix, ushering in a new era for Dragon Nation's aerospace capabilities." Excellent. Li Genoa and the other experts nodded emphatically, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Soon, the designation Phoenix Cry 1 and an emblem of a phoenix poised to take flight were spray-painted onto the drone's fuselage. Are the test data in yet? Fang Yu asked, this being his primary concern. The blueprint clearly stated that Mach 1.5 was merely its cruising speed, certainly not the drone's limit. Regarding armor hardness, Fang Yu also firmly believed that surviving 3 low-altitude anti-aircraft missiles wasn't its physical limit. After all, during the live broadcast, the Phoenix wing showed not a single scratch on its surface. Li Genoa's face flushed slightly as he replied excitedly, "Commander, we haven't begun detailed data analysis yet. We notified you immediately upon completing the prototype. But since you're here today, we can start wind tunnel and strength testing immediately. What do you think?" Fang Yu frowned, deep in thought for a moment. Then, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he suddenly declared, "All right then. There's no need to conduct the tests here. Transport this fuming one immediately to the Northern Theater Command." Ha? Why, Commander? The experts exchanged bewildered glances. This was the prized project they'd painstakingly worked on for 3 sleepless nights in the Eastern Theater Command. Why send it to the Northern Theater Command, which had always been at odds with them? The experts couldn't grasp it, but they understood the delicate dynamics between the 4 major war zones of Dragon Nation brothers and rivals, locked in a healthy competitive balance. Given this dynamic, if the Eastern Theater Command had truly developed such a formidable weapon, Fang Jiangwo should have immediately reported it to higher-ups and then taken this drone to the other military regions for thorough exchange and discussion. Why, instead, had it been gifted directly to the Northern Theater Command? Fang Jiangwo observed the puzzled expressions around him and asked in a solemn tone. If I recall correctly, the Northern Theater Command has recently conducted large-scale joint military exercises with Bear Nation along our northern border, correct? Li Zhenhua's brow furrowed slightly at this remark. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. However, the specifics of the exercises remain highly classified. We don't have detailed information. I've only heard that Bear Nation has developed a new type of warfare technology and deployed it during these exercises. Fang Jiangwo smiled, a smile tinged with coldness. Given that, what better way to test it than to throw Phoenix Cry straight into the real battlefield? Li Zhenhua exclaimed in surprise, Commander, are you suggesting deploying Phoenix Cry to participate in the Northern Theater Command's joint exercises with Bear Nation? Fang Jiangwo nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. I will immediately seek approval from higher command. Your task is solely to prepare the transport aircraft and get it there at top speed. After leaving the factory, Fang Jiangwo immediately reported this bold proposal to the Supreme Command headquarters. Military personnel never cared for flashy simulated data, they preferred real-world combat testing. If this drone was truly formidable, then deploying it to the real battlefield for a test run would reveal everything, wouldn't it? Thus, after a brief yet intense high-level discussion, the higher-ups approved Fang Jiangwo's request. Immediately, a large military transport aircraft took off, carrying the heavily guarded Fuming 1 drone and over 100 elite escort soldiers. Heading north, it flew toward the vast, frozen expanse of the snow-covered frontier. At this very moment, deep within the snow-covered mountains of northern Dragon Nation, a massive underground military base lay hidden. A steel gate as thick as a mountain range slowly swung open, letting in a bitterly cold wind that swept in snowflakes. One military transport vehicle after another, like worker bees returning to their hive, wearily rolled through the gates. The vehicles were packed with soldiers, their faces weathered and dusty. Yet these warriors, usually fierce and vigorous, now hung their heads low, clutching their weapons tightly. Even as the cold steel froze their hands raw, drawing trickles of blood, they clung to their weapons as if grasping the last lifeline, refusing to let go. Some soldiers bore bruises and swollen faces, while others had eyes reddened from holding back tears, their lips pressed tightly together. Across dozens of vehicles, thousands of soldiers sat in utter silence. A suffocatingly oppressive atmosphere hung over the entire convoy. The sentries responsible for opening and closing the gates were slightly startled by the scene. They whispered to each other. Aren't they supposed to be heading to the joint exercises? Why are they back so soon? And, looking at the state of our brothers, something's definitely wrong. Another veteran guard hurriedly shushed him with a finger to his lips. But just then, a young soldier suddenly leaped from one of the transport vehicles. Like a wounded beast, he roared and wept as he lunged toward the gate, ready to break free. What are you doing? Come back. The soldier's squad leader, witnessing the scene, roared angrily. His face streaked with tears, the soldier cried hoarsely. Sergeant! Let me go back. We haven't lost. We haven't lost yet. Just give me one more chance, and I swear I can. The soldier was young, looking barely 20, in the prime of his life. Seeing him nearly beside himself, the squad leader felt his heart wrench in agony. He rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the soldier's shoulders, and comforted him in an equally hoarse voice. Son, I know you gave it your all. This military exercise, we've fallen behind. But remember, you are the future of this nation. As long as that fighting spirit burns within you, it means we will surely win it back someday. The soldier struggled violently against the squad leader's arms. But eventually, even he exhausted his strength, lowering his head to emit only stifled, animalistic sobs and sniffles. On dozens of transport vehicles, every soldier witnessed this scene. They felt it deeply, unable to hold back their emotions. They were the Northern Theater's most elite information-based assault force, equipped with the Dragon Nation's most advanced drones, communication systems, and individual combat gear. Yet just hours earlier, as the exercise commenced, their unit had suffered devastating losses. Their allies, the Bear Nation, had suddenly deployed a weapon during the exercise that was utterly unprecedented and seemingly unbeatable. It was an electronic signal jammer unlike any they had encountered before. The moment it activated, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped in an impenetrable energy field. Their pride and joy, the beta satellite signals, drone remote control signals, and radio communications between individual soldiers. Every single electronic signal was instantly and completely blocked, jammed, and severed. The entire information-based combat system collapsed instantly. The battlefield seemed to have regressed overnight to World War II. Deprived of their information advantage, they were utterly annihilated before the iron torrent of conventional artillery barrages and armored assaults from Bear Nation, utterly defenseless. In less than half an hour of engagement, this elite force was declared completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the enemy suffered almost no casualties. Yes, this was merely a military exercise. But it was also a brutal warning shot fired by Bear Nation, once the world's superpower at the rapidly rising Dragon Nation. And what if this hadn't been a drill? Would any of them survive to return to base? Could the vast mountains and rivers behind them still be protected? Thousands of soldiers, contemplating this, were filled with endless resentment and humiliation. Chapter 21. What's the use of this thing? Deep within the snow-capped mountains at the northernmost tip of Dragon Nation, the atmosphere within the Northern Theater Command's frontline command camp was so thick it felt like frost could crystallize in the air. Report. Spearhead Company 1 Foot encountered saturation artillery fire during the breakthrough and is presumed lost in action. Report. Our Snow Wolf reconnaissance squad deployed for a western flanking maneuver lost all communication 5 minutes ago. All members presumed dead. Report. The swarm of command direct drones lost all signals upon entering the target zone and severed contact with headquarters. Presumed all crashed. A barrage of bad news, like a frigid Siberian cold front, surged through the encrypted communication lines, lashing viciously against the faces of every officer in the command center. Commander Lin Weigua, a lieutenant general, stood silently before the massive electronic sand table, his eyes bloodshot. The gleaming stars on his shoulders felt unbearably heavy at that moment. Ranked equal to Colonel Fang Yu of the Eastern Theater Command, this formidable lion of the northern frontier, renowned for his iron fist and unyielding resolve, could only watch helplessly as the blue dots representing his units on the sand table flickered out one by one. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath of the icy air. In this exercise, he had ultimately underestimated the enemy. He never imagined their ally, Xiong Nation, would actually deploy a game-changing monster, a quantum signal jammer codenamed Silent Ripper. According to Lin Weigua's original plan, this was to be a standard information warfare exercise. First, high-altitude drones would conduct battlefield reconnaissance to gain an intelligence advantage. Then deploy a swarm of drones to deliver the first wave of surgical strikes against enemy critical nodes. Finally, ground armored forces would be deployed. With comprehensive information support, infantry and tanks would coordinate to decisively turn the tide. This was the most refined tactic, rehearsed hundreds of times by the Dragon Nation's military. Longwa had employed this tactic more than once, easily defeating Russian forces 2 or 3 times their size. But what Lin Weigua hadn't anticipated was that the moment the exercise began, the enemy activated their jamming device, which resembled a giant base station, and the entire battlefield instantly reverted to the Stone Age. Any equipment reliant on electromagnetic signals, be it high-speed drones soaring overhead or communication devices on soldiers' helmets, displayed nothing but blinding static on their screens. The Beidou satellite signals were completely blocked, erasing the battlefield's one-way transparency advantage. Their once proud information-based military instantly became blind and deaf. Deprived of their information advantage, they were utterly routed by Bear Nation's pre-positioned, steel-storm-like barrage of conventional artillery and heavy armored assaults, offering almost no resistance. This was no longer a gap in tactics or troop strength. This was a crushing, dimension-lowering technological gap. Lin Weigua felt a stinging heat on his face. When the exercise results reached the Supreme Command, his reputation was utterly ruined. Staring at the relentlessly climbing casualties tally on the command screen, he was consumed by bitter resentment. He had brought 10,000 men to this exercise, all elite heavy mechanized brigade troops from the Northern Theater Command. Yet in less than 3 hours, fewer than 1,000 remained intact. And the enemy? Aside from expending some artillery shells and fuel, their losses were virtually non-existent. Such a casualty ratio was unacceptable to anyone. This time, we've lost. Lin Weigua opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as if he had expended every ounce of strength. Report the final outcome to the exercise command center. I am prepared to accept any punishment. Commander! The generals beside him wore expressions of grief and indignation, unwilling to believe it. But just then, the tent flap was violently torn aside. A communications soldier rushed in, clutching a document, his face flushed with urgency as he reported. Commander! Urgent dispatch from Eastern Theater Command. They just airlifted a piece of equipment to us using a strategic transport aircraft. Lin Weigua looked at him, his expression skeptical. Eastern Theater Command? He had no connections in the Eastern Theater Command, and the 2 major theater commands had always been in a competitive relationship, each minding their own business. What were they sending us at this critical juncture? To rub salt in the wound? Commander, the Eastern Theater Command leadership has already confirmed this with our theater headquarters. The communications soldier's voice trembled with excitement. They say deploying this item to the front lines might turn the tide of our army's current setback. Hearing this, a pebble seemed to ripple through the stagnant waters of Lin Weigua's heart. He snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope finally flickering in his eyes. What is it? Guided by the communications soldier, Lin Weigua stepped out of the warm command tent. Outside, amidst the icy snow, a massive object covered in thermal insulation fabric lay quietly on the open ground. As the guard abruptly tore away the massive cover, Lin Weigua saw the object's true form. It was a drone. A drone, entirely finished in matte black, bristling with sharp polygonal edges, its design radiating a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. This. Lin Weigua's expression darkened instantly. The faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited within him was instantly extinguished. Though he knew he shouldn't voice it, he couldn't help thinking to himself. The current exercise scenario was no longer something that 1 or 2 drones could handle. Our entire drone combat system was nothing but scrap metal in the face of their quantum jammer. Did the Eastern Theater Command send this flashy but useless thing over because they thought I, Lin Weigwa, hadn't been beaten badly enough? He glanced back at the other generals behind him. Though they remained silent, Lin Weigwa could read the disappointment and frustration etched on their faces. They too harbored no hope whatsoever. Commander, is the Eastern Theater Command pulling our leg? Commander, in my opinion, they're just laughing at us. What good is sending a drone at a time like this? Lin Weigwa raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. He knew such words would undermine morale and violate discipline. We still have 1,000 reserves. Lin Weigwa took a deep breath, his voice firm as if issuing an order to himself. Then, let's try again. He pointed at the drone. Use it as a reconnaissance vanguard. Have it infiltrate from the flank at low altitude. The rest of the force follow behind it, ready to provide support. His gaze fell upon the youngest major standing beside him. This operation falls under your command, Wang Li. Yes, sir. Major Wang Li, the newly appointed commander, was visibly flattered by the sudden responsibility. Among all the commanders present, he had the least seniority and the most limited combat experience. This appointment made it clear that Lin Weigwa harbored no hope whatsoever for this so-called last stand. Otherwise, command would never have fallen to a rookie like him. After giving all his instructions, Lin Weigwa turned and returned to his own tent. He had already begun contemplating how he would write that self-criticism report once he got back. Meanwhile, Major Wang Li swiftly assembled the final reserve unit. He prepared to lead that Hope aircraft into the battlefield shrouded in absolute silence, launching the last and perhaps most desperate charge. Meanwhile, in the command tent of the Bear Nation, the atmosphere was relaxed. Oh? Our Dragon Nation friends have deployed forces again? The exercise commander of Xiong Nation, a gray-haired old general with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, sipped his hot coffee with keen interest as he watched the footage transmitted by the drones. Seems our previous engagements haven't quite crushed their pride after all. Let me see what new tricks they've prepared this time. Xiong Kingdom's battlefield surveillance system had long covered the entire exercise area. The moment any movement occurred at the Dragon Nation camp, they would know immediately. Now, real-time footage from the front line streamed in. A dense mass of Dragon Nation soldiers trudged cautiously forward through thick snowdrifts. At the very front of the column, a black, oddly shaped drone skimmed close to the ground, flying at low altitude. A drone? The Bear Nation commanders burst into laughter upon spotting that tiny black speck. Ha ha ha. Am I seeing this correctly? Has Dragon Nation not abandoned their drone tactics yet? Do they think changing the drone shell will let them breach our Silent Ripper shielding force field? Their commander is beyond redemption. Before our quantum jammers, any drone is blind. Seems our lesson wasn't harsh enough. Since they refuse to concede, we'll fight until they do. The old general sneered contemptuously, set down his coffee cup, and issued the order. Order the frontline artillery units to conduct a warning barrage on the target zone. Take down that annoying fly. Soon, the Bear Nation also adjusted the parameters of their artillery positions, preparing once more to greet the Dragon Nation's last reckless unit with steel and fire. Chapter 22, Jammer compromised? How could that be? The night was as black as ink, the cold wind as sharp as a blade. In the joint exercise zone between Dragon Nation and Bear Nation, the vanguard units of both sides finally clashed in the frozen river valley. At the very front of the Bear Nation's formation stood their pride and joy, the armored mechanized infantry brigade. Like a wall of steel, it radiated a cold, murderous aura. At the center of their formation, the massive, altar-like Silent Ripper quantum signal jammer emitted an ominous low-frequency hum. "They're here," murmured the grizzled old general commanding the Bear Nation forces, a smug, confident smile curling his lips. "Activate the Silent Ripper. Let our friends taste what true despair feels like." Aye. At the command, an eerie blue halo ignited atop the colossal device. Buzz. An invisible energy field, undetectable by any instrument, erupted from the device and spread like wildfire across the entire battlefield. Almost simultaneously, within the Northern Theater Command Center of the Dragon Nation, every screen connected to frontline units exploded into a blinding burst of static. Report. Contact lost with Spearhead Squad. Report. All drone swarm signals have been severed. Report. All units on the front lines have lost contact. Lieutenant General Lin Weigwa's heart sank to the bottom. He knew the Bear Nation had played their true trump card. On this battlefield shrouded in absolute silence, his soldiers had instantly become blind and deaf, helpless victims at the mercy of their enemies. As expected, this situation lasted less than 3 minutes. Soon, on the tactical map at the Dragon Nation Command Center, the 1,000 blue dots representing their last 1,000-strong reserve force began to extinguish and vanish at a visible pace. Yet, just as Lin Weigwa prepared to close his eyes and accept this humiliating defeat, a sudden change occurred. The largest screen displaying the overall battlefield situation, after flickering with static for nearly 3 minutes, miraculously restored its clarity. A solitary, bright blue dot suddenly appeared in the previously pitch-black enemy-friendly border zone. What the hell? Lin Weiguo snapped his eyes open, staring intently at the light. Could it be the drone sent from the Eastern Theater Command? But just as a flicker of hope one he himself found absurd began to stir within him, something even more incredible happened. Beep. Detecting high-intensity, wide-area quantum entanglement interference signal. Signal source lot. Performing spectral analysis on the signal. Analyzing. 10%. 50%. 90%. Analysis complete. Identified as 5th generation Silent Ripper Quantum Communication Suppression System. Constructing reverse spectral cascade. Construction complete. Initiating Hegemony Class Information Channel Overlay Protocol. 3, 2, 1. A cold, steady, emotionless electronic voice rang out clearly through an independent, uninterrupted backup channel, echoing every corner of the Dragon Nation Command Center. The voice seemed to emanate from an oracle of another dimension. Immediately afterward, under the nearly frozen stares of Lin Weiguo and all the generals, the main screen erupted. Centered on that blue light point, a visible golden ripple composed of countless data streams suddenly rippled outward. If the interference field unleashed by Bear Nation's Silence Ripper was a shroud of deathly darkness enveloping heaven and earth, then this golden ripple unleashed by the Phoenix Cry drone was the first glimmer of dawn piercing the darkness. Wherever it passed, all snow, all static, all chaotic signals were instantly smoothed, purified, and overlaid. Report. Spearhead Squad's communications restored. Report. The control link for the drone swarm is back online. Report. All frontline units' battlefield data links fully restored. We can see them. We can contact them. Reports of restored communications came in one after another. Lin Weiguo stared at the tactical map, now crystal clear once more, with all friendly unit markers glowing brightly again. His mind went blank. He instinctively grabbed the communicator before him and called out, his voice trembling. Wang Li. Wang Li. Do you read? On the other end of the line, there was a deathly silence that stretched on for tens of seconds. For at that very moment, on the frozen front lines, Major Wang Li and his 1,000 soldiers all prepared to die were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, when they witnessed the Bear Nation activate that massive jammer, despair had engulfed them all. Yet, just as they believed they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrades slaughtered in silence and darkness, the black drone that had been silently flying ahead of them suddenly glowed. A golden wave of data radiated outward from the drone. In an instant, the crackling static in their helmets vanished, and the chaotic snow on their tactical tablets disappeared. Replacing it was the crystal-clear transmission from the rear command center. They were saved? After listening to the frontline soldiers' incoherent accounts, a mix of shock and ecstasy, Lin Weiguo was utterly dumbfounded. This drone, it cracked the Silent Ripper? It wasn't just Lin Weiguo, every senior commander in the command camp stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrifying spell. Meanwhile, in the Bear Nation's command tent, the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere had long since vanished. What's happening? Our interference force field has been counter-suppressed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where are our quantum communications specialists? Get them to explain this to me. What the hell is going on? The veteran general, who had remained seated with unwavering composure, suddenly leapt to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying the utterly baffling spectacle. The weapon he prided himself on, capable of crippling any modern military force, had been neutralized in mere seconds by a single small enemy drone? How could this be? Chapter 23, Turning Defeat into Victory with Just One Drone? The instant the Phoenix Cry drone activated the Phoenix Echo counter-suppression protocol, forcibly tearing through the Silent Ripper force field. An eerie, absolute silence descended upon the entire Northern Front battlefield for 3 full seconds. Within the Dragon Nation Command Center, everyone froze as if paused, staring blankly at the now clear electronic sand table. Where screens had previously displayed nothing but static, countless points of light now represented both friendly and enemy forces. Like stars reigniting in the night sky, they were densely packed and perfectly visible. Communication restored? A young staff officer broke the silence in the command center with a trembling voice. Restored. Full-link communications are back online. Satellite data links reconnected. Major Wang Li's unit is still showing a signal. They're still alive. Thank God. The next instant, earth-shattering cheers erupted throughout the command center, mingled with choked sobs of joy. Everyone embraced wildly, celebrating this miraculous resurrection from the brink of defeat. Lieutenant General Lin Weiguo stared intently at the screen. His body, usually as unyielding as steel, now trembled violently with overwhelming emotion. He knew this wasn't just a routine communication restoration. It meant that Xiong Nation's advanced, game-changing weapon, the one that had left them utterly helpless, had been cracked. That small, unassuming drone delivered by the Eastern Theater Command had been cracked in a way they could not begin to comprehend. Yet, after the euphoria subsided, a far more grim reality confronted Lin Weiguo. Although communications had been restored, granting them back their battlefield information advantage, the situation remained precarious. Immediately inform Major Wang Li of the enemy's deployment.
Lin Weiguo forced down his excitement, regaining the commander's composure.
We have less than 1,000 troops left. A head-on clash is certain defeat.
Order them to withdraw immediately and regroup with the main force.
Commander, I'm afraid it's too late.
A staff officer pointed at the sand table, his expression grave.
Xionghua's armored brigade has already completed a 3-sided encirclement of Major Wang Li's headquarters.
Even with our intelligence advantage, we lack sufficient long-range firepower to effectively annihilate the enemy before they complete their encirclement.
Lin Weiguo's heart sank once more. True, they could see the enemy, but they couldn't hit them.
1,000 lightly armed troops facing a fully equipped, steel-hardened armored brigade were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the battlefield, Major Wang Li and his men were plunged into the same despair. They had barely recovered from the euphoria of restored communications when the overwhelming wave of Xiong Nation tanks and infantry fighting vehicles crushing down upon them from 3 directions poured cold water over their hopes. Was the hope that had just begun to burn about to be extinguished so quickly? But at that very moment, the cold, synthetic voice of the Fuming 1 system echoed through Major Wang Li's tactical headset once more. Beep. Detecting friendly units surrounded by large-scale enemy armored units. Survival probability below 0.1%. Beep. Initiating Sky-Eye Tactical Link Protocol, assuming highest authority over battlefield data link. Beep. Conducting multi-spectrum scanning infrared, radar, sonar on all enemy units within a 50-kilometer radius.
Scan complete.
Total enemy units, 112 main battle tanks, 254 infantry fighting vehicles, 36 self-propelled artillery pieces, 3,257 infantry soldiers.
Beep. All enemy units marked. Uploading to friendly fire strike unit database. Beep.
Planning optimal strike paths for our artillery positions and tactical missile units.
Path planning complete. Fire control system activating.
The next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded on the electronic sand table at Lin Weiguo's command center. Every red dot on the sand table representing the entire Bear Nation armored brigade was simultaneously locked in place by golden targeting frames. Immediately, hundreds of red glowing guidance lines representing the trajectories of shells and missiles erupted from artillery positions and missile silos deep within Dragon Nation's rear. They converged with flawless precision, forming a seamless, dead-angle free coverage pattern that pinpointed every locked enemy unit. This is... Lin Weiguo stared at the strike plan, drawn as if by the hand of God, utterly stunned. This drone had not only neutralized the enemy's electronic warfare trump card but had even seized command of the entire battlefield. It alone constituted a complete information-based C4ISR command system.
All long-range fire units.
Lin Weiguo snapped back to his senses, roaring into the microphone with every ounce of strength, follow the fire guidance provided by Phoenix Cry 1.
Fire. Boom. 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 Boom.
The moment the order was given, hundreds of self-propelled artillery pieces and long-range rocket launchers on the Dragon Nation's rear positions roared with deafening fury. Shells laden with fury and hope streaked across the frigid northern sky like a vengeful meteor shower, crashing down with thunderous force upon the Bear Nation's armored brigade, which had been flaunting its might. A one-sided slaughter, devoid of any suspense, had begun.
Half an hour later.
At Bear Nation's Supreme Military Command headquarters, the atmosphere was jubilant. We won this joint military exercise with Dragon Nation. Who would have thought the newly developed Silent Ripper would be so formidable? It completely countered Dragon Nation's information-based tactics. Yet, the next moment, an urgent encrypted call from the front lines froze every smile on their faces. The general who answered the call watched his expression shift within mere seconds from joy to shock, then to deathly pallor.
We lost the military exercises with the Dragon Nation. We lost? How is that possible? Everyone present was utterly astonished. The intelligence just relayed from the front lines had clearly confirmed their victory.
The commander's face darkened. According to the final battle report, at the last moment, the Dragon Nation deployed a previously unseen drone. Not only did it instantly neutralize our Silent Ripper defense system, but it also guided artillery fire from the Dragon Nation's rear. Within 5 minutes, it completely wiped our pride and joy, the elite mechanized infantry brigade, from the battlefield.
An unmanned aerial vehicle we've never seen before? Has Dragon Nation achieved another revolutionary breakthrough in drone technology? This shouldn't be possible. We haven't received any related intelligence.
Everyone was buzzing with speculation, but only the general who answered the call understood the terrifying implications lurking behind this incident. He immediately sought authorization from his superiors to mobilize all resources to investigate the origins of this drone.
Within 10 minutes, the investigation results were in.
Fang Yu's actions in Blue Harbor City had caused such a massive stir that the live broadcast, watched by millions, perhaps even tens of millions, had long been documented by intelligence agencies worldwide. When the Bear Nation's high command saw the horrifyingly detailed investigation report from the Dragon Nation's network, every single one of them was stunned.
This drone was actually developed by a high school student named Fang Yu from Dragon Nation? How is that possible? A student could develop a super weapon that's at least 20 years ahead of our technology? Is our intelligence wrong? Impossible. Multiple intelligence sources confirmed the same information. Every piece of evidence points to this conclusion. The entire Bear Nation leadership was in shock. Chapter 24, Awarding a Major General? Isn't that too aggressive?
At the same time, elsewhere, Dragon Nation Supreme Command Headquarters, within an elliptical conference room classified at the highest security level. The air seemed to freeze. The exercise report submitted by Lieutenant General Lin Weigua, commander of the Northern Theater Command, under the highest encryption level, now floated silently as an electronic projection at the center of the conference table. Every word in the report, every frame of the video footage, struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly on the hearts of every military heavyweight seated around the table, each bearing the gleaming stars of their rank. Silence breaker. Xiongua had poured a decade of effort into developing a quantum signal jammer, convinced it would lock down future information warfare for generations, only to have it forcibly cracked and counter-suppressed by a single drone within 3 seconds. Immediately afterward, it single-handedly took control of the entire battlefield data link, directing rear artillery fire. Within 5 minutes, it had completely erased an entire modernized, fully equipped mechanized infantry brigade from the electronics antable. After witnessing this scene, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. After a long pause, a white-haired admiral, commanding respect without raising his voice, spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and deep. This report. Comrades from the Dragon Academy, what are your thoughts? Those addressed were several top academicians from various fields of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, also attending the meeting as observers. They were the nation's true pillars, the bedrock of Dragon Nation's technological advancement. Yet now, these scientific luminaries, men who remained unflappable even when a mountain collapsed before them, wore expressions that were a complex blend of fervor, horror, and utter bewilderment. Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. The first to speak was the chief expert from the Materials Science Institute, an elderly academician in his 70s. Pointing at the report's screenshot showing the Fuming surviving 3 anti-aircraft missiles unscathed, he was flushed with excitement. Even our most advanced Shihus series composite armor would suffer irreversible structural damage under an equivalent energy impact. Yet the outer shell material of this drone has perfectly absorbed and neutralized all the impact energy. This transcends the theoretical boundaries of existing materials science. Unless its material density and internal molecular structure have reached the level of a strongly interacting force material we've only theorized about. It's not just the material. The academician from the Energy and Power Engineering Institute immediately interjected. His voice trembled. The report mentions it activated pulse detonation hypercruise mode in the final phase, ejecting blue plasma from its tail. Good heavens! That's miniaturized shockwave engine technology. Our entire research institute spent over a decade just barely achieving stable ignition for a few microseconds in an experimental setup the size of an entire building. And it managed to successfully integrate an engine of this caliber into a drone with a wingspan under 2 meters? And its flight control AI. And that electronic warfare module countering quantum interference. The academician from the Information Engineering Academy, this nation's foremost computer genius, gazed at the data report as if witnessing a miracle. This isn't mere cracking. It's a dimensional strike. Its computational power has surpassed even our most powerful Tianhe supercomputers. This is an entirely new, completely unknown computational architecture. It's practically a flying, self-aware super artificial intelligence. If all the data in this report is accurate. The youngest yet most esteemed authority in physics pushed his glasses up his nose and uttered the final conclusion in a voice bordering on a dreamlike murmur. Then this drone and the technology behind it are at least 20 years ahead of our current era. It's not merely a weapon, it heralds an entirely new technological epoch. The statement exploded like a bombshell within the conference room. Every general present sucked in a sharp breath. 20 years ahead of its time. What does that even mean? It meant that Dragon Nation would have the opportunity, within their own lifetimes, to truly and indisputably ascend to the pinnacle of the world. After a moment of stunned silence, the leading general spoke again. This time, his voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. With your answers, I believe everyone now understands the significance of this report. Comrade Fang Jiangwo, please tell us, this drone, this national treasure, which of our secret research institutes developed it? Who is the chief designer? We must immediately grant him the highest honors and protection. All eyes turned to Colonel Fang Jiangwo of the Eastern Theater Command. Fang Jiangwo, the iron-willed military man known for his decisive actions, rose to his feet. His face bore an intensely complex expression, a bitter smile that mingled pride with awkwardness. Under the gaze of all present, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Reporting to all commanders present, this Phoenix Cry drone, it was not invented by our Eastern Theater Command, nor is it the product of any military industrial unit. It was created by a high school student named Fang Yu, a single individual, hand-assembled in his school dormitory. If the academician's analysis earlier had detonated a bombshell in the conference room, then Fang Jiangwo's statement was like detonating a hydrogen bomb.
The entire oval conference room plunged into an absolute, deafening silence that lasted a full minute. What did you say? The leading general doubted his own ears. A high school student rubbed it out by hand? A hot-tempered lieutenant general slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, roaring in disbelief. Fang Jiangwo, do you know what you're saying? This isn't a place for jokes during a military commission meeting. Old Fang, this is impossible. Lin Weiguo also stood up. Having witnessed the miracle of the phoenix cry with his own eyes, he found this answer utterly unacceptable. A high school student? Capable of developing a shockwave engine? Capable of hand-kneading strong interaction force materials? Facing everyone's skepticism and the glares that seemed ready to devour him, Fang Jiangwo could only force another bitter smile. He retrieved the investigation report on Fang Yu's personal background, similarly encrypted at the highest level. When labels like son of Harvard's youngest tenured professor, descendant of a revolutionary hero, and 17-year-old prodigy, alongside the drone blueprints already preliminarily verified by the Dragon Academy's academicians with 99% authenticity, all skepticism dissolved into a profound, indescribable shock. The conference room fell silent once more. This silence was no longer one of doubt, but a collective loss of speech. If this were true, then this group of people might need to redefine the very meaning of the word genius. After a long pause, the hot-tempered lieutenant general slowly sat back down. Staring at the photo of the slender youth on the screen, he muttered to himself. I'm impressed. The new generation pushes aside the old, leaving them stranded on the shore. Compared to this kid, us old farts are like a bunch of cavemen. Immediately. Now. The leading general finally snapped out of his profound shock. In a tone brooking no argument, he issued a series of orders. Elevate Fang Yu's security clearance to National Treasury level. The Central Guard Bureau and the General Staff Department will jointly ensure his personal safety. Any medical or living resources he requires now must be provided at all costs. Additionally, regarding the commendation for student Fang Yu, I propose, in light of his extraordinary contributions to the nation in military achievements comparable to securing the state and stabilizing the realm and his noble gesture of voluntarily offering the complete blueprint, we should exceptionally confer upon him the rank of Major General. I second that. Seconded. Such merit is worthy of a general's rank. However, just as several radical generals were preparing to pass this resolution, a quiet, scholarly-looking general from the Strategic Support Force gently tapped the table and voiced dissent. Gentlemen, I understand your enthusiasm. Frankly, given Fang Yu's achievements, it wouldn't be excessive to promote him directly to lieutenant general, let alone major general. But, have any of you considered that he is only 17? A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. While a 17-year-old general would undoubtedly be a national honor, it would also thrust him into the eye of the storm, exposed to scrutiny from every global power. He would face endless suspicion, jealousy, and even assassination attempts. This would do nothing to benefit his growth. I propose we grant him a rank, but not one too high. We could grant him the rank of colonel. This would still be an unprecedented honor, yet it wouldn't be so shocking as to cause an uproar. Simultaneously, we should supplement this with tangible material and scientific research support as incentives. Our task now is not to elevate him to divine status, but to protect him like the apple of our eye, creating the safest, most stable environment for him to grow freely. These words instantly calmed the heated atmosphere in the conference room. Indeed, protection must come first. After intense debate, an unprecedented commendation plan for Fang Yu was formally approved. All this unfolded while Fang Yu, sound asleep in the top-tier VIP ward of Lanjiang Central Hospital, remained utterly unaware. It took another full 2 days, under the meticulous care of the nation's most elite medical team, for the nerves stretched to breaking point by his overexertion to finally begin relaxing. Fang Yu slowly awoke. Chapter 25, Distinguished visitors arrive one after another. Did I save the world? Fang Yu, you're finally awake. Fang Yu's eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a stark white ceiling and the pungent smell of disinfectant. His body felt drained of all strength, his mind foggy and groggy. Before he could fully process his surroundings, a gentle male voice, clearly filled with joy, sounded beside his ear. Fang Yu turned his head and saw a face both familiar and unfamiliar, one he'd only seen in Dragon Nation news reports and newspapers. It was none other than the highest-ranking leader he had met in the conference room earlier, old Zhang. Hello, Fang Yu. You may not recognize me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ji. Old Zhang wore a kind smile, deliberately omitting his rank to appear more approachable. But how could Fang Yu not recognize him? This man was a true heavyweight. Yet, as he looked at Zhang Ji's face, Fang Yu grew increasingly puzzled. Where am I? Didn't I just pass out in my dorm from exhaustion while working on my manuscript? How did I wake up to find a high-ranking official standing by my bed? Did I sleep for a long time? Did I travel through time? Just as Fang Yu was drowning in confusion, convinced he was still dreaming, old Zhang spoke up with a cheerful smile, making a proposal that instantly short-circuited Fang Yu's brain. Fang Yu, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in joining our office after graduation, becoming a civil servant? Rest assured, though it may start as an ordinary position, the benefits and compensation are absolutely top tier. All avenues for promotion will be prioritized for you.
3 enormous question marks slowly materialized above Fang Yu's head.
What the heck? I'm just a high school student, and you're inviting me to become a civil servant? That's a huge leap. How long have I been asleep? Has Earth been invaded by aliens, and you're the leader of the human resistance, desperately needing tech talent like me?
Before Fang Yu could sort through his chaotic thoughts, the hospital room door swung open again. This time, 2 elderly gentlemen entered, both sharp-eyed and distinguished in bearing.
Hello, Fang Yu. I'm the president of Tsinghua University. You've just woken up, how are you feeling?
One of the elders asked with a warm smile, his kind eyes radiating benevolence. The other elder immediately pushed past him, looking somewhat impatient.
Old codger, cut the fancy talk. Let's cut to the chase. Mr. Fang Yu, I'm the president of Jingzhou University. We're here today to ask if you'd be interested in studying at our institution? Fang Yu froze again. President Tsinghua? President Jingzhou? The presidents of the 2 most prestigious universities in the Dragon Kingdom had personally come to my hospital room to recruit me? This script doesn't add up. What earth-shattering feat did I accomplish? Could it be that I accidentally unified the world in my dreams and then handed over the technology to the state? I haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet. I probably wouldn't qualify for your schools, right? Fang Yu said uncertainly.
To his surprise, both presidents burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. The president of Tsinghua University pounded his chest and declared with unbridled enthusiasm.
Fang Yu, it would be an honor for Tsinghua University to have you study here. Forget about the college entrance exam or your scores. If you agree, I'll have your enrollment processed immediately. And once enrolled, you may attend any classes you wish or none at all. Your required credits will be automatically fulfilled each semester. Every national scholarship and grant available to you, not a single one will be withheld. Furthermore, our university will allocate an additional 1 million yuan annually as your personal research funding. What do you say? Fang Yu felt his brain was about to overheat. What kind of divine treatment is this? Going to college and actually getting paid? Tuition waived? This is even more outrageous than anything in novels. Was he saving the world in his dreams?
The Kyoto University president, upon seeing this, immediately grew anxious and hurriedly interjected.
Fang Yu, don't listen to his nonsense. That school is full of Westerners who just want to go abroad. Don't let them corrupt you. If you come to our university, we'll match every benefit he promised and double it. 2 million yuan annually. Whatever you want to do, just tell the school, and we'll give you our full support. Funding, facilities, manpower, no problem. If you want to tear down the physics building to build a reactor, we'll approve it.
Hearing this, the president of Tsinghua University flew into a rage, losing all composure as he unleashed a tirade.
You old fool. How dare you slander Tsinghua? What do you mean all these Western-obsessed students just want to study abroad? Back when we were aligning with international standards, you knew nothing. And stop spouting nonsense. Tearing down the physics building to build a reactor? Why not just say you're building him a particle collider? Just as these 2 venerable, seasoned presidents were locked in a heated argument over Fang Yu. At that moment, the hospital room door swung open for the 3rd time. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, his square face bearing a stern expression, strode in with purposeful steps. It was none other than Colonel Fang Jiangwo from the Eastern Theater Command. Fang Yu. You're awake. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Fang Jiangwo's eyes brimmed with concern and a hint of barely perceptible reverence. During the days Fang Yu had been unconscious, Fang Jiangwo had been running himself ragged. To ensure Fang Yu's safety, he had specially deployed an elite special forces unit from the Eastern Theater Command, securing the entire hospital like a fortress. It could be said that Lanjiang Central Hospital was now the safest place on Earth. Not even a fly could get inside. Fang Yu looked at Fang Jiangwo, briefly scanning his fatigue-fogged memory. This man wasn't in it. At that moment, Fang Jiangwo smiled. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fang Jiangwo, Chief of Staff of the Eastern Theater Command. Fang Yu's mind went completely blank. Holy crap! This is insane. First it was a high-ranking provincial leader, then the presidents of 2 top universities, and now even the Chief of Staff of a theater command had come? Who's next? Could it be that the commanders of all 4 major theater commands are planning a group visit to see me off? Just as Fang Yu was ranting to himself, the ward door swung open once more. One after another, figures in military uniforms with gleaming stars on their shoulders filed in, smiling as they extended their hands toward Fang Yu. Young friend Fang Yu, hello. I'm Lin Weigua, commander of the Northern Theater Command. Fang Yu, I'm from the Southern Theater Command. I'm from the Western Theater Command. At this point, Fang Yu was completely stunned. Chapter 26, Medal of Honor, Promotion to Colonel. It was no wonder Fang Yu was stunned. These bigwigs, figures he'd only ever encountered in news reports and legends, were all gathered here today as if he were attending a routine meeting. You'd be stunned too. But what puzzled Fang Yu was what exactly he had done to attract the attention of so many high-ranking officials. It took a very long time, amid the cacophony of explanations from everyone present, before Fang Yu finally pieced together the whole story. It turned out that after he lost consciousness, the Phoenix wing left in his dorm room had activated its highest-level permissions due to malicious sabotage by the student council and had gone out to find its owner. You mean my drone not only hacked the Dajang system, but also participated in military exercises, helping our soldiers turn defeat into victory? Fang Yu listened in stunned silence, finding the story even more bizarre than his own dreams. Exactly. Why else do you think we're here? At that moment, someone couldn't help but ask. But there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Fang Yu, with such groundbreaking technology, why didn't you report it to the state sooner? If you had reported it earlier, we could have immediately arranged the highest level of protection for you. You would have gained access to the most advanced experimental facilities and resources. Some nodded in agreement. That's true, Fang Yu. The dorms have nothing, the conditions are so basic. Why did you choose to develop such cutting-edge drones at school? Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Fang Yu's face. After much deliberation, he decided honesty was best. Scratching his head, he spoke with a touch of shyness. Because the one I left at school is actually a defective model. It's just a practice model I use. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire ward fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze in place, staring at Fang Yu in utter shock. Defective unit? Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. Was he joking? He must be joking, right? A defective product capable of supersonic flight? A defective product can withstand anti-aircraft missiles? A defective unit could instantly cripple an industry giant and reverse engineer military quantum jammers? A defective unit can single-handedly wipe out an entire fully manned heavy armored brigade? Is this for real? Well, Mr. Fang Yu, I'm quite curious to see what the fully operational version of this Phoenix Cry drone actually looks like. After a moment, Fang Jiangwo, the first to recover, cautiously inquired. Hearing this, Fang Yu immediately became animated as he described to everyone his vision of what the true Phoenix Cry drone should be. Such a drone should be a force capable of taking on 10,000 enemies, or even an entire nation, capable of independently executing strategic-level missions. Its entire body should be constructed from strong interaction force materials, allowing it to survive unscathed at the epicenter of a 100-kiloton nuclear explosion. Its energy core should be a miniaturized, controllable cold fusion reactor, providing near-limitless endurance and power. Its intelligence system should evolve into true strong artificial intelligence, capable of coordinating all aerial, space, ground, and naval combat units, analyzing battle situations across 1,000 square kilometers in real time, and autonomously generating optimal tactics. Beyond that, it should possess self-repair capabilities, the ability to split into multiple forms, metal regeneration, and even full-spectrum jamming capabilities. As Fang Yu described his vision of this perfect creation in a matter-of-fact tone, every influential figure present was utterly dumbfounded. Wait! The crowd sucked in sharp breaths. They felt as though they weren't in a hospital ward, but at the premiere of some sci-fi movie. Was this even the real world? The drone Fang Yu described wasn't just some sci-fi weapon. It was practically a divine scepter used by gods to judge mortals. Fang Jiangwo forced himself to suppress the storm raging within, his voice trembling as he asked, a drone like this, if you had the support of a professional lab, how long do you think it would take to develop? Fang Yu paused thoughtfully before answering earnestly. With an academy-level team and unlimited resources, we should be able to build a prototype within 3 years. Fang Jiangwo nodded firmly. Turning to old Zhang, his eyes burned with resolve. This is a matter of utmost importance. Upon returning, I will immediately seek approval from higher authorities. If approved, Mr. Fang Yu, we hope you'll join the Lonka Academy to lead this project. What do you say? Fang Yu was taken aback. The Dragon Academy, it was where the nation's most brilliant minds gathered. It was the place he had always dreamed of joining. Moreover, his father seemed to be working there as well. If possible, I'd be honored to accept. Fang Yu nodded. Oh, and one more thing, Mr. Fang Yu. Fang Jiangwo solemnly pulled a delicate velvet box from his pocket and handed it to Fang Yu. In recognition of your outstanding performance during the Blue Harbor City and Northern Frontier exercises, as well as your immense contribution in presenting the nation with a complete blueprint. Following a joint recommendation from the 4 major theater commands and the Supreme Command Headquarters, we have decided to exceptionally confer upon you the rank of Colonel in the People's Liberation Army of the Dragon Nation. With that, Fang Jiangwo opened the box, revealing a gleaming shoulder insignia representing the rank of Colonel, neatly placed inside. Fang Yu was utterly astonished. He never imagined he could ascend so rapidly to become a colonel. Colonel Fang, isn't this reward too generous? I'm just an ordinary high school student, how could I possibly deserve? No, you are fully deserving of this honor. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Fang Jianguo waved his hand sternly. In fact, compared to your achievements, this reward is still somewhat inadequate. But then, Fang Jianguo continued to explain. However, Fang Yu, we also recognize that you have no military service experience and are unfamiliar with military affairs. Therefore, this rank of colonel is primarily a symbol of honor and privilege. You won't have actual command authority for now, but you'll enjoy all the benefits and security clearance privileges of a colonel. You'll also have the authority to mobilize specific support units when necessary. Fang Yu nodded, unsurprised. He was unfamiliar with many aspects of military operations. Granting him too much authority too quickly could easily lead to trouble. Without hesitation, Fang Yu solemnly accepted the weighty shoulder insignia. With this new status, his future little inventions should become much more convenient. However, just as Fang Yu placed the shoulder insignia on his shoulder, Qinghua, the long-awaited president of Kyoto University, seized the moment as if finally catching his chance. He plastered on a smile, pushed past Fang Jianguo, and approached Fang Yu with hands clasped, asking with a somewhat fawning grin. Congratulations, Fang Yu. To become a colonel at such a young age, your future prospects are truly boundless. But I wonder if you've made up your mind about our invitation? Which of our 2 institutions do you plan to attend? Chapter 27, The Divine Military Industry System. Hearing the almost combative invitations from the presidents of Huaqing University and Kyoto University, Fang Yu, lying in his hospital bed, calmly shook his head. He chose neither. Under the watchful eyes of all the prominent figures in the ward, some filled with anticipation, others with surprise, and still others with confusion, he declared his decision with an unwavering resolve that belied his age. Thank you for your generous offers, presidents. However, I have already set my sights on a long-cherished goal. That is Harbin Institute of Technology. Our nation's cutting-edge military industry needs more fresh blood. I want to go there and contribute my strength to our own national defense. His words rang out with unwavering conviction, without a hint of hesitation. Hearing this, the military background senior officials present, Old Zhang, Fang Jianguo, Lin Weiguo, and others all revealed undisguised admiration and appreciation in their eyes. Good lad. That vision, that breadth of mind, now that's a true pillar of the nation. As for the presidents of Huaqing and Jingu, though their faces betrayed unmistakable disappointment, they said nothing more. At their level, they could see the youth's resolve was unshakable. Persuasion would be futile. Fang Yu, well said. President Qinghua was the first to respond, speaking solemnly. We respect your choice. But let me make this clear today, the doors of Qinghua University will always stand open for you. Whenever you wish to join us, we will welcome you with open arms. The same goes for Jingzhou University, the president of Jingzhou University quickly added. After that, several dignitaries gathered around Fang Yu, chattering away in a flurry of pleasantries. They inquired about everything from his physical condition to his personal hobbies, their enthusiasm leaving the attending doctors and nurses visibly shaken. Finally, at the nod of Elder Zhang, this high-level hospital visit, arguably the most prestigious in the Dragon Nation, came to a close. Most departed with tact. In the hospital room, only Fang Jianguo and Fang Yu remained. Fang Jianguo gazed at the youth before him, frail in body yet possessed of clear, bright eyes, and felt a surge of emotion. He stepped forward, closed the ward door, and then retrieved a sealed document from his briefcase, handing it to Fang Yu. What's this? Fang Yu asked, puzzled. This is a brand new personal resume we've prepared for you. Fang Jianguo said in a solemn voice, his expression turning unusually serious. The commotion you've caused this time is simply too immense. Though we've exercised our highest authority to block all related information online, there's no such thing as a wall that never leaks. Especially those intelligence agencies overseas, they're probably already circling you like sharks smelling blood. To protect your safety and allow you to lead a relatively normal university life, we must create a completely new identity for you. From this moment on, you are no longer Fang Yu, the genius who dominated every competition from elementary school through high school. Fang Jianguo opened the file, revealing a complete set of personal records. Except for the name Fang Yu, everything else, his hometown, family background, upbringing, and even all his past transcripts had been altered to match an ordinary high school student with average to above average grades and no notable achievements. What we've chosen for you is the most inconspicuous aspect of your real identity. You need to familiarize yourself with and memorize your new identity as quickly as possible. Of course, there's no need to be overly afraid. Fang Jianguo patted Fang Yu's shoulder, his eyes reflecting the resolute determination characteristic of a soldier. From the moment you step out of this hospital room, a covert team composed of our theater's most elite special forces operatives will be assigned to you. They will operate in shifts around the clock, providing constant, unseen protection for your safety. Additionally, we've already placed our own man at Harbin Institute of Technology, where you'll be attending. On the surface, he'll be your academic advisor. Behind the scenes, he'll handle any unnecessary trouble for you. Your mission is singular. Fang Jianguo's gaze intensified with fervor. Focus solely on your studies and research. Transform every thought in your mind into vital national assets that will strengthen our country. I understand. Fang Yu nodded. He wasn't surprised by these arrangements. He understood better than anyone the truth that while the man himself may be innocent, possessing such knowledge makes him a target. Fang Jiangwo offered a few more careful instructions, confirming Fang Yu had taken them all in before turning to leave. As the hospital room door closed softly behind him, the entire world was finally left with only him. Fang Yu exhaled a long breath and leaned wearily against the headboard. Closing his eyes, he gathered his scattered thoughts. When he opened them again, the composure and calm he displayed before countless important figures had vanished, replaced by an excitement and anticipation visible only to himself, welling up from deep within. Finally, he could examine his latest acquisition. His thoughts stirred slightly. The next second, a pale blue translucent interface, brimming with futuristic tech aesthetics and visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Divine-grade military system. This was Fang Yu's greatest secret. This system had bound itself to his soul like a thunderclap during the summer vacation after his high school entrance exams, utterly unreasonable and unyielding. True to its name, this system contained blueprints for black technologies that transcended this era, true marvels of divine engineering. From individual exoskeletons to interstellar warships, from artificial intelligence to genetic modification, it contained everything imaginable. And it was precisely through this system that Fang Yu, with extremely limited resources, painstakingly handcrafted the prototype of the Phoenix Wing drone, a creation that would astonish the entire world right in his high school dormitory over the course of 3 years. The system's core rule is simple: as long as Fang Yu continuously conducts research, submits his finished products or technological blueprints to the state, and contributes to the comprehensive national strength of the Dragon Nation, he can earn corresponding military industry points based on the magnitude of his contributions. These military credits could then be used to draw prizes from this seemingly endless treasure trove of a system, unlocking increasingly mind-blowing cutting-edge technologies. The design blueprint for the Phoenix Wing drone was actually the most basic technology included in the beginner's gift package the system had rewarded him with. According to Fang Yu's original plan, after graduating from high school, he would find a more secure and discreet way to submit the complete version of this drone to the state, thereby earning his first batch of military credits. But unexpectedly, the malicious harassment from those idiots in the student council had, through a twist of fate, forced this unfinished Phoenix Wing into the world prematurely in the most dazzling and violent manner possible. Though the process was heart-stopping, the outcome seemed rather favorable. Not only did it successfully capture the attention of the nation's highest leadership, sparing Fang Yu countless headaches, but it also tangibly contributed to the national strength of Dragon Nation. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon the upper right corner of the system interface. Current military industry value, 117,850 points. Over 117,000 points. Seeing that number, Fang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew this contribution was significant, but he hadn't expected it to be this enormous. After all, the Phoenix Wing was still merely a prototype, not even a finished product. It seemed the military had successfully replicated the Phoenix Cry 1 based on the bare-bones blueprint he'd left behind. Its outstanding performance during exercises with Bear Nation had triggered this explosive surge in contribution points. Fang Yu quickly grasped the underlying mechanism. Military value returns weren't a one-time payout. Instead, they were calculated cumulatively over time based on the sustained impact that technology had on national strength. For instance, right now, he watched the number jump from 117,850 to 117,862. This likely meant the Northern Theater Command was analyzing the fuming data, or the Eastern Theater Command had manufactured additional components. The system's lottery was divided into 6 tiers based on the amount of military credits spent. Basic draw, 1,000 military resources. Intermediate draw, 10,000 military credits. Advanced draw, 100,000 military credits. Super draw, 1 million military credits. Supreme draw, 10 million military points. God tier draw, 100 million military points. In other words, Fang Yu could now afford 1 advanced draw plus 1 intermediate draw, with plenty left over. The Phoenix Wing drone obtained from the newbie gift pack in the advanced draw, its technological level probably doesn't even qualify as basic. What kind of cutting-edge technology could a single advanced draw yield? Fang Yu's heart brimmed with an uncontrollable yearning and excitement. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing at the prospect of unknown, more powerful, and utterly mind-boggling future technology. He took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement threatening to spill over, and issued the command to the system in his mind. System, initiate an advanced lottery draw. Chapter 28, The Draw SSR White Emperor Fighter. Amidst a pale blue glow, the system interface began scrolling rapidly. Countless intricate icons representing cutting-edge technologies, unfamiliar to Fang Yu, streaked past his vision like a meteor shower. Finally, the glow settled upon an emblem brimming with sharp lines and futuristic flair, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancient divine bird, the White Emperor. Ding! A crisp, pleasant notification tone replaced the previous mechanical, cold electronic voice. Congratulations, host! In this advanced lottery, you have successfully drawn the Airspace Integrated Multifunctional Stealth Fighter, the complete manufacturing blueprint for the White Emperor. The moment the words fell, a torrent of information 100 times more massive and 1,000 times more complex than what he'd received for the Phoenix Wing drone surged into Fang Yu's mind like a bursting river of stars. In that instant, Fang Yu felt as though his soul had been torn from his body. At a speed transcending time and space, he gazed down upon a streamlined fighter jet, its entire body covered in a liquid metal-like substance capable of freely shifting color and form. From the very first line on the design sketch, he witnessed its step-by-step construction, refinement, and eventual completion. White Emperor 1 designation, White Emperor Next Generation Airspace Integrated Multi-Role Fighter. Dimensions, length 21.7 meters, wingspan 15.8 meters, height 4.6 meters. Core propulsion system, SR-92 dual-mode supercruise pulse detonation dual-vector engine. The system specifications unfolded clearly in Fang Yu's mind. This was no longer a simple blueprint, it resembled a complete, interactive documentary. He could see the intricate flow of energy within those two uniquely shaped engines, resembling works of art, as they operated in different modes. Below 30,000 meters in the atmosphere, it operated in scramjet mode, compressing and igniting the thin air with unprecedented efficiency to unleash terrifying thrust. Upon entering near space, it would switch to pulse detonation mode, harnessing the energy of controlled micronuclear fusion to propel the fighter into higher velocity realms. Standard cruise speed, Mach 16 high altitude. Maximum penetration speed, Mach 23 near space. Maximum altitude, 100 kilometers Kármán line. This signifies that the White Emperor fighter transcends the realm of conventional aircraft. It is a true spaceplane capable of freely traversing between the atmosphere and outer space. It can reach any corner of the Earth within an hour. Weapon systems, built-in high-energy laser cannon array miniaturized electromagnetic railgun swappable module Dragon Abyss series hypersonic air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles. Defense system, Dragon-scale adaptive intelligent composite armor. Fang Yu saw that the liquid metal-like outer hull was internally composed of billions of nanoscale micro-units, each equipped with an independent processor. This armor layer not only perfectly absorbed and deflected all attacks from lasers to kinetic weapons. Even more astonishingly, it could alter its surface microstructure to achieve nearly 100% radar wave absorption. This was no longer a simple stealth coating, it was a true radar black hole. But the next feature left Fang Yu utterly speechless. Special Ability Mirage Optical Camouflage System. Each nanocell on the Dragon-scale armor functions as an independent pixel, capturing real-time environmental data, light, temperature, humidity, and more. Through ultra-high-speed computation, it perfectly simulates the background image on the opposite side of the hull. In other words, it could make this colossal machine over 20 meters long completely vanish from human eyes. It becomes one with the air, an invisible specter. Optical stealth. This concept, previously confined to the realm of top-tier sci-fi films, now unfolded before Fang Yu in the most detailed and tangible manner imaginable. Slowly, Fang Yu withdrew from the overwhelming flood of information. Leaning against the headboard, he gasped for breath, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented, fiery intensity. Too powerful. This was the true, era-defining national treasure. Compared to the White Emperor fighter jet, the Phoenix Wing he had tinkered with before felt like nothing more than a child's toy. Yet, as he forced himself to calm down and meticulously study every detail of the blueprint, the fire in his eyes gradually cooled, replaced by a wry smile. This blueprint was far too advanced. With the meager technology and equipment at his disposal, there was no way he could bring it to life in the short term. Take the most fundamental component, the Dragon-scale composite armor. Synthesizing its core material required an absolute zero, ultra-high-pressure quantum vacuum environment. The technology and resources required to create such an experimental environment alone amounted to an astronomical figure. Not to mention the dual-vector engine, a devilish creation that integrated two fundamentally different propulsion principles. It seemed this blueprint would have to be shelved for now. After enrollment, he would attempt to leverage the university's formidable R&D capabilities for its development. One must take things step by step. During this period of self-cultivation, thoroughly mastering all the technologies of the Phoenix Wing drone was the right path to take. Reaching this realization brought a sense of calm to Fang Yu's mind. During the brief recuperation that followed, his body recovered at an astonishing pace. As the start of the semester drew ever closer, fully recovered, he set off alone for the northern ice city of Harbin, carrying his newly altered, unremarkable identity file. He was headed to the university he had chosen, Harbin Institute of Technology. Chapter 29. Hello, my name is Jiang Yi. With the arrival of September, universities across the nation began their new academic year. Having received his admission letter from HIT, Fang Yu declined the kind offer of a special escort flight arranged by Colonel Fang Jiangwo and set off alone for the northern ice city. He wanted to experience what life as an ordinary college student truly felt like. Soon, dragging a slightly worn suitcase, Fang Yu stood before the historic gates of Harbin Institute of Technology. It was the start of the semester, and the campus entrance was bustling with people and colorful banners. Tents and booths for various orientation clubs packed the square in front of the gate, leaving no room to move. A giant inflatable arch bore a banner distinctly characteristic of HIT, "Welcome home, future masters of industry." The air carried the restless energy of youth, the crisp chill of northern autumn, and a faint whiff of machine oil and solder. Fang Yu gazed at the bustling scene before him, feeling the raw, unpretentious energy emanating from this top engineering institution in the Dragon Nation. A sense of wonder stirred within him. Is this what university is like? It seemed quite interesting. Yet this fascination was quickly replaced by confusion. He glanced at his forged, unremarkable admission letter, which only instructed him to report to the School of Mechanical Engineering and Automation without specifying the exact location. Just as he was about to approach a senior who looked approachable for directions, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted like a lake disturbed by a pebble. A wave of commotion and murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Look! It's Senior Jiang-hee. Holy crap! She's real. It really is Senior Jiang-hee. Holy crap, seeing the real deal on the first day of school? This college experience is totally worth it." Fang Yu followed the crowd's gaze with curiosity. A tall figure was striding briskly out of the campus. She was a girl whose beauty defied simple description as merely pretty. She wore a well-fitted white engineer's uniform top, paired with dark blue work pants and a pair of combat boots that perfectly accentuated her straight, long legs. Her sleek black hair was casually pulled into a high ponytail, swaying gently behind her with each step. Her features were exquisite and deeply carved, possessing a mixed-race kind of dimensionality. But what drew the most attention were her eyes. They were cold and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Paired with her slightly masculine eyebrows and tightly pursed lips, they formed a unique aura of intellectual beauty and aloofness, exuding a commanding presence. She wore no makeup, her face bare, yet she outshone the meticulously dressed senior students welcoming newcomers. She resembled a drawn, tempered blade, sharp and beautiful. An intriguing woman. Fang Yu silently appraised her. The surrounding students had already erupted into a frenzy. The murmurs of discussion reached Fang Yu's ears clearly. Holy crap! Is she really Jiang-hee, the legendary campus beauty of HIT? She's stunning. She's 10,000 times more beautiful in person than in those forum photos. That aura, it's incredible. I heard a Hollywood director came to our school last year for casting. He spotted Senior Jiang-hee at first glance and offered her an astronomical salary to star in his film, but she turned him down. What's acting? Senior Jiang-hee is the real genius of our School of Aerospace Engineering. Back in her sophomore year, she independently completed that research project on the new Hall propulsion system. Word is the National Space Administration took notice immediately. Even before graduating, her records were specially recruited into the General Armament Department. Holy crap! Seriously? Then why is she here for orientation? Who knows? Maybe it's a university assignment. But getting to meet someone of her caliber is an honor in itself. Just as everyone was wondering why this legendary academic superstar had suddenly appeared at the school gate, Jiang-hee walked straight up to a welcome robot that was sputtering electrical sparks and had completely shut down. She glanced at it, her brow furrowing slightly. Then, with practiced ease, she pulled a multifunction screwdriver and voltage tester from her waist toolkit. Crouching down, she opened the robot's casing. Her movements were crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, she was well versed in this sort of task. In less than a minute, under the admiring stares of a group of helpless club members, she pinpointed the fault and reconnected two wires. All done. She stood up, brushing imaginary dust from her hands, her tone matter of fact. The power supply module for the main control chip was overloaded. Replace it with a better capacitor, don't use this cheap junk. The crippled robot immediately sprang back to its feet, its electronic eyes flashing blue. Welcome, new student. Only after resolving the issue did Jiang-hee seem to notice a younger male student beside her, dragging a suitcase. With a delicate, refined appearance, he had been watching her operation with keen interest. His gaze held no awe, no admiration, only the calm, appraising look a technician gives a fellow professional. This expression caught her off guard. She gave Fang Yu a quick once-over, then pulled her phone from her pocket. She glanced at a photo on the screen before looking back up at him. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of understanding flickered in her cool, clear eyes. She strode forward, her long legs carrying her to stand before Fang Yu. Standing several centimeters taller than him, she exuded a faint sense of imposing presence. You're Fang Yu? Her voice, like her demeanor, was cool yet melodious. Uncle Fang Jiangwo asked me to meet you here. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that the trusted contact arranged by Colonel Fang Jiangwo would be none other than this legendary genius senior classmate standing before him. He nodded and replied politely, "Hello, senior. I'm Fang Yu. My name is Jiang-hee." She extended her hand, clasping his lightly. Her palm bore a thin layer of calluses from years of working with machinery, carrying a faintly cool sensation. From today onward, I am your direct senior. Additionally, entrusted by the university and certain special departments, I will also serve as your academic and life mentor for the next 4 years. Mentor? Yes. Jiang-hee's lips curved into a meaningful smile, her sharp eyes seeming to pierce through Fang Yu's carefully crafted facade of ordinary credentials. They say you're a very special freshman. My job is to ensure your specialness doesn't run into unnecessary trouble during your time at university. Chapter 30, Enrollment. Fang Yu looked at the imposing senior before him and understood. He nodded, offering no unnecessary words, merely responding calmly. I'll be counting on you, Senior Jiang. This composure beyond his years earned him another measure of admiration in Jiang He's eyes. She enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. It saved a lot of unnecessary hassle. Give me your luggage. She held out her hand. No need, it's not heavy. Fang Yu politely declined. His suitcase contained nothing but a few changes of clothes and daily necessities. It was part of his new identity. Follow me. I'll take you to handle your enrollment paperwork. Jiang He didn't insist, turning instead to walk deeper into the campus. Her stride was agile and steady, each step measured as if with a ruler, radiating a military-like rhythm. Fang Yu followed silently behind her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, formed a peculiar sight. Amidst the swarm of freshmen brimming with youthful energy and the enthusiastic upperclassmen welcoming them, this pair stood out like a sore thumb. One as cold as an iceberg, the other as still as a deep pool. An invisible barrier seemed to exist between them, shielding all external noise. Naturally, this unconventional pairing instantly drew countless stares. Holy crap, look! Senior Jiang He is personally welcoming the freshman? Am I seeing things? Who's that freshman? What's his deal? Why'd the legendary Jiang He come out personally? So jealous. I lugged 3 huge boxes yesterday, exhausted like a dog, and no pretty senior came to help me. This freshman looks totally ordinary. How did he get so damn lucky? Jealousy, envy, and curiosity converged on Fang Yu like searchlights. He could feel their stares, but he couldn't care less. Soon, Jiang He led him through the crowd with practiced ease, bypassing all the crowded registration areas, and arrived directly at a private office in the administration building. Inside, a middle-aged teacher wearing glasses and looking kind-hearted was already waiting. The moment he saw Jiang He and Fang Yu, he stood up with a broad smile. Jiang He, Fang Yu, you're here. Professor Liu, this is Fang Yu, Jiang He introduced concisely. Hello, Mr. Fang Yu. Teacher Liu warmly shook Fang Yu's hand. Welcome to HIT. All your enrollment procedures have been taken care of in advance by me in the school. Here's your student ID, dorm key, and campus card, all preloaded with sufficient living expenses. He handed a stack of cards to Fang Yu. The entire process was astonishingly swift, completely bypassing the usual tedious queues and paperwork outside. Considering your unique circumstances and research requirements, Professor Liu continued, the university has specially arranged a private dormitory for you. It's located on the top floor of dormitory building 5, where security measures are most robust and the environment is quietest. Fang Yu accepted the cards and offered his thanks. He knew this was all part of the path the state apparatus had paved for him. After completing the formalities, Jiang He led Fang Yu to dormitory building 5. Along the way, she finally began describing campus life like an ordinary senior student, though her tone remained impassive. Our university has 3 campuses. This is the main campus, where all your classes and labs will be held. There are 24 cafeterias. The sweet and sour pork at Cafeteria 3 and the iron pot stew at Cafeteria 7 are the most famous. You should try them. The library is huge, ranking among the top 3 in the country for its collection. You can access it freely with your student ID. However, some specialized archives require my permission to enter. Her words were few, but each one packed with essential information. Fang Yu listened silently, committing the information to memory. Soon, they arrived at dormitory building 5. It was a rather old-looking red brick structure, but the security guard stationed at the entrance had an unusually sharp gaze, clearly no ordinary figure. They proceeded unimpeded to the top floor. At the end of the corridor, only one room remained, 301. Jiang He unlocked the door with her key. What unfolded before Fang Yu was a single dorm room far exceeding his imagination. This wasn't a dorm room at all, it was clearly a small apartment suite. Spanning 70 or 80 square meters, it featured a living room, bedroom, and private bathroom. The decor was sleek and modern, with all the furniture and appliances brand new. Even more astonishing was the separate room adjacent to the living area, partitioned off by special tempered glass and quite spacious in its own right. Inside stood various high-precision machining tools, oscilloscopes, a spectrometer, and a small server unit. This was actually a fully equipped personal laboratory. This will be your dormitory from now on and also your personal lab. Jiang He set the suitcase by the door and turned to say to Fang Yu, who was already visibly astonished. All the equipment is configured to the highest specifications. The network is an independent fiber optic line directly connected to the National Supercomputing Center. The power system is independently supplied, ensuring 24/7 uninterrupted operation. The security system is directly linked to mine. Any unauthorized intrusion will trigger an alert to me within 3 seconds. She walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and pointed down below. Surrounding this building, openly are campus security guards, but covertly, at least 2 platoons of special forces are on rotating duty. So you can be absolutely assured of your safety. Fang Yu observed it all, understanding everything in his heart. The nation had spared no expense for him. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Don't thank me. You deserve it." For the first time, a faint smile touched Jiang Yi's face like an iceberg thawing. "Though I don't know what you've done, the state has always placed great value on talents like yours." Oh, she seemed to remember something, pulling what looked like an ordinary smartphone from her pocket and handing it to Fang Yu. "This is your new phone. It's also specially made, equipped with the highest level of encrypted communication protocols. Only 3 numbers are stored inside: mine, Colonel Fang's, and the emergency hotline. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use it for any non-essential contact with the outside world." Fang Yu took the phone and nodded. "Good." Jiang Yi seemed satisfied with his response. Glancing at her watch, she continued, "Your reporting procedures are now complete. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with your academy building and classrooms. After that, you'll be free to move about. Remember, if you encounter any issues or sense any danger, contact me immediately using this phone." With that, she turned to lead Fang Yu away. The moment they stepped out of the dormitory entrance, a well-dressed young man with slicked-back hair clearly from a privileged background approached, surrounded by several hangers-on. The young man spotted Jiang Yi emerging from room 301 at once. His eyes lit up instantly, brimming with undisguised admiration and possessiveness. But when he noticed Fang Yu following behind Jiang Yi, his brow furrowed instantly, his expression turning hostile. "Jiang Yi, who is this?" He stepped forward, blocking their path, his tone tinged with accusation. Jiang Yi's delicate brows twitched imperceptibly at the sight of him, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes, though her tone remained calm. "Sun Yufei, I'm showing a new freshman around campus. Is there something you need?" This Sun Yufei was a notorious rich kid in the Mobile Combat Academy. Leveraging his family's connections to a school board member, he acted with reckless abandon on campus and had been relentlessly pursuing Jiang Yi. "Showing a freshman around?" Sun Yufei snorted derisively, eyeing Fang Yu's plain clothes and worn suitcase with utter contempt. "Jiang Yi, since when did you have time for this? Do you really think it's worth your while to personally show around some guy who looks like he crawled out of some backwater village?" His words drew snickers from the few hangers-on trailing behind him. Jiang Yi's expression instantly turned cold. "Sun Yufei, watch your mouth. He's my direct junior and my responsibility as a mentor. Guiding him is my duty. Move aside." "Duty?" Sun Yufei snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. "Don't be ridiculous, Jiang Yi. Who doesn't know that you, Miss Jiang, look down on everyone? There are hardly any guys in this whole school who catch your eye. I don't buy that you'd be nice to a freshman for no reason." His gaze turned provocative as he fixed it on Fang Yu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Hey, new guy. I don't care who you are, but take my advice, stay away from Jiang Yi. She's not someone like you can touch." Faced with this sudden provocation, thick with the cliched melodrama of cheap web novels, Fang Yu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Boring. He silently gave his 2-word verdict in his mind. Chapter 31, The Next Move. Boring. He silently gave his 2-word verdict in his mind. Seeing Fang Yu's utterly indifferent demeanor, as if he didn't even notice him, Sun Yufei felt like he'd punched a pillow. The nameless rage burning within him flared even brighter. He approached with a forced smile, extending his hand toward Fang Yu. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Sun Yufei, a junior at the Mobile Academy. Since we'll be attending the same school from now on, junior, we should definitely keep in touch." The threat in his words was unmistakable. Yet Fang Yu merely gave him a dismissive glance, as if observing a clown, showing no intention of shaking his hand. "You!" Sun Yufei's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver-like red. Before he could erupt, Jiang Yi impatiently stepped forward, blocking the way in front of Fang Yu. "Sun Yufei, I'll say it again, move aside." Jiang Yi's voice was as cold as a Siberian blizzard. "If you insist on wasting time here, I won't hesitate to call the board of trustees right now and discuss how you passed your fluid mechanics exam last semester." The words struck Sun Yufei like a precision blade, instantly hitting his Achilles heel. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of terror and venomous resentment. He glared viciously at Fang Yu, then lowered his voice to a whisper audible only to the 3 of them. "Kid, you just wait. Stay away from Jiang Yi, or you'll regret it." With that, he slunk away with his henchman, his tail between his legs. "Sorry for the trouble." Walking along the tree-lined campus path, Jiang Yi broke the silence first. "That Sun Yufei is the son of a board member at the Mobile Academy. He's spoiled rotten by his family and acts very arrogantly. Try to avoid him in the future. MHM." Fang Yu responded calmly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. His excessive composure only piqued Jiang Yi's curiosity further. She turned her head to study this nominal junior and the true target of her mission. "You don't seem the least bit angry? If a mosquito buzzes in your ear, would you argue with it?" Fang Yu countered. Jiang Yi paused slightly. Then, a rare, genuine smile flickered across her cool, clear eyes. The metaphor, though slightly arrogant, was remarkably apt. She realized this youth, whom Fang Jiangwo treated so specially, seemed far more intriguing than his file suggested. By the way, senior, Fang Yu suddenly asked, could you tell us where the mechanical engineering lab building is? The lab building? Jung He was taken aback. Why would you want to go there? Only masters or doctoral students can apply to use the lab building. As a freshman, even if you knew where it was, you couldn't get in without a supervisor's permission and an access card. No problem, Fang Yu's tone remained calm. Just take me there. Jiang He met his unwavering gaze, her doubts lingering. But ultimately, she couldn't resist Fang Yu's persistence. She nodded and led him through several academic buildings until they arrived at an imposing 10-story structure. This was the famed Shenzhou Key Laboratory building, renowned throughout HIT and indeed the entire nation. On ordinary days, it was as desolate as a forbidden zone, its massive doors made of special alloy almost always sealed shut. Let's go inside, Fang Yu murmured softly. His choice of HIT was driven not only by its top-tier engineering environment but, more importantly, by this very laboratory building. The equipment and resources inside far surpassed anything in his previous tiny personal lab. No one's likely inside at this hour, and without access cards, we can't even get through the door. Jiang He's words trailed off abruptly. Because she saw Fang Yu calmly walk up to the closed alloy door and come to a halt. The next second, under Jiang He's stunned gaze, the recognition system atop the door suddenly illuminated with a soft green light. Deep identity verified. S-level highest privilege user, Colonel Fang Yu. Welcome. Accompanied by the cold, synthetic electronic voice, the incredibly heavy alloy door slid silently and slowly opened to both sides. S-level highest clearance? Colonel? Jiang He felt his brain short-circuit. True, Uncle Fang had mentioned that Fang Yu was a special freshman. But this was a bit too special. At such a young age, he was already a colonel? Yet a question suddenly surfaced in Jiang He's mind. Even if Fang Yu was a military officer, why did he have access to this building? Coincidence? The thought surfaced instinctively in Jiang He's mind. Immediately after, she saw within the lobby of the experimental building. An elderly man in a white lab coat, his hair streaked with gray yet his spirit sharp and alert, strode briskly toward the entrance. His pace was quick and hurried, as if he were rushing to handle some urgent matter. Seeing this, Jiang He's heart eased slightly. So it was just a coincidence after all, a professor happened to be leaving. But at that very moment, she witnessed a scene that made her pupils suddenly contract. The moment the elderly man spotted Fang Yu, his hurried pace abruptly halted. His face instantly broke into an expression of immense warmth and humility. He strode quickly toward Fang Yu, proactively extending both hands to grasp Fang Yu's firmly. Comrade Fang Yu. Ah, I've been waiting for you. MHM. Fang Yu nodded calmly, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Before arriving at the university, Colonel Fang Jiangwo had already arranged everything for him. As a top-level classified talent, all resources at Harbin Institute of Technology would be unconditionally allocated to him. Comrade. Comrade Fang Yu? Jiang He felt his mind struggling to process the revelation. Was he still half asleep? A professor who looked at least 60 years old and was highly respected in the academy was actually using the honorific you when addressing a freshman who had just enrolled? And judging by the professor's expression, this wasn't mere admiration from an elder toward a junior. It was clearly the kind of profound respect one feels when a subordinate meets a superior, or rather, when an ordinary scholar encounters a titan in their field? What on earth was going on? And who is this? The elderly professor noticed Jiang He standing behind Fang Yu and asked curiously. Fang Yu replied casually, my academic advisor, Senior Jiang He. She's quite capable. Please let her come in too. Good, good, good. The old professor nodded repeatedly, then turned to Jiang He, who was still a bit dazed. He flashed her a warm, friendly smile and waved his hand, gesturing for her to hurry inside. As if compelled by some unseen force, Jiang He took stiff steps into the laboratory building she had once dreamed of entering, yet had been repeatedly denied access to due to insufficient clearance. Comrade Fang Yu, allow me to introduce myself. The elderly professor said warmly as he led the way. I am Li Zhenhua, Dean of the School of Mechanical and Power Engineering and Chief Designer of the Tsanglong Project. Just call me Old Li. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang He was utterly stunned. Li Zhenhua? Director Li? He was the leading authority in mechanical engineering at HIT. A true national treasure-level expert. He was also the chief architect of the nation's next-generation high-altitude, high-speed drone project, Tsanglong. He had once had the honor of catching a glimpse of this legendary figure from afar at an academic conference. What shattered Jiang He's worldview even more was that this renowned figure in Dragon Nation's military engineering circles actually allowed Fang Yu to call him Old Li. After all, there was at least a 40-year generational gap between them. Hello, Academician Li, Fang Yu addressed him with remarkable humility, not letting the other's modesty go unnoticed. I've studied your papers. Your research on aerospace engine blade materials solved the problem that had troubled our nation for decades. You are the true pillar of our nation, serving both country and people, a figure worthy of reverence from all younger generations. These words struck the perfect balance, acknowledging his academic achievements while conveying sincere admiration. Upon hearing that Fang Yu had read his paper from so many years ago and offered such high praise, Li Genoa was utterly speechless. Was so moved he could barely close his mouth. This wasn't just praise from an ordinary student. This was praise from the very father of the Phoenix Wing, a man who single-handedly propelled Dragon Nation's cutting-edge technology forward by 2 decades, a living legend in his own time. If word got out, he could brag about this for the rest of his life. Oh my, Comrade Fang Yu, please don't say such things. Li Genoa waved his hands urgently, his expression filled with sincere trepidation. Compared to your Phoenix Cry, the stuff I tinker with is just scrap metal and junk. You are the pillar of our nation. The very hope for Dragon Nation's future. This wasn't flattery, it was a heartfelt conviction. After witnessing that miraculous blueprint with his own eyes, he knew deep down that in terms of true knowledge and mastery, an unbridgeable chasm separated him from this 17-year-old youth before him. Meanwhile, Jiang He, having overheard this exchange, was so stunned his scalp tingled. Phoenix Song? Pillar of the nation? What kind of language was this? This wasn't peer-to-peer interaction at all, it was the utter humility and reverence one would show a founding master. She felt her worldview being repeatedly shattered, reassembled, and shattered again today. This seemingly ordinary junior classmate, what on earth had he done? How could he command such awe from academician Li Genoa? Comrade Fang Yu, allow me to show you around our laboratory building. Li Genoa rubbed his hands together like a child who just received a new toy, his voice brimming with excitement. Afterwards, I'll grant you the highest level access credentials. You'll have unrestricted access to any laboratory and may utilize any equipment at your discretion. Should you encounter any dissatisfaction or require special materials or funding, you may call me at any hour. Whatever your request, our entire institute will spare no effort to fulfill it. With that, Li Genoa personally took on the role of tour guide, leading Fang Yu and the now somewhat numb Jiang He on their tour. At the heart of the lab complex stood a massive, fully enclosed hangar with a soaring ceiling 5 stories high. Inside stood a large, silver-white drone with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, its form exuding streamlined elegance. This is the Tsunglong prototype we spent 3 years developing. Li Genoa pointed at the drone, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. Unfortunately, constrained by materials and energy limitations, its performance. Better not dwell on it. Fang Yu merely glanced at it calmly, nodded, and offered no comment. Along the way, Li Genoa showcased various high-tech marvels to Fang Yu, from the latest individual exoskeletons to experimental electromagnetic cannon prototypes and intricate robotic systems. It must be said that the items within this experimental building truly represented the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's current technological capabilities. However, in Fang Yu's eyes, these achievements were still far from sufficient. By the end of the tour, after hesitating for a long while, Li Genoa finally asked cautiously. Well, Comrade Fang Yu, Major Fang asked me to inquire on his behalf, what do you plan to research next? Or will you continue refining the Phoenix Cry drone? Colonel Fang means that whatever you need, the state will provide. We want to finalize the relevant materials and project team as soon as possible so research can begin faster. His voice was hushed, so Jiang He behind him didn't hear a word. At that moment, she was still reeling from the sight of the electromagnetic cannon prototype. Fang Yu pondered for a moment before replying. The Phoenix Cry is merely a starting point. I've already mined most of its technological potential. It's time to move on to the next project. Li Genoa's breath caught in his throat. In a tone as matter-of-fact as stating a simple fact, Fang Yu slowly continued. I intend to research the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. Chapter 32, Who are you, exactly? White Emperor Aerospace Fighter? Academician Li Genoa, a titan of the aerospace field in Dragon Nation, whose entire life had been dedicated to the cause, felt his mind go blank for several seconds upon hearing those 3 words. He repeated the words unconsciously, his voice dry, each syllable feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Correct. Fang Yu regarded him calmly, his clear eyes showing not the slightest ripple. It was as if what he had just mentioned, a weapon capable of upending the global military landscape, was as mundane as discussing tonight's cafeteria menu. From his specially encrypted phone, he projected a simplified 3-dimensional structural model into the air before them. The preliminary concept: this White Emperor fighter will be equipped with 2 Candle Dragon dual-vector pulse detonation engines, utilizing a combined air-breathing rocket dual-mode cycle. Within the atmosphere, it can maintain a stable cruise speed of Mach 16. Its maximum ascent altitude will surpass the Kármán line, reaching 100 kilometers, easily entering low Earth orbit. What? 10, 16 Mach? That single parameter alone nearly made Li Genoa's heart leap out of his throat, and he was an academician who'd weathered countless storms. After all, their research institute's Tsunglong project, the culmination of countless efforts, had a theoretical top speed barely scraping 2.2 Mach. And now, this kid was casually throwing around 16 Mach? And this was just the cruising speed? The airframe utilizes a ternary strong interaction composite material I've named Mystic Maiden's Feather, integrated with an active energy deflection force field. Theoretically, it not only completely absorbs and blocks all current radar wave detection, but also simulates the spectral and thermal radiation of its surroundings by adjusting the lattice structure of the outer armor, achieving true, absolute full-spectrum stealth. Full-spectrum stealth? You mean it can achieve optical invisibility? Li Jianhua felt his breathing grow labored. He stared at the design diagram slowly rotating in midair, its form brimming with streamlined, brutal aesthetics. It felt as though every scientific principle he'd spent his entire life building had been brutally shattered by this youth before him. Fang Yu ignored his ghost-stricken expression, continuing in a matter-of-fact tone to list performance parameters that would drive any head of state mad. Weapon systems, initially equipped with 2 miniaturized high-energy electromagnetic railguns and 16 built-in Hive-style micro-missile launch units. Of course, these are merely the standard configurations. Its true purpose is to serve as the core node of an integrated airspace combat platform. Alright, academician Li, Fang Yu concluded, closing the projection. That's the gist of it for now. I'll compile the specific parameters and technical details into a comprehensive project proposal and email it to you. Any other questions? Li Jianhua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself utterly speechless. He felt like a primitive man who had just mastered the art of drilling wood to make fire, only to have a deity suddenly descend one day and slap the blueprint for a miniature nuclear fusion reactor right in his face. Shock? No, that barely scratched the surface of his current state. It was awe. Fear. Utter reverence for a higher dimensional intelligence. Yes. 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 After a long moment, Li Jianhua finally ground out 3 words through clenched teeth. His cloudy old eyes now burned with an unprecedented, frenzied fire. I'll report this immediately. I'll inform Colonel Fang and the Supreme Command Headquarters at once. Whatever you need, just tell me. Anything. His fists clenched, his entire body trembling with excitement. Fang Yu considered what he would need next. Indeed, the list was quite extensive. From the most basic special alloy smelting equipment to supercomputing clusters for building AI models, to all manner of unheard of rare elements and chemical reagents. The list was long and complex, too much for him to compile on the spot. Once I return, I'll compile a detailed list of requirements and send it directly to Colonel Fang, Fang Yu stated. Li Jianhua nodded emphatically twice. But immediately afterward, he rubbed his hands together and asked in a tone bordering on ingratiation. Comrade Fang Yu, I have an uninvited request. Would it be possible for me to come by and lend a hand during your research? Fearing Fang Yu might find him a hindrance, he hastily added. Rest assured. I won't cause any trouble. I just want to observe and learn. Fang Yu couldn't help but smile at the sight of this national treasure-level academician, who now looked as nervous and eager as a schoolboy. Of course, no problem. I'll be counting on your guidance, academician Li. Oh, not at all. Being able to participate in the White Emperor project alongside you is the greatest honor of my life, Li Jianhua. With Fang Yu's permission granted, Li Jianhua beamed like a child who'd just received candy, his face flushed with excitement. In his eyes, witnessing the birth of an entirely new technological era was far more significant than earning 100 academician titles. Declining Li Jianhua's offer of a special vehicle and security escort, Fang Yu and Jiang He, still in a daze, as if her soul had left her body, left the heavily guarded laboratory building. The moment they stepped outside, Jiang He finally snapped out of her profound shock. Looking at her junior classmate beside her, who appeared as calm as if he'd just finished a leisurely stroll through the market, she couldn't help but ask. Who are you, really? She knew he was extraordinary, but she never imagined he could be this extraordinary. Phoenix Cry. White Emperor. Academician Li Jianhua's almost reverent attitude. All of this had completely overturned her understanding. I'm just Fang Yu, an ordinary freshman. Fang Yu shrugged his shoulders, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang He's voice cracked with disbelief. A freshman who gets academician Li Jianhua to address you as comrade? Who holds the highest access clearance to the Shenzhou experimental building? And makes him say something like that? Fang Yu merely smiled. I'm just Fang Yu. That's all. Jiang He desperately wanted to know who Fang Yu really was and what he had done. But she also knew that some matters likely touched upon the highest level of state secrets, questions she had no right to ask. She could only force down the raging waves of curiosity churning within her. Still, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Fang Yu had changed completely. After bidding farewell to Jiang He, Fang Yu returned alone to his dormitory, which was comparable to a presidential suite. Instead of resting immediately, he powered up his computer and began compiling a comprehensive list of equipment and materials required for the initial phase of the White Emperor project. The task was immense and tedious. By 7 p.m., he had barely completed less than 1/10 of it. Just as he was about to get up and stretch his legs, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Chapter 33, Provocation. Fang Yu furrowed his brow. Who could it be at this hour? Jiang He? He rose to open the door, only to find the last person he wanted to see standing there, Sun Yufei. Behind him trailed several equally menacing, burly athletes who appeared to be student council officers. Room inspection. Sun Yufei said with a fake smile. His gaze swept through Fang Yu's extravagantly luxurious single dorm room like a venomous snake. After getting humiliated at Zhang He's place that afternoon, he'd seethed with anger. Now, under the pretext of a student council dorm inspection, he'd brought his crew to settle the score. He strode into the room, his entourage filing in behind him, their bodies blocking the narrow doorway completely. Well, quite the living quarters, huh? A private room with its own lab? Sun Yufei sneered sarcastically, deliberately scraping his Gucci limited edition white sneakers against the floor as he spoke with disdain. But the decor's pretty tacky. All domestic brands, huh? So old school. Check out my outfit, he smacked his oversized logo-printed streetwear hoodie with satisfaction. Off-white collaboration. A country bumpkin like you probably hasn't even seen one before, huh? Fang Yu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, merely watching him calmly, waiting for his show. Seeing Fang Yu's silence, Sun Yufei assumed he'd been intimidated by his aura, growing even more smug. He walked over to Fang Yu's desk, picked up a notebook filled with complex formulas, flipped through it with feigned profundity, then tossed it back onto the desk with disdain. Still studying these basic theories? How pathetic. Unlike me, though I haven't graduated yet, I've already independently published 3 papers in SCI journals abroad. He deliberately emphasized the words overseas and SCI, his face brimming with arrogance and self-importance. Do you know what this means? It means I've already set one foot on the threshold of becoming a world-class scientist. And you? What do you have to compare with me? His minions immediately joined in the taunts. Exactly. Our brother Fei is a future scientific giant. Kid, you've crossed brother Fei. Don't expect to have an easy time these next 4 years. Faced with this crude performance by a bunch of clowns, Fang Yu finally reacted. He slowly raised his head, his eyes calm as a deep pool, meeting Sun Yufei's gaze for the first time. His voice was cool and measured. So, you came here just to show off all this to me? Kid, don't play dumb with me. Seeing Fang Yu still unmoved, Sun Yufei frowned and snarled. I came here to remind you. Zhang He is mine, damn it. And she'll always be mine. Ditch those petty schemes of yours, or I'll make you regret it. Those 3 papers you mentioned, I happened to have some time this afternoon and took a look at them. Yet, faced with Sun Yufei's arrogant demeanor, Fang Yu showed no sign of fear. He even ignored the threat outright. He sat down leisurely in his chair and spoke calmly. First paper, research on phase transition critical points of superconducting materials in cryogenic environments. Your core argument is built upon an extended model of the Bose-Einstein-Schrieffer theory, a model already proven flawed. It's like constructing a skyscraper on a crooked foundation. The second paper, an investigation into frequency conversion efficiency in nonlinear optical crystals, contains a fundamental error in your application of the Miller equation. The variable coefficients you substituted are incorrect, causing all subsequent calculations to exhibit deviations exceeding 30%. As for the third paper, a cold curve formed at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. A new exploration of the distribution of prime numbers based on the Riemann hypothesis. This one shows some originality. Unfortunately, on page 17, line 32, when deriving Euler's product formula, you made a rookie mistake. Even a freshman calculus student wouldn't make you treat it in infinite series as a convergent one. Therefore, your 30-page paper, which appears rigorous on the surface, is fundamentally nothing but a pile of utter nonsense. That such an article could get published shows that the standards of foreign journals are pretty mediocre. With each sentence Fang Yu spoke, Sun Yufei's face paled another shade. By the time Fang Yu delivered his final sentence, Sun Yufei's face had turned completely liver-colored. Those papers he published? He'd paid ghostwriters to write them. He himself only had a vague understanding of their contents. But he never imagined that this freshman before him could, in just one afternoon, uncover every single fatal flaw in all 3 of his papers. And with such precision, such utter ruthlessness. This wasn't just a slap in the face. It was like stripping him naked in front of all his henchmen and publicly executing him on the street. Uing Bolter. Furious and humiliated, Sun Yufei tore off his facade completely, snarling with a hideous expression. Kid, looks like you're asking for a beating. Today, I'll teach you a lesson your parents never could. With that, he swung his arm violently. Several athletic students behind him immediately rubbed their hands together, grinning savagely as they closed in on Fang Yu. But just as they were about to strike. Halt! What are you doing? A deep, authoritative shout boomed from the doorway. Immediately, 2 campus security guards in black uniforms, their eyes sharp as hawks, burst in with a speed utterly incongruous with their uniforms. They swiftly pinned the athletes to the ground with decisive precision. At that moment, a burly security supervisor approached with a frosty expression. Behind him followed Teacher Lu and several school administrators who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Sun Yufei. Teacher Lu surveyed the chaos before him, his voice cold enough to freeze ice crystals. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, threatening classmates, you have some nerve. Seeing this scene, especially those 2 security guards with combat prowess off the charts, Sun Yufei completely chickened out. He knew he was in deep trouble today. You lowlifes. You mobilized this entire force against my men over some punk? Do you believe me when I say I could get all of you fired with just one word? I don't know who your deadbeat dad is, but I do know this: if you dare set foot near room 301 again, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing this, the burly security supervisor sneered. As for you saying one word could cost me my job? Go ahead and try. We'll see who ends up backing down first. You? Fine. We'll see about that. He glared viciously at Fang Yu, then, after spitting out one last threat, could only lead his subdued henchmen away, their tails between their legs. After he turned and walked out the door, one of his henchmen leaned close to his ear and asked in a low, resentful voice. Brother Fei, are we just letting that kid go? A venomous yet cunning gleam flashed in Sunny Fei's eyes. He glanced back at the brightly lit dormitory, lowered his voice, and sneered coldly. Let him go? No way. If force won't work, we'll use persuasion. He thinks he's a genius? He thinks he's so high and mighty? Sun Yufei's eyes darted about as a vicious, ruthless plan rapidly took shape in his mind. I've already thought of a perfect way to not only kick him out of hit but also destroy his reputation, ensuring he never recovers. Chapter 34, You're disturbing my reading. Over the next few days, Fang Yu's life became structured and fulfilling. Like an untiring specter, he shuttled between his lavishly furnished private dormitory and the heavily guarded Shenzhou-Key laboratory building. Often accompanying him were academician Li Jinhua and the entire team of national treasure-level experts he led. Yet their roles had undergone a remarkable reversal. At the kickoff meeting for the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter project, a group of industry titans each averaging over 60 years of age and commanding immense influence in their respective fields now sat like the most humble elementary school students. Each held a notebook, sitting upright with perfect posture. Taking the podium was Fang Yu, just 17 years old. Xian New Feather composite material synthesis hinges on using high-frequency sound waves to forcibly reconstruct the crystal lattices of three metallic elements under vacuum conditions. During this process, control over the acoustic frequency must be precise to within a single hertz. Otherwise, irreversible metal fatigue will occur within the material. The energy core of the Candle Dragon engine is a miniaturized tokamak device. The challenge lies not in ignition, but in how to use superconducting magnetic confinement to stably contain the high-temperature plasma capable of melting anything within a ring chamber no wider than half a meter. My proposal is to abandon traditional liquid nitrogen cooling in favor of active heat dissipation based on the quantum tunneling effect. Fang Yu's voice remained calm and clear. He avoided complex academic jargon, instead using the most straightforward language to gradually popularize these revolutionary theories at least 50 years ahead of their time to the audience of China's most brilliant minds. He wasn't conversing with them, he was lecturing them. Academician Li Jinhua scribbled furiously, afraid to miss a single word. His mind was churning with waves of astonishment. Each theory Fang Yu presented felt like a key unlocking a long-sealed door in his understanding, revealing an unprecedented, breathtakingly magnificent new world. Soon, the weekend arrived. After lecturing a group of academicians for several consecutive days, even Fang Yu felt a hint of mental fatigue. He decided to take a break and relax. His method of relaxation was unique. He went alone to the study room of HIT's ancient and quiet library. For him, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge and reading the most cutting-edge, profound academic papers was the best form of rest. He casually found a window seat, pulled the latest issue of General Relativity and Quantum Gravity from the shelf, and began reading with relish. At that very moment, in a dimly lit corner of the library shelves, Sun Yufei stood with several henchmen, his gaze fixed on the figure engrossed in the book, filled with venomous hatred. Everyone clear on the plan? Sun Yufei lowered his voice, addressing a girl behind him who wore elaborate makeup and a tight, form-fitting skirt. Her name was Lu Qian, a student in the performing arts department. Though not quite a campus goddess like Jiang Yi, her striking looks and deliberately cultivated allure made her quite famous on campus, a coveted prize in the eyes of many male students. As long as you handle this for me? Sun Yufei's tone was icy, radiating an undeniable sense of authority. Not only will I secure your graduate school admission, but after graduation, I'll personally place you in a mid-level management position at Sun Group. Our Sun family runs one of the top 500 companies in the country. He paused, his eyes darkening with malice. If you fail, you'll face the consequences yourself. Hearing this mix of promises and threats, Lu Qian's face instantly broke into a practiced, bone-chillingly seductive smile. Young Master Sun, just watch, her voice dripping with sweetness, I'm no stranger to this sort of thing. I guarantee that ungrateful little punk won't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. With that, she swayed her hips, striding confidently out of the corner in her 7-centimeter heels. She sauntered straight to the seat opposite Fang Yu and settled down with an air of superior ease. She casually placed her Chanel handbag on the table before crossing her legs. She deliberately positioned her long legs, encased in black stockings, at an alluring angle within Fang Yu's line of sight. She lowered her head, pretending to play with her phone, but the corners of her eyes kept stealing glances at Fang Yu's reaction. However, 5 minutes passed. Fang Yu's gaze never left the journal in his hands for even a second. He sat like a stone Buddha in deep meditation, utterly oblivious to the vivid, alluring scene before him. Lu Qian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. She cleared her throat, leaned forward, and pretended to reach for the water glass on the table, deliberately exposing her impressive cleavage even more prominently. 10 minutes passed. Fang Yu turned a page. Lu Qian's face began to flush with embarrassment. Refusing to believe it, she deliberately dropped a lipstick on the floor. Then, bending over in an extremely seductive posture, she slowly reached down to pick it up. Her tight pencil skirt traced the curves of her hips with breathtaking precision, enough to make any normal man's blood boil. Half an hour passed. Fang Yu turned another page, even pulling a pen from his pocket to scribble rapidly on his manuscript, completely immersed in his own world. He wasn't pretending to ignore her. He genuinely hadn't noticed the person sitting across from him the entire time. An hour later, all of Lu Qian's flirtatious gestures and carefully orchestrated efforts had sunk without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. Her confidence had been replaced by a deep sense of defeat and humiliation. Was this guy blind? Or was he not even a man? Recalling Sun Yufei's promise of a lucrative future and the terrifying consequences of mission failure, Lu Qian steeled herself, a flash of ferocity crossing her eyes. She sprang to her feet and summoned every ounce of strength to emit a shrill scream piercing enough to rupture eardrums. The scream exploded like a bomb in the silent library. Instantly, every student buried in their books throughout the study hall jolted upright, heads snapping toward the source of the sound in stunned silence. Hundreds of eyes instantly converged on Lu Qian. Several boys sitting nearby, overcome with a sudden surge of righteous indignation, immediately rushed over, asking with concern, "Hey, what's wrong? What happened?" Seeing that she had successfully captured everyone's attention, Lu Qian's expression instantly switched to victim mode. Her eyes instantly reddened, and crystal-clear tears welled up, rolling down her tear-streaked, delicate face, making her look utterly pitiful. She extended a slightly trembling hand, pointing to a small tear she had just secretly ripped in her skirt. In a voice choked with tears and filled with utter grievance, she declared, He molested me. This man just groped me and tore my dress." The word molested ignited the fury of every male student present like a lit fuse. Openly molesting a girl in the university library? This was nothing short of beastly behavior. Who? Which animal did this? Damn it! Show yourself! Everyone was seething with righteous indignation, their eyes scanning the area for the audacious pervert. Lu Qian, having briefly savored the feeling of being defended, slowly raised her trembling arm. With eyes brimming with fear and grievance, she pointed straight at Fang Yu across from her, the man who hadn't lifted his head once throughout the entire incident. It was him. In an instant, hundreds of eyes filled with rage, contempt, and disbelief pierced Fang Yu like sharp blades. Jolted from his deep contemplation by the sudden commotion, Fang Yu slowly lifted his head. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face showing no trace of panic or fear, only the intense irritation of someone whose train of thought had been rudely interrupted. He looked at the girl before him, her tears streaming down her face like rain. Then he glanced at the crowd around him, their eyes blazing with fury as if they wanted to devour him alive. Calmly, he spoke. His first words were neither defense nor anger, but a pure, heartfelt question. "Excuse me, who are you? Also, could you all please keep it down? You're disturbing my reading." Chapter 35, Boxing? Fang Yu's calm, almost cold retort felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over the heads of everyone seething with righteous indignation. The entire study room fell into an even more eerie, prolonged silence that stretched for several seconds. Everyone stared at Fang Yu as if he were an alien. This guy. Is he out of his mind? Didn't he see the situation clearly? A tear-streaked, pitifully beautiful woman was accusing him of sexual assault. Shouldn't he be panicking, terrified, desperate to defend himself? How could his first reaction be to complain that we were making too much noise? Lu Qian was completely dumbfounded. She had prepared a whole script and performance, ready to handle his angry denial, feeble excuses, or even begging on his knees. But she never dreamed his response would be pure, unadulterated indifference. It felt like a peacock ready to spread its tail feathers, preening and strutting before a rock for ages, only for the rock to complain that it was blocking the sunlight. The immense psychological blow made Lu Qian's sobs catch in her throat. Yet she quickly regained her composure, wailing even more heart-wrenchingly, as if venting every grievance under heaven. "Wah! You bastard! You bullied me, and now you pretend not to know me. Are you even a man?" Her wailing instantly rallied the wavering crowd back to her side. "Did you hear that? He dares to do it but won't own up. Damn it! He's the most disgusting person I've ever seen. Not only does he refuse to admit what he did, but he actually complains that we're making too much noise? How did scum like this even get into HIT? He's a disgrace to the school." Many boys, already dazzled by Lu Qian's beauty and tears, especially those who'd been fawning over her, now transformed into champions of justice. One after another, they seethed with righteous indignation, glaring at Fang Yu and shouting accusations. Hearing this, a distinct look of impatience finally flickered across Fang Yu's previously impassive face. He slowly closed the journal in his hand and lifted his head. For the first time, his clear eyes calmly swept over the angry and foolish faces surrounding him. "I always thought He began, his voice quiet yet clear enough to reach every ear. Students who gain admission to Harbin Institute of Technology should, if not all, be pillars of society dedicated to serving their country through diligence and perseverance, at the very least be adults possessing basic logical reasoning and rational judgment. But today, your behavior has left me deeply disappointed. His gaze finally settled on Lu Qian, who was still putting on a show. His eyes held no anger, only the clinical scrutiny of a doctor examining a case. If you wish to slander me, go ahead. But at least produce evidence. Both physics and law share a fundamental principle: he who asserts must prove. Is this simple matter beyond your grasp? As he finished, a barely perceptible curve touched the corner of his mouth. It was a smile tinged with both contempt and pity. He had no intention of wasting another second on such tedious nonsense. He stood up, gathered his books, and prepared to leave this irritating place filled with foolish hormones. Fang Yu's words were clear and logical, like a scalpel precisely dissecting the core of this farce. Many students present, especially those in STEM fields, began to grasp the situation. Right. From start to finish, the entire incident had been based solely on the girl's one-sided account. No surveillance footage, no corroborating witnesses, merely her tearful pleas and a tear in her skirt were enough to pin the blame on the boy before them. Logically, it simply didn't hold water. Yet just as rational thought began to take root among the crowd, Lu Qian's shrill wails cut through the silence once more. Evidence? My honor as a woman is the best evidence. What girl in this world would willingly risk her lifelong reputation to falsely accuse someone for no reason? Her words were emotionally charged and inflammatory. Instantly, the scales that had begun to waver tipped once more. Indeed, for a young woman, her reputation meant everything. She was crying like this: how could it be a lie? Just then, several girls who appeared to be student club officers stepped forward from the crowd. Pointing accusingly at Fang Yu, they shouted indignantly. You disgusting man! And you call yourself a student of HIT? How could you say such cold-hearted things? Even if you didn't actually touch her, you were definitely staring at her with that disgusting look. That's called male gaze. Do you understand? And why aren't you considering the impact on others? A girl is scared to death because of you. Don't you bear any responsibility at all? Is apologizing really that hard? Their words abandoned logic and facts entirely, pure emotional outbursts and moral blackmail. Seeing the moment was ripe, Sun Yufei, who'd been lurking in the corner watching the spectacle, signaled to the athletic students beside him. Those burly athletes immediately got the message, pushing their way through the crowd and bellowing. Who said there's no evidence? We were sitting right over there just now and saw this guy groping Lu Qian with his hands. When she resisted, he even tried to rip her skirt off. That's right. We can all testify. Witnesses right here. What else can you say? The appearance of these eyewitnesses proved to be the final straw, nailing Fang Yu to the pillar of shame as a sexual molester. Arrest him. Take him to the dean's office. Don't let him get away. With that, the athletic students, grinning savagely like ravenous wolves pouncing on prey, lunged viciously at Fang Yu. They were determined to pin this crime on him. Facing these vicious brutes bearing down on him, not a trace of fear crossed Fang Yu's face. He stood motionless, his gaze icy as he calmly uttered two words. Step aside. The others weren't about to let him go. Grinning savagely, they swung their fists, as big as pots, closing in on Fang Yu's collar. Just as their hands were about to touch Fang Yu's body, a sudden change occurred. From the outer edge of the crowd, several seemingly ordinary middle-aged tourists dressed in plain jackets and baseball caps, looking utterly unremarkable, had appeared at some unknown moment. The instant Sun Yufei and his athletic friends moved, the eyes of these tourists sharpened like blades. Their movements were so swift they were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. A series of dull thuds echoed, bone and muscle colliding with a heavy thud, accompanied by several short, agonized screams. The athletic students, who had been menacing just a second before, were sent flying backward at a speed several times faster than their initial charge, blood spurting from their mouths as if struck head-on by a speeding truck. They slammed heavily into the distant bookshelves, producing an earth-shattering crash as countless books scattered with a loud clatter. In an instant, the entire library fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left gaping in shock at this sudden, movie-like spectacle. Chapter 36, Expel me? Fine. Let the principal come himself. Just as the scene froze in utter silence, everyone petrified by this action movie-style violent spectacle. A stern, authoritative voice cut through the crowd from outside. What's going on here? Why are you all gathered here? Is the library some place for you to fight and cause trouble? The crowd automatically parted to form a path. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, gold-rimmed glasses, and a beer belly strode in, his face stern. His slightly tight white shirt, with a pen tucked in the pocket, immediately identified him as an administrative leader from the university. He was Manhwa Qiang, the Associate Dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering and Automation at Harbin Institute of Technology. The moment Manhwa Qiang entered, he spotted the athletic students writhing in pain on the floor. His brow instantly furrowed into a knot. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Sun Yufei, who was hiding in the corner, frantically signaling to him. Everything became crystal clear to Manhwa Qiang in an instant. Therefore, he acted decisively. After hearing the one-sided accounts from the female boxers, he completely ignored Lu Qian, who was still sobbing, and disregarded the surrounding eyes filled with confusion and shock. He directly pointed the finger at Fang Yu, the only person who had remained calm throughout the entire incident. "You, causing trouble in the library and injuring a classmate?" He pointed his finger right at Fang Yu's nose and barked the accusation. This sequence unfolded with fluid precision, without a shred of hesitation. After all, judging by his appearance, a cheap outfit that couldn't have cost more than 200 yuan, Fang Yu looked like nothing more than an ordinary impoverished student. Meanwhile, Sun Yufei's father, Sun Dihai, was a major donor who contributed millions, even tens of millions of dollars annually to their mechanical engineering department for research funding. Manhwa had climbed to his current position entirely through the Sun family's patronage and backing. Now that Sun Yufei's gang had suffered a setback, he could target Fang Yu without even needing to fabricate charges. This was a godsend. As for the truth? Truth meant nothing in the face of money and power. Therefore, he didn't give Fang Yu any chance to explain. He immediately labeled the incident disregard for school discipline, moral corruption. Manhwa's voice rose an octave, brimming with righteous indignation. In a sacred place like the library, he openly molested a female student. After being caught, he showed no remorse, instead inciting outsiders to trespass onto campus and maliciously injure multiple students who intervened to defend her. The nature of this offense is utterly despicable. The impact is profoundly corrupting. With each sentence, he piled on more accusations against Fang Yu. Finally, he delivered his final verdict. For a student like you, it will show no leniency. In my capacity as associate department head, I hereby formally decide to expel you from the university. Security. Where is security? He bellowed toward the entrance. Arrest this man. Take him to the police station immediately. At his command, several campus security guards who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion immediately surrounded him, batons raised, their expressions fierce. Hearing the words across from him, Fang Yu smiled. It was a cold, contemptuous smile born of utter disappointment. He slowly raised his head, his calm eyes meeting the hypocritical-looking department deputy director for the first time. His voice was steady as he spoke. I chose HIT because I believed it to be one of the Republic's 7 pillars of national defense, a place that cultivates the backbone and pillars of this nation. For this reason, I even declined guaranteed admission offers from Beijing University and Tsinghua University. But I never imagined that this sacred ground for engineers in my eyes would be no different from those notoriously disreputable schools that churn out little fairies and international student companions, a place that harbors filth and confuses right from wrong. His voice wasn't loud, but each word landed like a resounding slap, stinging Manhwa's face and tarnishing the golden reputation of Harbin Institute of Technology. When the surrounding students heard declined offers from Jingzhou and Tsinghua, their gaze toward Fang Yu shifted from contempt to utter shock. Want to expel me? Fine. A cold sneer curled the corners of Fang Yu's mouth. Truthfully, I don't want to stay in a place like this either. But... His tone shifted abruptly, a chilling sharpness piercing through his calm gaze. Since I came here with full awareness, I won't leave without understanding why. Unless the president of Harbin Institute of Technology himself stands before me and tells me I'm expelled. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. His words rang out with unmistakable arrogance, leaving no room for argument. Manhwa's nose nearly twisted with rage. He felt his authority had been blatantly challenged. Have the president personally expel you? He trembled with rage, pointing at Fang Yu and screaming, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve that? Get him. Arrest him. Anyone who resists, subdue them on the spot. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." He bellowed hysterically at the security guards. The security guards, receiving their orders, immediately brandished their batons and charged toward Fang Yu. Hearing this, the tourists who had been lurking in the crowd instantly turned cold as ice. They didn't draw their guns, for before arriving, they'd received strict orders. Under no circumstances were they to expose their weapons in public unless absolutely necessary. Besides, dealing with a few ordinary school security guards didn't even require weapons. Just as the batons were about to strike Fang Yu, 2 shadowy figures materialized before Fang Yu like ghostly apparitions. Their movements were lightning fast, embodying the concise yet deadly efficiency of special forces. A simple sidestep, block, and takedown. Snap. Snap. Accompanied by several crisp cracking sounds of bones dislocating and brief screams, the intimidating security guards were pinned to the ground within a second, immobilized by a perfectly executed joint locking technique. Their batons had long since vanished into thin air. One of the special guards slowly drew a red credential from his chest, flashing it briefly before Manhwa's face, contorted with terror. The golden national emblem composed of the Great Wall and olive branches along with the crimson gold embossed characters below reading Special Operations Division, Central Guard Bureau nearly blinded Manhwa's eyes. Central Guard Bureau? Manhwa's mind went completely blank. His legs buckled and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Even he knew what those words meant. This was no longer something he or even the Sun family behind him could afford to provoke. Call the police. Quick! Quick, call the police! He screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice shrill and piercing. He didn't know who his opponent was, but he knew only the police might save him. Yet, just as tensions reached a boiling point, with both sides poised for confrontation. Everyone, stop right now. A cold, commanding female voice echoed from the library entrance. Immediately, under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Yi strode in, her face as cold as frost. Following behind her were the current president of HIT, Zhou Jianjun. At that moment, nearly all of HIT's top leadership had arrived on the scene. Chapter 37, Expulsion. All of them. The sudden appearance of the HIT president felt like a depth charge dropped into calm waters. But the matter was far from over. Following closely behind President Zhou Jianjun were the deans and party secretaries of nearly every school at HIT. From the School of Aerospace Engineering to the School of Computer Science, from the School of Materials Science to the School of Automation. These academic luminaries, usually as elusive as dragons seen only in glimpses, now rushed over with anxious expressions and hurried steps. What made everyone feel even more suffocated was that, surrounded by this group of academic giants, stood a middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in a crisp dark university officer's uniform, his shoulders bearing the gleaming insignia of a colonel. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. The iron-blooded aura of a seasoned warrior emanating from him seemed to freeze the air around him. The newcomer was none other than Fang Yu, who had just flown in on a special aircraft from the Eastern Theater Command. He had come to personally deliver the latest test report and follow-up development plan for the Phoenix Cry drone to Fang Yu. Upon seeing the university president and the genuine heavyweights arrive, the deputy department head manhwa's face, previously contorted with terror, instantly shifted into an obsequious, chrysanthemum-like grin. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding his comically obese posture, and rushed forward like a fawning lapdog. Oh my! Principal Zhou! Dean Li! How did you all personally come here? He jogged forward, pulling a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket to frantically wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This minor incident, I can handle it myself. It's just one student acting out of line, causing trouble in the library and even injuring a classmate. I've already prepared to expel him and turn him over to the police station. I guarantee it will be handled cleanly, absolutely no trouble for the school. As he spoke, he turned back and pointed toward Fang Yu, who stood calmly amidst the crowd, as if seeking credit. However, Principal Zhou Jianguo, Academician Li Zhenhua, and the others paid him no mind whatsoever, not even giving him a proper glance. They merely passed him by with looks of disgust and contempt, as if he were nothing more than a repulsive, foul cloud of air. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of hundreds of students in the library, this group of top-tier figures usually towering above everyone else quickly approached Fang Yu. Principal Zhou Jianguo, leading the way, wore an expression of profound concern even tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Fang Yu, are you alright? Are you hurt? His tone was gentle, as if he feared disturbing some precious national treasure. Are you upset? What unlucky soul provoked you? Tell us what you need. Name it. If it can make you feel better, the entire Harbin Institute of Technology will make it happen. This scene left every student present utterly dumbfounded. Holy? What the hell is going on? The president was apologizing to a freshman? And using the formal you? And it wasn't just the president. Academician Li Zhenhua. Plus all those deans. The way they looked at that freshman, it was like they were looking at their own founding patriarch? And that soldier. Those shoulder epaulets. He's a colonel. Holy crap, what kind of background does this freshman have? Could he be the grandson of some high-ranking official? Everyone was rendered speechless by this surreal spectacle, scrambling to stretch their imaginations to guess Fang Yu's true identity. Yet none could have anticipated. Faced with the president of HIT's warm greeting and humble demeanor, Fang Yu merely gave him a calm glance. His eyes held not a trace of flattery, only a cold disappointment. I have no other demands at the moment, he said indifferently, except that you expel me. This seemingly ordinary statement struck Zhou Jianguo, Li Zhenhua, and the others like a thunderclap. What? The smile on President Zhou Jianguo's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer terror and a deathly pallor. Fang Yu. You mustn't joke about such things. That's right. Comrade Fang Yu. Academician Li Zhenhua grew frantic, disregarding the students present and switching his formality to address him directly. We can talk this out. No one at HIT can leave now, especially not you. If you leave, what about that project? What about the future of our nation? Hearing this, Fang Yu merely shook his head calmly. I'm not joking. I don't want to stay another moment in this place that harbors filth and confuses right from wrong. His words amounted to a death sentence for HIT. President Zhou Jianguo felt his heart nearly stop. He urgently pressed him. What exactly happened? Fang Yu, tell us. Who has angered you? Seeing Fang Yu's reluctance to speak, Zhou Jianguo abruptly turned around. His face, which had been deathly pale with terror, instantly turned ashen, now consumed by a raging fury. He pointed at manhwa, who was still standing there in a daze, and barked harshly. Manhwa, you explain. What exactly happened here just now? Manhwa was utterly bewildered by the principal's complete reversal in attitude. But his survival instinct kicked in, and he immediately seized this chance to explain. He embellished and distorted the events, recounting them exactly as they happened from his perspective. Principal, that's exactly how it happened. This new student, Fang Yu, not only molested a female classmate but also hired someone to injure our student council officers. I was just about to deal with him when you arrived. After finishing, he felt it wasn't enough. He shot a subtle glance towards Sun Yufei, lowered his voice, and hinted at what he thought was a clever implication. And, Principal, as far as I know, this Fang Yu had a prior grudge with Sun Yufei. As for Chairman Sun, you know how much he's done for our college. Expelling this Fang Yu would be beneficial for the school. He had assumed that invoking the Sun family, the school's major financial backer, would at least make the principal think twice. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Colonel Fang Jiangwo, who had remained silent all along, suddenly burst into a bitter laugh. Ha! Well done, Harbin Institute of Technology. He clapped slowly, the crisp sound echoing jarringly in the deathly quiet library. His gaze fixed on Zhou Jiangwo and Li Genoa, cold as two unsheathed blades. Principal Zhou, academicianly, I entrusted our nation's most precious asset to you intact. Not only did you fail to treat him like a revered ancestor, but now you allow such lowly scum to slander and humiliate him so easily? It seems you truly hold no regard for Fang Yu in your hearts. Fine. Since Harbin Institute of Technology holds such an attitude, there's nothing more to discuss. Fang Jiangwo swung his hand sharply, his voice unwavering. President Zhou, you must expel Fang Yu immediately right this instant. I promise not a word more will be said. I'll take him away immediately. Not a moment's delay. However, everything that happened here today will be reported to the Supreme Command in its entirety, not a single detail omitted. Then you'll have to explain to the higher-ups yourselves why the future hope of our dragon nation was driven to the point where he couldn't even attend school. These words struck Principal Zhou Jiangwo like thunderbolts, crashing down upon his skull. His vision darkened, and blood rushed to his head. He could only imagine the terrifying wrath awaiting him if Fang Yu truly left hit. Expulsion. Principal Zhou Jiangwo roared with every ounce of strength, his voice a wrenching cry of fury. His eyes turned bloodshot with fury and dread. He must be expelled. Hearing this roar, Manhwa, Sun Yufei, and Lu Qian, still feigning tears on the floor, all wore triumphant, gloating smiles. They believed the principal had finally chosen compromise, deciding to expel Fang Yu, that scourge. Yet Principal Zhou Jiangwo's voice, distorted by fury, continued to echo through the library. Only this time, the direction of his finger had changed. Expel that blind fool Manhwa. Immediately. Right this instant. And that girl Lu Qian, who twists the truth and slanders her classmates. Expelled. Those sports students who aided and abetted him, bullying others with their power. Expel them all. And those female student leaders who spread rumors and incite division. Expel them all too. And you lot over there. He pointed at the security guards pinned to the ground, now utterly bewildered, and roared. As school security personnel, you blindly sided with the bullies. Get the hell out of here too. From this day forward, these individuals are permanently banned from setting foot on HIT's campus. Mark their academic records in bold letters, expelled for moral corruption and ethical decay. Every single one of them. Whoever dares to plead for them, I'll expel them too. Chapter 38, Sumi? Save your breath. Principal Zhou's thunderous roar, filled with furious rage, exploded like a heavy bomb in the deathly quiet library study room. Every word carried an unquestionable, ironclad resolve. In an instant, everyone present froze in shock. Each person stared at Principal Zhou Dihai with eyes that seemed to regard him as a madman. They couldn't comprehend why this usually mild-mannered principal had suddenly erupted with such terrifying fury. They were even more baffled as to why he would risk offending the school's biggest financial backer, the Sun Group, why he would bear the pressure of potential nationwide public condemnation, and why he would even endure the whispers behind his back from the entire school accusing him of unfairness and favoritism, all to stand unconditionally on Fang Yu's side. It all seemed utterly irrational, downright insane. Yet only Zhou Dihai himself knew the truth. What he was doing now was not madness. It was the most rational, most correct, and the only decision he could make to save himself in his entire life. My God! At this moment, Zhou Dihai's mind was raging wildly. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat. You idiots! Do you have any idea what you nearly did? Do you have any idea who you nearly offended? That was Fang Yu. He's not just some freshman who just enrolled. He's a blueprint capable of altering the nation's destiny. He was a miracle capable of propelling Dragon Nation's technological advancement forward by 2 decades. He is a living national treasure, classified as a national treasure by the Supreme Command Headquarters and personally guarded by the Central Security Bureau. If I don't handle this today with the most thunderous, most decisive measures to ensure Fang Yu's grievance is fully addressed, then, once Colonel Fang Jiangwo reports this incident in full detail to the highest levels straight to old Zheng, this century-old Harbin Institute of Technology will be utterly finished. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of those high-ranking officials, Hit would no longer be worthy of standing alongside Jingshi, Xinhua, and Cau as one of the Republic's 7 pillars of national defense. If you cannot protect your nation's most precious asset, and even condone your own fools in humiliating him, what right do you have to stand alongside those sister institutions forging swords for the country? Once you lose the trust of the higher-ups, even if Hit doesn't collapse immediately, it will be completely marginalized in future resource allocations. Funding for research, support for key projects, recruitment of national-level talent. Once these lifelines are severed, the collapse of this so-called top university in Northeast Asia will be nothing but a matter of time. Meanwhile, after hearing President Zhou's punishment, which felt like a final judgment, Ma Guoqian, Lu Qian, and the others finally snapped out of their profound shock. They realized they had truly kicked against an iron plate, one forged from titanium alloy, utterly unbreakable. Fear instantly gripped their hearts. Principal, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded. Ma Guoqian was the first to react. He fell to his knees with a thud, scrambling and crawling to Zhou Dihai's feet. Clutching his thigh, he began begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Principal, please give me another chance. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't lose this job. The athletic students in Lu Qian, now pale with fear, began wailing and pleading for mercy from the principal. He shifted all blame away from himself, claiming he too had been deceived. Yet as Zhou Dihai looked down at these weeping black sheep at his feet, his eyes held not a shred of pity, only bone-chilling coldness. He kicked Ma Guoqian aside without a word. Seeing their pleas fall on deaf ears and Principal Zhou's impassive face, the expressions on their faces immediately underwent a complete reversal. Human baseness was laid bare in that moment. When pleas failed to buy forgiveness, they unhesitatingly bared their ugliest fangs. Those female student leaders who had earlier waved the banner of feminism to stir up conflict instantly changed their tune, shrieking and throwing tantrums. Zhou Dihai, how dare you expel us? You old bastard, always taking the side of your male subordinates. We'll make sure today's events go viral. The whole internet will see how the president of HIT protects his cronies and bullies us vulnerable female students. We'll make sure you get doxxed online. We'll ruin your reputation. The athletic students joined in the clamor. That's right. We're going to report you to the central authorities. We'll accuse you of abusing your power, condoning off-campus thugs to assault students. These injuries on our bodies are proof. Ma Guoqian, meanwhile, had completely given up. He scrambled to his feet, pointed a finger right in Zhou Dihai's face, and snarled with a twisted expression. Zhou Dihai, don't you dare push your luck. This whole thing started with that little punk Fang Yu harassing girls first, then getting his buddies to beat up classmates. You came here without asking any questions, siding with him and punishing us. This is abuse of power. Mark my words. If you don't give me a proper explanation for today's incident, I'll report you to the Long County Discipline Inspection Commission tomorrow. You'll regret this. Hearing this, Zhou Dihai showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his bloodshot eyes blazed with even fiercer anger. He laughed bitterly at the sheer ignorance and stupidity of these fools. Report me? He slowly stepped forward, towering over Ma Guoqian. With a tone bordering on pity, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I'll give you that chance. Go ahead and report me wherever you want. Whether it's the Dragon Discipline Inspection Commission or the Central Committee, it's entirely up to you. But no matter what, today, I'll deal with you lot of black sheep. Fools. What do you think you're up against? Zhou Dihai sneered inwardly. Why did the Central Committee go to such lengths to erase Fang Yu's identity and information from the entire internet, granting him the highest level of protection? Wasn't it precisely to prevent fools like you or foreign elements with ulterior motives from disturbing him, from harming him? Because of your selfish desires and stupidity, you nearly exposed the nation's highest secrets in broad daylight. Simply expelling you from school and stripping you of your public positions is already showing leniency, considering you're still citizens of this nation. You still want to file complaints? The moment you step out of the school gates, you'll likely be invited for a chat by state security. Then, what awaits you won't be a simple expulsion. Guards. Zhou Dihai couldn't be bothered to waste another word on this trash. With a sharp wave of his hand, he barked the order to the special guards from the Central Guard Bureau who had been lurking in the shadows. Throw them all out. Yes, sir. The guards responded instantly, moving with sharp precision. Like carrying chicks, they each grabbed one of the still thrashing, cursing Ma Guoqian and his crew. Completely ignoring their struggles and resistance, they dragged them toward the library doors. Let me go. What right do you have to arrest me? Help. They're beating me. High-tech treats human life like grass. Piercing screams and curses echoed through the lobby. Immediately after, Zhou Dihai issued a second command. He addressed the Director of Academic Affairs behind him in an unquestionable tone. Director Zhou, immediately seal off all library exits with your team. Register the identity information of every student present. Every single person must sign a top-level confidentiality agreement on the spot, pledging not to disclose a single word of what they saw or heard here today. Only those who sign may leave. Understood? Yes, Principal. Leave it all to me. Meanwhile, in another corner of the library, Sun Yufei, who had been lurking in the shadows, silently observing everything, was already trembling in fear and pale as a ghost upon witnessing Principal Zhou's thunderous fury and seeing manhwa and the others dragged out like dead dogs. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the chaos over there, like a stray dog, he slipped out of the library. He sprinted all the way to a deserted corner, where he crouched down. He gasped for breath, struggling to calm the heart that felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. Only then did he dare pull his gold and diamond-encrusted, expensive phone from his pocket. With trembling hands, he dialed his father's number. The moment the call connected, he sobbed out everything that had just happened to his father. Finally, his voice thick with desperation, he pleaded. Dad, you have to look into this for me. You absolutely must look into this. That guy, Fang Yu, who the hell is he? Chapter 39, Top Secret Classification, Unparalleled National Treasure. After swiftly and decisively eliminating manhwa's group of black sheep, Principal Zhou Jianjun straightened his back, which had been trembling slightly with rage, and slowly turned around. In an instant, he forced a smile even more humble and gentle than the one he'd shown manhwa. He approached Fang Yu cautiously and asked tentatively. Fang Yu, do you feel any better after this resolution? After pausing, he added. If you feel it's still insufficient, we can discuss further. But please, could you stop mentioning leaving? Seeing this, Colonel Fang Jiangwo, standing nearby, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Speaking in the slightly stern tone often used by elders, he said. Fang Yu, look at how far Principal Zhou has gone. His sincerity is evident. Let's just call it even on this matter, shall we? Even if you don't want to save face for us old folks, you have to consider the national project, don't you? Academician Li Genua, sweating profusely with anxiety, leaned in and added. Yes. Comrade Fang Yu. The White Emperor project is counting on you to take charge. We can't let this minor issue delay a matter of national importance. Harbin Institute of Technology's labs and equipment are among the best in the country. If you leave now, finding such comprehensive facilities again will be tough. Besides, this old body of mine still wants to follow you and give it my all for a few more years. All eyes were fixed intently on Fang Yu, fearing he might utter those dreaded words again, fire me. Jiang He, who had stood silently at the back of the crowd, now found her cold, clear eyes brimming with complex emotions. Watching the youth at the center, surrounded like the moon by stars by a group of bigwigs whose stomping could make the entire dragon nation tremble 3 times, a tidal wave surged within her heart. The Colonel. Phoenix Cry. White Emperor. Academician Li was actually assisting him. Who exactly was he? Fang Yu remained silent. He simply observed the dignitaries before him, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation. Finally, his gaze settled on Principal Zhou Jianjun, whose palms were sweating from nervousness. After a long moment, he sighed softly and nodded. Since you all insist, it would be disrespectful to you if I continue to refuse. However, I hope this won't happen again. To Zhou Jianjun, Li Genua, and the others, these simple words sounded like music to their ears. No more. Absolutely no more. Principal Zhou Jianjun, relieved as if granted a pardon, pounded his chest in assurance. I'll hold a school-wide assembly today. We'll overhaul our school culture. If anyone dares cause you the slightest trouble again, I'll be the first to skin them alive. Absolutely. There will be no further issues. Academician Li Genhua nodded vigorously in agreement. The library incident was forcibly suppressed in a manner incomprehensible to outsiders. As time passed, the uproar sparked by that earth-shattering nationwide broadcast gradually faded from public view under the forceful intervention of the state apparatus. It slowly transformed into an urban legend circulating deep within the internet, its authenticity impossible to verify. Fang Yu's life finally returned to the tranquility he had hoped for. With the issue resolved, he formally launched the preliminary research project for the White Emperor aerospace fighter jet, supported by academician Li Genua and a team of top-tier experts. The first challenge he faced was the core issue of the Bi-D fighter, the airframe material. After all, as a space aircraft capable of reaching a maximum cruise speed of Mach 16, the extreme temperatures and pressures it would endure during flight were beyond the capabilities of any known alloy on Earth at this stage. The Mystic Maiden's feather composite material depicted in the blueprint in Fang Yu's mind required a synthesis process so complex and demanding of environmental conditions that it posed a significant challenge even within the fully equipped Shenzhou experimental building. In the days that followed, Fang Yu lived a life of 2 points only. He spent his time either poring over theoretical formulas as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures in his dormitory. He would immerse himself in his dedicated laboratory, guiding Li Genua's team of students whose average age exceeded 60 through one grueling experiment after another. As Fang Yu's nominal instructor, Jiang He naturally became the only peer with unrestricted access to both his living and working quarters. Her daily task was to accompany Fang Yu between his dormitory and the lab building, handling all unnecessary mundane affairs for him. She ensured that no person or matter could disturb the research of this national treasure. At first, she did it solely out of duty and responsibility. But gradually, she found herself deeply drawn to the extraordinary qualities that set Fang Yu apart. He was utterly focused. When immersed in his research, the entire world seemed irrelevant to him. He could go without food or drink for over 10 hours straight, poring over a tiny metal sample, performing microscopic structural analyses she couldn't begin to comprehend. He was also incredibly knowledgeable. Whether it was obscure questions in materials science or cutting-edge conjectures in quantum physics, he seemed to grasp them effortlessly, explaining profound principles in the simplest terms. Sometimes, she'd casually mention a problem she encountered in her thesis, and Fang Yu would pinpoint the core flaw in her theoretical model with surgical precision, offering at least 3 superior solutions. This intellectual superiority, utterly overwhelming, made Jiang He a genius who had always looked down on others' experience for the first time, a feeling akin to looking up to someone. How did he manage to do this? Intense curiosity took root in Jiang He's mind like a vine, growing wildly. She knew Fang Yu's public identity was fabricated. So, late one night, Jiang He returned to her dorm and powered up the computer. She had personally modified a machine with performance rivaling a small server. She was determined to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the layers of disguise worn by this youth named Fang Yu. Her fingers danced expertly across the keyboard as lines of complex code flashed across the screen. With skills rivaling top-tier hackers, she effortlessly bypassed the school's firewall and infiltrated the backend of the National Household Registration System. She entered the name Fang Yu along with his basic information. But when she hit the enter key, attempting to access deeper layers of the file, a warning window, crimson as blood, instantly filled her entire screen. Warning! You are attempting to access the highest level unparalleled national treasure encrypted files. Your actions have been logged. Disconnect immediately within 3 seconds. Consequences will be borne solely by you. 3, 2. A bone-chilling coldness shot instantly from Jiang He's tailbone straight to the crown of her head. Without a moment to think, she kicked the computer's power cord out from under it. The entire dorm plunged into darkness and deathly silence. Leaning back in her chair, Jiang He gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently as cold sweat drenched her back. Unparalleled. Those 4 words left her mind blank. She knew Fang Yu was no ordinary man, but she never dreamed his security clearance would be this absurdly high. Meanwhile, at a private club in Lanjiang City, Sun Yufei listened to the phone call with a grim expression. On the other end was his father, a man wielding immense power overseas. I've found what you wanted. That kid named Fang Yu, we acquired some of his information through special channels on the dark web. The voice on the line was low and solemn. He is indeed a genius, a true genius. That drone incident in Lanjiang City that shook the entire nation? He was behind it. Now, he's been placed under the highest level of protection by the Dragon Nation authorities and sent to Harbin Institute of Technology for secret research. Son, take my advice. The voice on the other end grew heavier than ever before. This man, you can't afford to provoke him, not even our Sun family can. He's Dragon Nation's prized asset now. Touch him, and you're dead. Forget that minor friction you had with him at school. From now on, if you see him, give him a wide berth. Do you hear me? Sun Yufei remained silent, listening to his father's stern admonition on the other end of the line. I understand, Dad. He replied in a low voice. Yet, the moment the call ended, Sun Yufei violently smashed the wineglass in his hand onto the floor. The crimson liquid splattered like blood. A genius? A nationally protected talent? He agreed outwardly, but the jealousy and resentment in his heart gnawed at him like a venomous snake. Why? Why should some penniless nobody like him receive such national favor? Why did he get to make a heavenly beauty like Jiang He look at him with newfound respect? Just then, his phone screen lit up. It was a secretly taken photo sent by his henchman. In the photo, Fang Yu and Jiang He walked side by side along the tree-lined campus path of Harbin Institute of Technology. The setting sun stretched their shadows long behind them. They appeared deep in discussion about some academic topic, occasionally exchanging smiles. The scene was as harmonious as a finely painted oil painting. To Sun Yufei, that mutual understanding, that perfect pairing, felt sharper than a blade, stabbing deep into his heart. Ah! He let out a beastly roar. The raging fire of jealousy consumed the last shred of his sanity. The reason the Dragon Nation government values you so highly is precisely because you can create those advanced weapons, isn't it? What if? What if you couldn't create anything at all? What if all your research ended in failure? Then, as a worthless piece of trash with no further use, would the authorities still protect you like they do now? Would Jiang He still look at you with favor? At that point, a penniless nobody with no power, influence, or the nation as his backing, wouldn't he be mine to toy with as I pleased? At this thought, a ruthlessly cunning plan began to take shape in Sun Yufei's mind, like a venomous snake slowly emerging. Chapter 40, Project White Emperor, initiated. The commotion in the study room rippled like a pebble tossed into a lake. The ripples it created were swiftly quelled by the forceful intervention of the state apparatus. Fang Yu's life finally entered the pure, efficient research track he had always desired. 7 days later, a group of distinguished guests arrived at the entrance of the Shenzhou Key Laboratory building. They were chief experts from Longwa's top scientific research institutes and military-industrial complexes. Among them were specialists in aerospace engines, experts in new material synthesis, and leaders in artificial intelligence algorithms. Each of these individuals was a national treasure whose every move sent shockwaves through their respective scientific fields in Dragon Nation. Yet at this moment, these elusive luminaries, usually as rare as a dragon's glimpse, stood in formation like recruits about to enlist. With a mix of apprehension, excitement, and even a sense of pilgrimage, they lined up, waiting to enter the experimental building that had become a national sanctuary for scientific research. Their purpose was singular: to accept the leadership of the 17-year-old Colonel Fang and assist him in his upcoming, epic-scale project codenamed White Emperor. To serve as his assistants. Meanwhile, Sun Yufei, who had been secretly monitoring everything, finally figured out Fang Yu's routine. Working on something inside? Hiding behind a distant tree, he stared at the heavily guarded alloy door, his gaze growing cold and vicious. He knew this was Fang Yu's altar. His mission was to find a way to climb onto that altar, then personally drag this god down and crush him underfoot. But right now, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the sanctuary. He needed to get his hands on an access card first. But for Sun, the young master with extensive connections and staggering financial power, this was hardly a challenge. Through his henchmen, he quickly identified a perfect target: a doctoral student named Qian Wenjie under the tutelage of academician Li Zhenhua. Dr. Qian possessed solid academic abilities but suffered from unrealistic ambitions and an extraordinary craving for material possessions. He frequently complained behind his back that his advisor's research subsidies were too meager, barely enough to buy even the cheapest commuter car. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sun Yufei's mouth. He was all too adept at dealing with such individuals. Soon, Sun Yufei found an opportunity to meet Qian Wenjie at an upscale private club. After some small talk, Sun Yufei slid an exquisitely packaged gift box toward Qian Wenjie. "Senior Qian, it's just a small token of my appreciation." Qian Wenjie's breathing instantly grew heavy as he stared at the gleaming Maybach car key inside the box and the cashier's check beside it, bearing the sum of 1 million. "Mr. Sun, what is this?" "Nothing much. My father always told me to respect high-caliber talent. Consider this token a welcome gift from our group," Sun Yufei said casually, as if he were handing over a pack of cigarettes rather than a luxury car and 1 million in cash. "Of course, besides wanting to get to know you, senior, I've recently taken a keen interest in the projects at the Shenzhou building. I'd like to go inside for a visit and learn a thing or two. I heard doctoral students' ID cards grant unrestricted access to all floors?" Qian Wenjie's mind raced. He knew lending out his ID card was a serious violation of regulations. But the temptation before him was simply too great. "It's just a visit. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" He wrestled with the decision. Sure, the Shenzhou building housed cutting-edge technology, but with its tight security, he couldn't possibly cause any damage. Besides, even if he accidentally damaged something, with young Master Sun's wealth, wouldn't compensation be a breeze? "Most importantly, I need to connect with the Sun family. If I could secure their backing, would I really have to slave away for others after graduation?" Greed ultimately overpowered reason. "No problem, young Master Sun." Qian Wenjie gritted his teeth, pulled his ID card from his pocket, and handed it to Sun Yufei. "Young Master Sun, feel free to use it. Consider it my tribute to you." "Excellent. My thanks to you, senior." Sun Yufei patted his shoulder with satisfaction, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, these so-called elites of the Dragon Nation were no different from dogs begging for scraps when money was involved. That night, Sun Yufei rounded up his gang of shady buddies and crept up to the entrance of the Shenzhou experimental building. "Brother Fei, are we really going in? I heard this place is kinda spooky." One of his henchmen asked nervously, staring at the gate that resembled a military fortress. "What's there to be scared of?" Sun Yufei scoffed dismissively. "It's just some junk China cobbled together themselves, trying to play at being supernatural. Could it possibly be more advanced than the experimental equipment my dad imported from Germany?" He pulled out his ID card and swiped it lightly at the access point. Beep identity verified. "Welcome, Dr. Qian Wenjie." The heavy alloy doors slid open slowly. Sun Yufei and his crew scurried inside like rats. They cautiously navigated the deserted lobby, climbing the stairs toward the only lit area, a massive hangar on the upper floor. Just as they reached the hangar's observation window, preparing to peer inside, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly speechless. Inside the hangar, dozens of Dragon Nation's most esteemed scientific luminaries, figures who existed only in textbooks and news reports, were gathered like students around a massive three-dimensional projection model, listening intently to something. And standing at the center of them all, speaking eloquently and commanding the room, was none other than the very man who made them grind their teeth in frustration, Fang Yu. This scene left Sun Yufei and his gang of cronies utterly speechless. The atmosphere in the lab was sullen yet feverish. Distinguished professors and academicians. Fang Yu's voice echoed clearly through the loudspeakers, reverberating throughout the vast hangar. Through the previous presentation, you should now have a preliminary understanding of the White Emperor fighter. Now, I will proceed with a detailed explanation. As he spoke, Fang Yu pointed the laser pointer in his hand toward the massive screen. This is the preliminary concept for the by-D fighter's energy system that I previously submitted. At its core lies a miniaturized tokamak device commonly known as controlled nuclear fusion. The moment these words left his mouth, an uncontrollable stir erupted among the audience below the stage.
Mr. Fang, an esteemed academician surnamed Xia, responsible for the National Nuclear Energy Project, couldn't help but raise his hand to ask a question.
His face radiated an eagerness to learn, like that of a curious child.
I've reviewed your design, it's truly unprecedented in its boldness and novelty. But I have one question, what kind of fuel could reliably trigger and sustain fusion reactions within such a compact volume? Is it traditional deuterium and tritium?
Facing this query from a figure who could be called a god in his own field, Fang Yu simply shook his head calmly. Conventional deuterium-tritium fusion has too low energy density and produces neutron radiation, making it unsuitable for fighter jets requiring atmospheric flight.
I have a completely new solution. Fang Yu extended his hand and traced a light arc through the air.
Instantly, a three-dimensional projection materialized, a complex molecular structure model composed of countless tiny light points, constantly rotating.
This is my new catalytic fuel, named Shihad.
Its essence lies in using high-energy particles to achieve deep fusion between helium-3 atoms and a specially treated metallic hydrogen isotope. The resulting new substance ignites with minimal energy in specific magnetic fields, releasing pure energy 100 times more potent than conventional deuterium-tritium fusion. Crucially, the entire reaction is neutron-free, producing no radiation harmful to the aircraft or pilot. At these words, academician Xia, head of the Nuclear Energy Project, felt his pupils suddenly contract. His hand holding the notebook trembled slightly.
100 times the energy efficiency. A neutron-free reaction. This is practically the perfect fusion fuel.
He could scarcely believe his ears. Having devoted most of his life to nuclear fusion research, he had only ever dared to theorize about such a perfect energy source. And now, a 17-year-old boy had actually turned it into a concrete engineering plan that could be realized.
It was utterly unbelievable.
At that moment, another professor in charge of materials science, surnamed Dong, hurriedly raised his hand to ask a question.
Mr. Fang Yu, how did you solve the material challenges? Given that the fighter jet must reach speeds of Mach 16, what kind of material could possibly withstand the terrifying heat and pressure generated by high-speed friction within the atmosphere? Professor Dong was one of the leading figures in composite materials research in Dragon Nation.
He had devoted his entire career to researching novel materials, yet even in his boldest imaginings, no material existed that could withstand such an extreme flight environment. I know that no existing elemental or composite material can achieve this. Fang Yu replied calmly, as if anticipating the question. That's why I designed an entirely new material capable of self-cooling. As he spoke, he switched the projection again.
This is what I mentioned earlier, Xian new feathers. Its interior consists of countless nanoscale hollow tubular structures.
During high-speed flight, we can inject liquid metallic hydrogen into these nanoscale conduits, enabling it to circulate rapidly within the material.
On one hand, the liquid metallic hydrogen dissipates the vast majority of heat.
On the other, its high-speed flow generates a plasma sheath on the material's surface, further shielding it from external extreme temperatures.
Theoretically, with sufficient liquid hydrogen supply, the White Emperor could even traverse freely within the sun's corona. Hearing Fang Yu's explanation, Professor Dong, a titan in materials science, was utterly dumbfounded.
He had always believed that within the Dragon Nation, no one surpassed him in materials science expertise. Yet, gazing upon that exquisitely ingenious, masterfully crafted design, he now felt like a child who had just learned to play with mud.
Sun Yufei and the others hiding outside the observation window couldn't understand a word of their conversation.
But witnessing the legendary professors, one by one, utterly entranced and paying homage,
an indescribable chill, mingled with envy and dread, instantly rose within them. Chapter 41, Fang Yu, Unparalleled Genius.
After Fang Yu finished explaining the near-miraculous material properties of the Mystic Maiden's feather,
Professor Zhang, in charge of the aviation engine project, could no longer contain his excitement.
His hand trembled as he raised it.
Mr. Fang.
He even used the title Sir, signifying the highest respect in academic circles.
Forgive my boldness.
This synthesis method for Mystic Maiden's feather and the Shihad dust catalytic fuel you mentioned.
What equipment and principles were used to create these? Would you be willing to explain it to us? If I don't understand this, I won't be able to sleep for a week.
But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them.
What a foolish question I've asked.
A cold sweat instantly broke out on Professor Zhang's forehead.
Are you kidding me?
The raw material formulas and specific processing techniques for supermaterials and new energy technologies of this caliber capable of overturning the entire global technological landscape were undoubtedly classified as top-secret state secrets.
His question was tantamount to openly probing into the nation's most sensitive secrets.
In any country, this would be a capital offense. If things went badly, he might spend the rest of his life in some secret prison, writing confessions against a wall. More crucially, from a personal perspective, any single technology Fang Yu just mentioned could easily secure a scientist's place in history and shower them with awards. Even founding a new school of thought and becoming the patriarch of an entirely new field would be a breeze. Asking such questions was tantamount to desecrating someone's ancestral grave and undermining their foundation. If it were me, I'd likely storm out in anger on the spot. Yet, Fang Yu's reaction once again surpassed everyone's expectations. He merely looked calmly at the elderly professor, now pale as a ghost and utterly flustered. Then, he nodded lightly. Agreed. What? Those two words exploded like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sending shockwaves through the room. The nation's most revered experts, who had been listening intently, erupted into a frenzy. Agreed? He agreed? He's willing to teach us technology of this caliber? Everyone stared at Fang Yu as if he were insane. They couldn't fathom what kind of magnanimity and selflessness this youth possessed to so casually offer the key to changing the world into others' hands. Teaching you this is possible. Fang Yu added. Before I reveal the specific synthesis pathways and manufacturing processes, each of you must sign a top-level lifetime confidentiality agreement with the state and obtain written authorization from the Supreme Command. He observed the group of elderly professors before him, their excitement bordering on heart attacks, delivering his words with an air of matter-of-fact calm. Because these technologies, including the complete blueprints for the White Emperor fighter jet, ceased to belong to me personally the moment I designed them. Their ownership belongs to this nation, to the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom. His words rang out with thunderous force and unwavering conviction. After a deathly silence, every gray-haired expert present rose to their feet of their own accord. Unanimously, they bowed deeply to the 17-year-old youth before them. This bow had nothing to do with age or position. It was reverence for profound knowledge. It was a tribute to his noble character. Fang Yu truly deserved the title, Peerless Genius. Comrade Fang Yu. No. Chief Engineer Fang. Academician Li Genoa's eyes were reddened as he spoke with deep emotion. I, Li Genoa, on behalf of all our institute colleagues, pledge to you. We will not betray your trust, nor disappoint the nation's expectations. We pledge to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the White Emperor Project, laboring tirelessly until our final breath. We will devote ourselves to the White Emperor Project until our last breath. In an instant, the entire hangar erupted in fervor. Facing this thunderous outpouring of praise and respect, Fang Yu merely waved his hand calmly. Academicians, professors, let us not dwell on this. Our time is precious. It's more important to focus on the task at hand. Then, like a grand strategist commanding his forces, he began assigning precise and efficient tasks to each of the scientific luminaries present. Academicianly, as the authority in aviation engines, your team will spearhead the development of the combustion chamber and vector nozzle for the Candle Dragon engine. Professor Zhang, your team possesses the deepest expertise in nuclear physics. The synthesis of Shiha dust and the construction of the miniature tokamak device will be entrusted to you. Professor Dong, materials science is your specialty. Fang Yu methodically dismantled the White Emperor fighter's mind-bogglingly vast engineering project into concrete, actionable task modules, assigning each precisely to the most suitable candidate. Those top-tier experts, who usually held absolute authority in their respective fields, now resembled the most attentive students. They diligently recorded every instruction Fang Yu issued, fearing they might miss a single word. Amidst this atmosphere of fervor and reverence, the White Emperor project commenced methodically and formally. Meanwhile, outside the hangar's observation window, Sun Yufei and his gang of cronies had long since lost their nerve upon witnessing the legendary bigwigs inside the hangar bowing down in worship before Fang Yu. Before Fang Yu even began assigning tasks, Sun Yufei was the first to snap out of it. He grabbed his henchmen and practically scrambled out of the laboratory building that made their souls tremble. Once outside, they leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, feeling as if they'd just narrowly escaped death. Brother Fei, what the hell is that Fang Yu's deal? One henchman was pale as a ghost, his voice trembling. Shut up. Sunny Fei's eyes darkened as he growled lowly. Though he didn't understand what had just happened, he knew he'd likely provoked someone he absolutely couldn't afford to cross. Each of those big shots held a status several levels higher than his own father's. And yet, they all treated that Fang Yu with the utmost respect. Could it be? Could that fighter jet that looked like a model really be his invention? The thought barely formed before Sun Yufei crushed it himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a high school student possibly build a fighter jet? He forced down the fear in his heart and gritted his teeth, speaking in a tone that felt like self-hypnosis. If you ask me, that fighter jet is probably just a model he drew. Those old professors probably just thought his design was unique and creative, so they came to take a look. Right. That must be it. He seemed to have found a reason to convince himself, his eyes regaining their venomous, frenzied glare. No matter how impressive he is, he's still just a student. Everything he's done is nothing more than fantasies on paper. So, what should we do, Brother Fei? His followers asked timidly. Sunny Fei's gaze grew colder and colder, like that of a venomous snake. He likes tinkering with products, doesn't he? Fine. Let him tinker. But when he finally finishes building that model after working tirelessly day and night, a cruel, chilling smile curled the corners of his mouth. We'll walk in and give him a little surprise. He had it all planned out. He would wait until Fang Yu's research reached its most critical stage, preferably the very moment the finished product was about to be completed. Then, he would infiltrate and reduce all of Fang Yu's hard work to ashes. He would make all of Fang Yu's efforts vanish into thin air at the very last moment. Only then would he taste utter despair. Only then could he wash away the utter humiliation he had endured these past days. Chapter 42, An Invitation from Jianghe. Over the next month, time seemed to be on fast forward. Fang Yu had fully embraced a life of 2 points and a straight line. His world now consisted solely of his small dorm apartment, which doubled as a bedroom, and his personal studio in the Shenzhou experimental building, a facility open to him 24/7, comparable to a national-level laboratory. The development of the White Emperor aerospace fighter, like a high-speed precision gear, advanced methodically under his leadership. The entire project was broken down into hundreds of submodules, each overseen by a nationally renowned academician or professor leading an elite team of top engineers and doctoral students. Li Zhenhua oversaw the structural design of the Candle Dragon engine. Academician Se specialized in fuel synthesis for the Shiha dust, while Professor Dong focused on material metallurgy for the Mystic Maiden's feather. Fang Yu, however, took on the most critical and irreplaceable part of the entire project: the construction of the miniature tokamak device. This was the very heart of the White Emperor, powered by controlled nuclear fusion. His daily routine involved ghosting between laboratories, solving theoretical puzzles that stumped even the academicians and correcting critical errors in their experiments. With knowledge 20 years ahead of his time, he charted the project's course forward. Soon, a month passed. Propelled by Fang Yu's super engine, bolstered by the nation's all-out resource commitment, and fueled by the collective efforts of over 100 top scientists, the entire White Emperor project achieved monumental progress at a pace that could only be described as miraculous. A full-scale 1:1 aerodynamic model of the fighter jet had been assembled within the vast hangar. Its menacing silhouette, brimming with sci-fi flair and brutal aesthetics, was enough to drive any military enthusiast wild. The first batch of Mystic Maiden's feather composite material samples required for the airframe had been successfully smelted, and its physical properties astonished every materials scientist as a marvel. Other systems, including flight control and weapon modules, have also advanced to 70–80% completion. Even the most critical tokamak device, personally overseen by Fang Yu, had completed theoretical validation and preliminary structural modeling. Everything was advancing rapidly in the most promising direction. That afternoon, when the first palm-sized sample of the Mystic Maiden's feather composite material successfully passed extreme pressure tests exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius and 200,000 times atmospheric pressure, the entire laboratory erupted in a thunderous cheer. All the gray-haired professors and academicians embraced each other like children, tears of joy streaming down their aged faces. We did it! We succeeded! Academician Li Zhenhua gripped Fang Yu's hand, trembling with emotion. Chief Engineer Fang. At this pace, we can launch the White Emperor prototype within 6 months. No. 3 months. We'll have the White Emperor prototype in space. Seeing the overwhelming joy and excitement on everyone's faces, a genuine smile finally spread across Fang Yu's pale, sleep-deprived features. However, just as the team prepared to press forward and tackle the next challenge with renewed vigor, buzz. The specially encrypted phone in Fang Yu's pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out, puzzled. Only 3 numbers were stored in this phone who could be contacting him. He unlocked the screen to see the sender was none other than Jianghe. The message was simple: Fang Yu, are you free tonight? There's an event at school, and I'd like you to attend. Fang Yu was speechless. His instinct was to decline outright. Are you kidding me? I've got a mountain of critical technical problems to solve. Who has time for this nonsense? But before he could type a word, academician Li Zhenhua, sitting nearby, spotted the name on the phone screen. Like a mischievous old boy, he leaned in with a sly grin. Oh my! It's Jianghe! He exclaimed loudly, as if afraid those nearby couldn't hear him. Chief Engineer Fang, this won't do. Young people shouldn't be cooped up in the lab all day. They need to get out, mingle with others, especially mingle with outstanding young talents like Jianghe. Exactly. Academician Xia from the Nuclear Energy Project chimed in. Chief Engineer Fang, you've been working so hard lately. This is the perfect chance to relax. We old-timers will keep an eye on things here, nothing will go wrong. Work and rest in balance. Professor Dong from Materials Science chimed in with a smile. Besides, Jianghe is widely recognized as the ice queen among tens of thousands of students at HIT. She usually barely acknowledges anyone, yet she's actively inviting you today. If you refuse, you'd really break the young lady's heart. Hearing this, Fang Yu looked at the group of professors, who were acting out of character, with some confusion. Strange. Usually, these old gentlemen would rather tie me to the lab 24/7 so they could ask me questions anytime. What's going on today? Why are they all urging me to go out? Ahem, a younger professor in charge of flight control systems noticed Fang Yu's confusion and explained with a smile, Chief Engineer Fang, you must not know today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the Qixi Festival. The university is hosting a grand outdoor Qixi Festival gala at the Central Plaza to encourage us engineering singles to find partners. Jiang He is performing as the headliner tonight. Opportunities like this only come once a year. And I've heard that ever since she enrolled, the line of guys pursuing our goddess Jiang He stretches from the school gate all the way to the Songhua River, yet she's never gotten close to any of them. Today, she's making history by inviting a guy out for the very first time. Amidst the teasing laughter and knowing winks from the group of middle-aged and older men, even Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a hint of awkwardness. He sensed that refusing would be harder than solving a technical puzzle. In the end, he could only nod helplessly amid the uproarious laughter, tuck away his phone, and practically flee the lab in disarray. Back in the dorm, he took a rare shower, shedding his work clothes caked in engine oil and metal dust for a clean white t-shirt. By the time he reached the school's central plaza, it was already packed with people and brightly lit. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled skewers and bubble tea, mingling with the vibrant youthful energy radiating from countless young men and women. On the massive stage, a student club was performing a somewhat awkward street dance routine, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience below. Fang Yu couldn't stand this kind of noisy, chaotic scene. He frowned slightly and instinctively wanted to turn and leave. But just then, the stage lights dimmed abruptly, and the boisterous music fell silent. A single spotlight pierced the darkness, landing squarely on the center of the stage. Jiang He sat quietly on a bar stool, cradling an acoustic guitar. She had changed out of her sharp work uniform into a simple white dress, and her usually high ponytail of black hair now fell softly over her shoulders. Bathed in the spotlight, her cool profile seemed enveloped in a soft halo of light. Gone was her usual commanding presence, replaced by a moonlit tenderness. The surrounding boys instantly erupted into excitement. It's Goddess Jiang He. Holy crap! She looks absolutely stunning today. That aura, absolutely stunning. This is exactly how our campus beauty queen at HIT should look. Wah, if I could marry her, I'd gladly live 10 years less. Amidst the chorus of gasps, Jiang He extended her slender fingers and gently plucked the guitar strings. A crystal-clear guitar intro, as pure as flowing water, filled the air above the square. Immediately after, her voice as ethereal and cool as celestial music began to sing. She sang a little-known folk song with simple lyrics and an uncomplicated melody. Yet sung by her, it carried a unique, soothing magic that calmed the soul. Fang Yu, who had been about to turn and leave, found his footsteps halting unconsciously. Standing quietly at the edge of the crowd, he watched the girl on stage, guitar in hand, singing softly. For the first time, his heart, which had always beaten only for data and formulas, stirred with an indescribable ripple. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted. But Jiang He, still on stage, paid no heed to the cheers and screams below. Her gaze, as if guided by GPS, pierced through the dense crowd with pinpoint accuracy, locking onto the figure standing in the corner, a presence that stood out starkly from the surrounding crowd. Seeing Fang Yu had truly come, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upward in a fleeting smile of satisfaction, one she herself hadn't even noticed. The next second, under the stunned gazes of tens of thousands of male students, she made a move that left everyone speechless. She gracefully leapt down from the half-meter high stage, then cut straight through the crowd and walked right up to Fang Yu. Without a hint of hesitation or awkwardness, she reached out and casually slipped her arm around his. The soft, supple touch made Fang Yu's body instinctively stiffen. I thought you weren't coming back. Jiang He tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes glowing brightly under the stage lights, sparkling with a mischievous smile. Come on, Mr. Top Student. It's rare to have a break. Let me show you the night views of our HIT campus. Without waiting for his reply, she half-dragged, half-pulled him toward the dimly lit tree-lined path beyond the plaza. Behind them lay a trail of shattered hearts and eyes twisted with envy. Chapter 43, What? The fighter jet was destroyed? The late summer, early autumn evening breeze carried a perfectly refreshing coolness, gently brushing against both their cheeks. Jiang He's faint, grassy scent after rain drifted faintly into Fang Yu's nostrils. Against his arm, he felt the smooth, supple skin beneath her dress and the tantalizing warmth that stirred his desires. Fang Yu felt his body stiffen. This was an experience he had never known before. More complex than deriving Hawking radiation formulas for black hole entropy, more elusive than calculating the plasma sheath thickness of a white Emperor fighter jet traversing the ionosphere at 16 Mach. His heart, which had always beaten coolly for data and formulas alone, now seemed to accelerate uncontrollably. And in that instant of his stiffness, a sly, fox-like smile flickered across Jiang He's cool, clear eyes. She seemed to relish seeing this usually unflappable youth display such a flustered, age-appropriate expression. Instead of letting go, she tightened her grip around his arm, half dragging, half pulling him out of that sea of jealousy and heartbreak. Come on, let's go. Ignore them. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable intimacy. Let me show you around campus. Side by side, they walked along the tree-lined path of HIT, their shadows stretched long by the dim streetlights. The northern night in September carried a hint of chill, and occasional breezes swept up yellowing sycamore leaves. This is our campus's Lover's Hill. Jiang He pointed to a gently undulating lawn in the distance, smiling as she explained. Legend has it that couples who confess their love here will never break up. Of course, for an engineering school like ours, this place serves a greater purpose, testing the wind resistance of drones. Fang Yu gazed at her profile, softly illuminated by the streetlight, listening to her voice cool yet tinged with playful teasing. The taut string within his heart, labeled research, seemed to relax unnoticed, quietly unwinding. He even began to feel that the surrounding cacophony of cicadas and the faint singing drifting from afar didn't seem quite so irritating anymore. You seem quite familiar with this place? He took the rare initiative to ask. Of course, Jiang He's lips curved into a faint smile. During my freshman year, I nearly lived here for a month while optimizing the PID algorithm for a rotorcraft. I came here every night for test flights, scaring off several couples who'd come here for dates with my drone. She couldn't help but laugh at her own story. That smile, like a night blooming cereus blossoming in the dark, instantly made everything around them pale in comparison. Fang Yu watched her rare smile and found himself smiling back as if by some unseen force. Just as this subtle, warm atmosphere began to slowly ferment between them, an untimely voice abruptly cut through the shadows ahead. Jiang He? What a coincidence you're out for a walk here too. Sun Yufei emerged from behind a large tree. He had ditched his trendy streetwear for a neatly tailored casual suit, his face plastered with an innocent smile. When he saw Jiang He's arm still intimately draped around Fang Yu's shoulder, a flash of jealousy nearly erupted from his eyes. Yet in an instant, he forced that jealousy down. In its place emerged a smile that felt utterly insincere. Seeing Sun Yufei reappear, Jiang He's body instantly tensed. She instinctively pulled Fang Yu closer to her side, her cool eyes instantly sharpening like blades. Sun Yufei, I warn you, don't come looking for trouble with him again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, Jiang He, what are you saying? Sun Yufei merely waved his hand dismissively, smiling as if he hadn't taken her warning seriously at all. I'm not here to cause trouble today. He walked straight up to Fang Yu, plastering on his most sincere smile and even bowing slightly toward him. Fellow student Fang Yu, I was in the wrong about what happened in the library earlier. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I was blinded by my own arrogance and offended you. After I left, I kept thinking about it and feeling more and more regretful. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like a piece of trash. As they say, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold on to them. I came here today specifically to apologize. I hope you'll be magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. Don't hold a grudge against a nobody like me. His words were delivered with heartfelt emotion and an attitude of extreme humility, as if he had truly undergone a profound awakening. Fang Yu watched this man before him, suddenly wearing a completely different face, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. Such a cheap performance didn't even merit his interest in judging it. Still, since the other had initiated reconciliation, he wasn't the type to press an advantage. Better to have one less enemy than one more trouble. So he simply nodded calmly, Seeing Fang Yu agree, Sun Yufei's face broke into a relieved smile. He exchanged a few more polite pleasantries with a cheerful smile before tactfully turning to leave. Yet, watching Sun Yufei's receding figure, which even seemed somewhat deferential, Jiang He's brow furrowed deeply. Something was off. Something was very, very wrong. Voluntarily bowing his head in apology was absolutely not the style of someone like Sun Yufei, a spoiled brat who held grudges and thought highly of himself. But when she connected it to Fang Yu's identity so mysterious it bordered on frightening, suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. It must be that Sun Yufei's father, through some channels, had uncovered part of Fang Yu's identity. Realizing he was someone the Sun family absolutely couldn't afford to provoke, he'd forced his son to come and seek reconciliation. This thought only deepened Jiang He's curiosity about Fang Yu's true background. Sun Yufei's father was the CEO of a Fortune 500 company in Longhua, boasting formidable connections and influence in both business and political circles. And yet, even his family considered Fang Yu someone they couldn't afford to provoke? What kind of overwhelming power and influence stood behind this man? Unconsciously, her hand clasped around Fang Yu's arm tightened a little more. Fang Yu, seemingly accustomed to this intimate contact, no longer felt stiff like he had at first. As they strolled through the campus, Fang Yu could feel the envious, jealous, and resentful stares from countless male students wherever they went. Though it felt strangely awkward, for him, it was also an unprecedented novel experience. Moreover, despite possessing knowledge and systems beyond his time, he was, at his core, still just a 17-year-old boy. He found himself drawn to this vibrant, youthful university life. Seeing that it was getting late, nearing the dorm curfew, Fang Yu bid farewell to Jiang He and prepared to return to wash up and sleep, as tomorrow would bring another day of immense research and development work. I'll walk you to the dorm building. Jiang He offered. No need, it's just a few steps. No, it's my job. Jiang He's tone carried a hint of unwavering insistence. In the end, Fang Yu couldn't persuade her otherwise. They walked to the foot of dormitory building 5, standing facing each other under the dim glow of the streetlight. Well, get some rest. Fang Yu offered the rare gesture of speaking first. You too. Don't stay up so late all the time, Jiang He urged, looking at his still slightly pale face. No matter how important the project is, it's not more important than your health. MHM. For a moment, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward again. Just as Fang Yu was about to turn and leave. Buzz. Buzz. Both their phones suddenly vibrated urgently at the exact same moment. However, when they pulled out their phones and saw the encrypted message marked with the highest level emergency alert from academician Li Genhua on their screens, their pupils instantly contracted in shock. Chief Engineer Fang. It's a major incident. The Shenzhou building has been breached. The prototype of White Emperor, it's been destroyed. Chapter 44, Raging Fury. The moment those messages appeared, the warm, intimate atmosphere surrounding Fang Yu and Jiang He was utterly shattered and evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Without another word, he spun around and sprinted toward the Shenzhou experimental building. Fang Yu. Jiang He's face drained of color. Watching Fang Yu's back, radiating a murderous aura, her heart clenched. Without hesitation, she lifted her skirt, stepped into her high heels, and followed him. Two figures, one ahead and one behind, streaked through the quiet night of Harbin Institute of Technology like two arrows released from a bow. By the time they reached the heavily guarded experimental building at top speed, the place was already in a state of panic. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers, armed to the teeth, had sealed off the entire building, leaving no room for escape. Red and blue warning lights spun silently in the night, casting solemn expressions upon every face. Chief Engineer Fang. The security guard at the entrance snapped to attention upon seeing Fang Yu, saluting immediately before swiftly opening the heavy alloy door for him. Fang Yu stepped inside. The moment he took in the scene within the hangar, even his composed demeanor faltered, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. Terrible. Absolutely devastating. The entire vast hangar now resembled a scene of utter devastation. The White Emperor prototype, once the embodiment of countless hopes, now lay in pieces. Its composite armor, forged from Mystic Maiden's feather material so resilient it could withstand anti-aircraft missiles without a scratch, hadn't been destroyed. Instead, it had been violently torn from the fuselage. Like discarded trash, it lay scattered across every corner of the hangar. The less robust inner cabin walls, the intricate flight control circuits, the expensive cockpit instruments, all had been smashed to pieces with heavy objects, reduced to a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal piled in a corner of the lab. What made Fang Yu's eyes bulge with rage even more? The Candle Dragon engine, which he had personally designed, poured countless hours into, and cost over 10 billion to build, had vanished into thin air. Wah! My White Emperor. In the center of the hangar, academician Li Genhua, a revered national treasure who had dedicated his entire life to Dragon Nation's aerospace industry. Now, like a child who'd lost his most cherished toy, he knelt on both knees, his face pressed against the pile of cold scrap metal, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. His hands and face were smeared with cold engine oil and dust. With hands trembling violently from emotion, he futilely tried to piece together the shattered components, muttering incessantly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm useless. I failed to protect you. I let those beasts destroy you. The self-reproach and grief of this iron-willed old man were enough to break the heart of anyone witnessing it. The experts and scholars following behind him had eyes reddened with tears. Some pounded their fists against the walls, while others collapsed helplessly to the floor. The hangar was thick with an indelible despair and sorrow. Fang Yu watched it all in silence. His usually composed face was now covered in a terrifying frost. He did not cry, nor did he roar in rage. Yet within his clear eyes burned a flame hotter than any fire, murderous intent. He moved slowly toward Li Genhua, crouched down, and reached out to gently pat the shoulder of the elderly man, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. Academician Li. Now is not the time for self-pity. Li Genhua slowly lifted his head. His wrinkled, aged face was drenched in tears and despair. Chief Engineer Fang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the nation. This isn't your fault. Fang Yu looked at him, speaking deliberately, this was aimed at me. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces in the hangar, some filled with sorrow, others with anger. With the unquestionable authority of a chief designer, he calmly issued his orders. Contact Colonel Fang Jiangwo immediately. Contact the Supreme Command Headquarters. Inform them that the White Emperor project has suffered malicious sabotage. The core engine has been stolen. Request they activate the highest level emergency protocol immediately. Seal off every exit and entry point in Ice City. Airports, train stations, highways. Not a single fly is to escape. Deploy the Sky Eye system and all technical reconnaissance assets. Turn Harbin Institute of Technology inside out, every inch of it. His voice, cold and clear, echoed through the vast hangar. His unwavering composure under crisis instinctively calmed the experts, who had been plunged into profound grief and chaos, as if they had found their anchor. Whoever did this is still on campus. He won't get away. Meanwhile, Eastern Theater Command Headquarters. Ha ha ha. Colonel Fang. Long time no see. A spry-looking old general with the rank of lieutenant general on his shoulder strode over, laughing heartily as he greeted Fang Jiangwo, who had just returned from the training ground. The moment Fang Jiangwo recognized the visitor, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately straightened his posture and rendered a military salute of impeccable precision. "Greetings, Commander." The fact that even Fang Jiangwo addressed him as Commander spoke volumes about the old general's rank within the military. "Hey there, we're old acquaintances, no need for such formality," the old general said with a hearty laugh. "Not at all. Military regulations are strict and I dare not overstep," Fang Jiangwo replied, feeling embarrassed. "Enough. Cut the flattery." The old general seemed in an exceptionally good mood, flashing a mysterious smile. "Since I happened to run into you today, I'll share some good news ahead of time." Fang Jiangwo eagerly listened intently. "You're about to get promoted, kid," the old general declared. The word sent shockwaves through Fang Jiangwo. After all, he was already a colonel, just one step away from becoming a general. Advancement at this level was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He knew his own capabilities well. Reaching the rank of colonel was essentially the pinnacle he could achieve in his lifetime. Anything higher than that was practically impossible unless a world war broke out. Why? Fang Jiangwo asked in disbelief. The old general chuckled as he gave Fang Jiangwo a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Why? Isn't it because you pulled off a major feat? This matter was uncovered by you personally." Hearing this, Fang Jiangwo seemed to recall something, his pupils contracting sharply. "You mean, the matter concerning Colonel Fang Yu?" The old general roared with laughter. "So you really are a lucky bastard. A prodigy like Colonel Fang Yu, and you managed to find him. I won't keep it from you. Just yesterday, academician Li Zhenuan and his team reported to the Central Military Commission that the core engine for the White Emperor project has been successfully developed. Once the White Emperor fighter is fully developed, you, as its chief discoverer, its bull, will reap immense rewards. All I can say is, you've hooked yourself up with a truly monumental figure." The core engine has been successfully developed? For a moment, Fang Jiangwo felt as if he were living in a dream. It had been barely over a month since he'd transported all those rare materials to Harbin Institute of Technology. In just over a month, Fang Yu had actually pulled off that mythical feat, creating a miniaturized, controllable nuclear fusion device? Fang Jiangwo could scarcely believe it. At that moment, the old general patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "Seize this opportunity, Fang General." With that, the old general departed in high spirits. Fang Jiangwo stood rooted to the spot for a long time, finally emerging from the immense shock and joy. Promotions and such, those were just superficial. What truly mattered was the breakthrough progress made in developing the White Emperor fighter jet. This signaled that the nation's strength would soon ascend to an entirely new level. Then, those so-called F-15s and F-16s from the United States that constantly flex their muscles right at our doorstep? They'd be nothing but a fart in the face of our White Emperor. The thought filled Fang Jiangwo with a sense of vindication, as if he'd finally exhaled decades of pent-up frustration, utterly exhilarating. But just then, his red encrypted phone suddenly rang sharply. He saw it was an urgent call from Harbin Institute of Technology. Fang Jiangwo answered with a broad smile, expecting good news from Li Zhenuan and the others. But the moment he heard the first report coming through the line, a voice trembling and choked with tears, the smile froze on his face. His entire being felt as if struck by a bolt of thunder from the heavens. "What?" He let out the most unhinged, horrified roar of his life. "The prototype of White Emperor destroyed?" Fang Jiangwo felt darkness engulf his vision as a bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Destroying the prototype of a national strategic asset. This was no simple act of sabotage. This was highly likely the infiltration of foreign agents. The gravity of this incident far exceeded anyone's imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Jiangwo dialed the red emergency line to the Supreme Command Headquarters. Reporting to Supreme Command Headquarters. This is Fang Jiangwo of the Eastern Theater Command. I have top-level military intelligence, requiring immediate reporting. Chapter 45, Lockdown. Eastern Theater Command Headquarters. When Colonel Fang Jiangwo relayed the thunderbolt of a report through the red line, the air in the entire command center froze instantly. White Emperor destroyed? The core engine stolen? After a brief, deathly silence, volcanic fury erupted. Who did this? A veteran general with 3 gold stars on his shoulders slammed his palm onto the Ally conference table so hard it cracked. His eyes blazed crimson with fury, like a lion ready to devour its prey. For the White Emperor project. Our Eastern Theater Command has poured nearly all our resources into it. Hundreds of billions in research funding. Countless manpower and material resources. We even advanced the budget for the next 5-year plan. And now, you tell me, our nation's most vital weapon, for which we gambled everything, was destroyed right on our doorstep. His roar thundered through the command center like a clap of thunder, shaking every soul to their core. This was no mere act of sabotage. This was an act of war. An open declaration of war against the entire Eastern Theater Command, against the entire Dragon Nation. Not just our Eastern Theater Command. Another general leapt to his feet, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. The Northern Theater, the Western Theater, the Southern Theater. All our brother units are eagerly awaiting. They're waiting for the White Emperor to emerge, leading our nation's aerospace might to soar to new heights. This is a God-sent opportunity to break free from Western technological shackles and achieve true great rejuvenation. And now, this chance has been destroyed. Rage. Uncontrollable rage. Burning like molten lava within every heart. Investigate. The old general roared like a beast. Turn the entire dragon nation upside down if you must find those bastards. Not a single soul connected to this affair shall be spared. Execute them all on the spot. This blood-soaked order instantly coursed through the highest-level military networks, reaching every combat unit in the Eastern Theater Command. The entire dormant war machine was fully activated in that instant. Within 5 minutes, piercing air raid sirens blared across the skies above several air bases in the Eastern Theater Command. 10 J-35 stealth fighters, China's latest generation, roared into the night sky like grim reapers, trailing blue contrails. Following closely behind, 30 WZ-10 attack helicopters, fully loaded with munitions, circled like vultures. On the ground, hundreds of Type 99A main battle tanks and countless Type 04A infantry fighting vehicles surged forth like an awakened torrent of steel, shattering the midnight silence as they rolled out from military barracks across the region. Each armored vehicle carried 50 fully armed, battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers. This time, the deployed forces numbered over 10,000. Such terrifying military might appeared without warning on the streets of Harbin, the peaceful northern ice city. For a moment, every citizen still out in the late night was utterly stunned. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many soldiers? Is this a movie shoot? Or has World War III begun? It's not just soldiers. Look up in the sky. Holy crap! Armed helicopters. And fighter jets. That's the J-35. Our nation's most advanced 5th-generation fighter. Why have I never seen this paint scheme at air shows? What are they doing? Military enthusiasts instantly recognized the formation streaking through the night sky. It was the combat sequence of an elite unit never before publicly revealed. What did this signify? It meant the nation had deployed its most critical trump card. Even at the risk of exposing its true military capabilities to the world, it must investigate this matter to the very end. Lock down the city. A lieutenant general from the Eastern Theater Command personally took command at the temporary headquarters. Studying the map, he issued the most stringent order in a tone brooking no argument. At his command, tens of thousands of soldiers surged like a tidal wave into every corner of the city. Within minutes, all highways leading out of the city were completely sealed off by dozens of armored vehicles positioned sideways and heavy machine gun emplacements set up along the routes. Beep beep beep. What the hell is going on up ahead? Why aren't you moving? Damn it! I'm in a hurry to get home. Move it already! Countless bewildered drivers on the highway honked their horns frantically. But when they saw the scene ahead resembling a war front, every single one of them turned pale with fear and fell silent instantly. A steel barrier, gleaming coldly, had been erected across the highway. Dozens of menacing armored vehicles, like steel behemoths, blocked the road. Their black muzzles silently aimed at every passing car. What the hell? Who the hell would dare charge through this? Are they suicidal? At that moment, a fully armed officer stepped forward from the gate. Holding a megaphone, he bellowed in a cold voice. Military emergency order. Effective immediately, Harbin City is placed under Level 1 combat readiness. The entire city is sealed off. All persons and vehicles are prohibited from leaving the city. Violators will be charged with treason and shot on sight. You may only leave once the incident is resolved. This is an order, not a request. Every vehicle owner present felt their scalps tingle with shock upon hearing these words. Lockdown, lockdown? What the hell is the military up to? Locking down the entire city? Holy crap! This is huge. Are they really going to war? Not only the highways, but every district of Harbin City was sealed off by armed patrol units. All citizens still lingering on the streets were forcibly ordered to return home immediately and remain indoors. Within an hour, this bustling northern metropolis transformed into a ghost town shrouded in steel and a chilling atmosphere. Only convoys of armored vehicles and tanks patrolled the deserted streets. Countless citizens peered fearfully from behind drawn curtains at the apocalyptic scenes unfolding outside. What on earth is happening? Why the sudden emergency lockdown? This is terrifying. Could terrorists have infiltrated the city? Meanwhile, Colonel Fang Yu and Lieutenant General Lin Weigui of the Northern Theater Command personally led a squad of elite Special Forces soldiers. Boarding a military helicopter, they landed directly on the central field of Harbin Institute of Technology. The security guards had hit, upon seeing the intimidating military insignia on these two high-ranking officers and the menacing aura emanating from the soldiers behind them, were utterly stunned. They scrambled forward, stumbling and crawling to greet them. Commander! Commander! May I ask, what brings you here? Lin Weigui and Fang Yu didn't even glance at him, striding straight toward the administration building. The Special Forces soldiers behind them rushed forward, presenting their credentials to the security guard. Urgent search warrant from the Supreme Command headquarters. Emergency lockdown order. Effective immediately, Harbin Institute of Technology is officially under military control. All students, all faculty, all staff, not a single person is permitted to leave campus. Those who disobey will be treated as foreign agents and arrested immediately. The security guard turned pale with fear, nodding repeatedly without daring to breathe a word. Meanwhile, Lin Weiguo and Fang Jianguo proceeded with practiced ease straight to President Zhou Jianjun's office. Bang! The office door was kicked open with a loud bang. At that moment, Zhou Jianjun was still shaken by the recent incident at the library that had just been resolved. Upon recognizing the two high-ranking military officials, he immediately stood up with a smile. Colonel Fang, General Lin, what brings you back? I was just about to share some good news with you both regarding Fang Yu's case. Before he could finish, his expression abruptly changed. He noticed that both Fang Jianguo and Lin Weiguo wore an expression, a terrifying, murderous intent. Their gazes were so icy they could kill. Something terrible has happened. Principal Zhou Jianjun's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Lieutenant General Lin Weiguo spoke, his voice as icy as Siberia's eternal frost. Zhou Jianjun. Effective immediately, your school is officially under military control. No student, teacher, or staff member is permitted to leave the campus grounds. Anyone found violating this order will be treated as a foreign agent and shot on sight. Zhou Jianjun's face drained of color. What on earth is happening? Fang Jianguo looked at the unsuspecting old principal, sighed, and explained in a voice only the two of them could hear. White Emperor has been destroyed. What? Zhou Jianjun felt darkness engulf his vision as the world spun violently. His face drained of color in sheer terror, and he collapsed with a thud, slumping lifelessly into his chair. The White Emperor destroyed? How is that possible? At that moment, Lieutenant General Lin Weiguo's gaze pierced him like a cold, sharp blade. Until this matter was thoroughly investigated, anyone could be a suspect. Even the venerable-looking principal sitting before him. Take us to the Shenzhou experimental building. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory, Sun Yufei was gathered with his rowdy friends, bragging smugly. Through the window, they saw 5 Black 99 main battle tanks parked on the playground, leaving them utterly stunned. Holy! Brother Fei! What the hell is going on at our school? Tanks rolled right in. Holy! 5 at once. Did something major go down at our school? Even a murder case would only bring the cops. How could the military be involved? This is way too intense. Sun Yufei, however, lay leisurely on his bed, legs crossed, a smug smile on his face. Whatever happened, it's none of my damn business. At that very moment, he was still gloating inwardly. That poor schmuck Fang Yu, if he found out that crappy model he worked so hard on got smashed to bits by my guys, what a priceless look he'd have on his face. Would he cry like a dog? Ha 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 ha. He had no idea that a net woven by the nation's most powerful enforcement apparatus had already begun to close silently around him. Chapter 46, a lead has been found. That's how it happened. The hangar was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. I couldn't sleep tonight. I thought I'd come back to the lab and run through the previous data again, double check. Academician Li Zhenhua slumped beside the pile of cold scrap metal. His face, usually radiating wisdom and authority, was now streaked with tears and heavy with self-reproach. But who could have known? The moment I swiped my access card to open the door, I saw this. Chief Designer Fawn, distinguished leaders. I have failed my country, failed the people. This elder statesman, who had devoted his entire life to the aerospace industry of Dragon Nation, wept like a helpless child. As one of the chief leaders of the White Emperor project, now, with such a catastrophic failure in the project, he could not escape blame no matter what. Academician Li, please get up. Fang Yu stepped forward and helped him up from the cold ground. This isn't your fault. His voice was calm, yet beneath that calmness lay a volcano ready to erupt. He turned to Colonel Lin Weiguo and Colonel Fang Jianguo beside him, his gaze sharp as a blade. The sequence of events is exactly as Academician Li described. My hypothesis is that someone exploited our absence to infiltrate this lab building using some method and carried out the sabotage. The moment those words left his mouth, Colonel Fang Jianguo felt a stinging heat spread across his face. To protect Fang Yu's safety, he had deployed an entire battalion of special forces around the perimeter of the experimental building, layering defenses in multiple rings of fortress impregnable to any attack. But his orders were to protect Fang Yu personally. All attention had been focused on Fang Yu, leading to a neglect of security for the White Emperor prototype itself. Because in his eyes, and in everyone's eyes, protecting Fang Yu, the national treasure, was far more important than protecting a prototype aircraft. But who could have known that these damned bastards weren't after the man? Instead, they were after the White Emperor, this vital national asset. Even before Fang Yu began his research, I had issued the highest-level administrative order, informing every advisor and professor on campus, without Fang Yu's personal permission, no one was to set foot inside the Shenzhou building. The voice of Zhou Jianjun, president of Harbin Institute of Technology, now brimmed with fury and lingering dread. Therefore, the only individuals permitted access here, aside from our core project members, are those students holding special privileges. However, regardless of who enters this building, our central security system's mainframe will retain tamper-proof visitor logs. At these words, a chilling glint flashed in Lin Jiangmo's eyes, sharp as a falcon's. Take us to see it. Soon, Fang Yu and his group followed Principal Zhou Jianjun to the central server room located in the basement of the building. Here, over a dozen servers stood, responsible for the security and operations of the entire experimental building. Zhou Jianjun personally operated the system. After navigating through multiple layers of identity verification including iris scans and fingerprint checks, a lengthy list was retrieved from the mainframe and projected onto a massive screen. This contains all visitor access records from the past month. The killer who destroyed White Emperor must be on this list. The principal pointed at the screen, his tone unwavering. Fang Yu and the others frowned as they scrutinized the data. The earlier entries were concise and patterned. Fang Yu, Li Genoa, Professor Dong, Academician Xia, Jiang Yi, Fang Yu. Most of the names belonged to core members of the project team. Just then, Fang Yu, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly reached out and pointed at a name on the screen. His voice was as cold as ice. Who is this Qian Wenjie? According to the system records, Qian Wenjie had entered the experimental building twice. Once was late at night 3 days ago. The other time was at midnight last night just before the incident occurred. Qian Wenjie? Academician Li Zhenhua paused, carefully recalling. As Dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering, he oversaw at least 80 doctoral students, perhaps even 100, yet this name eluded him. However, one of the instructors beside him reacted immediately upon hearing the name, his expression shifting slightly. Professor Li, I remember now. This Qian Wenjie, I believe he's a doctoral student under Professor Dong. He's generally decent in character and capable academically, though I've heard he's a bit strapped for cash and rather vain. Where are the records? Lin Jiangmo asked directly, his voice devoid of emotion. Under the president's directive, Qian Wenjie's complete personal file was quickly retrieved from the university database. Qian Wenjie, age 27, doctoral candidate, advisor Dong Hao. The file was meticulously detailed. From his date of birth to every event in his life up to the present, including his spending records, social media posts, and more, every detail was meticulously documented. This man is a prime suspect. Arrest him immediately. Lin Jiangmo issued the arrest warrant directly. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Lin Jiangmo's command, dozens of fully armed special forces soldiers charged out the gate like cheetahs without a moment's hesitation. They headed straight for the doctoral student dormitory where Qian Wenjie resided. At that very moment, in room 302 of the doctoral dormitory building, Qian Wenjie stood triumphantly before his wardrobe mirror, trying on an expensive suit he'd just purchased from the Versace boutique. His brand new Maybach gleamed in the sunlight below. 1 million a year? That's way too low. He glanced at the job offer from a Fortune 500 company on his phone and sneered dismissively. In the past, a million yuan annual salary would have kept him awake with excitement. But now, with his connection to young Master Sun, his ambitions had soared to new heights. His sights were set on the top 50 global multinational corporations. He was going to become someone truly above everyone else. Damn old Dong. Why hasn't he approved my thesis yet? I'm in a hurry to sign my employment contract, make money, and chase girls. The old bastard. Qian Wenjie seethed with rage at the memory of his advisor, Professor Dong, who had held his graduation project hostage just days ago under the pretext of a few minor details needing revision. Revising? Do I need you to revise it? All you need to do is sign off on it and then get the hell out of my way. Just as he was cursing furiously in his mind, his latest iPhone suddenly rang. It was a message from Professor Dong. Wan Hong, your thesis has been approved. The review panel has signed off. If you're free now, come to my office to pick up the report. Qian Wenjie's eyes lit up the moment he saw the message. That old bastard finally gave the green light. Without a second thought, he slipped on his new leather shoes, gave his hair a stylish flick in the mirror, and then, humming a tune, strode toward Professor Dong's office with a spring in his step. Since he was in the same building, it took him only a few steps to reach the office door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Professor Dong's slightly aged voice echoed from inside. Qian Wenjie pushed open the door to find Professor Dong seated in his chair, his ancient, expressionless face revealing nothing. You're here? Professor Dong spoke. Yes, Professor. Qian Wenjie forced a smile and replied respectfully. He knew that until he obtained that stamped graduation report, he must continue playing the role of the dutiful student who revered his teacher. Chapter 47 Teacher, I was wrong. Professor Dong looked at the young man before him, a student he had personally mentored, and found his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. It felt as if he had traveled back in time, returning to 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Qian Wenjie was still a fresh-faced undergraduate freshman who had come from a small provincial town. Professor Dong vividly recalled how Qian Wenjie had displayed an extraordinary talent and passion for materials science back then. He practically lived in the library and lab, tirelessly seeking out Professor Dong to ask questions about the most profound aspects of materials science. Though Professor Dong himself was swamped with work at the time, juggling several national-level key projects, But every time he encountered this diligent and eager student, he would patiently impart all his knowledge. He even recalled one occasion when he had just synthesized a brand new composite material in the lab and immediately rushed to explain it to Qian Wenjie with great enthusiasm. The look of pure delight that lit up Qian Wenjie's face, along with his boundless fascination with the mysteries of science, stayed with Professor Dong for a full 6 years. It was at that very moment that Professor Dong resolved to take this young man as his final disciple, nurturing him as the heir to his legacy. He believed the boy possessed boundless potential and, given time, would undoubtedly become an outstanding materials science expert. He even envisioned the boy one day standing shoulder to shoulder with him, jointly contributing to the nation's scientific and technological advancement. Until he met Fang Yu. Fang Yu's emergence was like a comet bursting onto the scene. His dazzling brilliance instantly overshadowed Qian Wenjie's so-called talent, making it as dim as a firefly trying to outshine the moon. To put it bluntly, with the era-defying knowledge and mastery Fang Yu displayed, 10 Qian Wenjies tied together wouldn't even be worthy of tying his shoelaces. Yet even so, Professor Dong never gave up on Qian Wenjie. He believed everyone had their own path, not everyone could become a peerless genius like Fang Yu. As long as Qian Wenjie could settle his mind and dedicate himself to research, he would surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in his own field someday. It was precisely with this for his own good mindset that Professor Dong kept delaying approval of Qian Wenjie's graduation project. The thesis Qian Wenjie submitted was simply too hastily written, riddled with flaws. He was even repeating many elementary mistakes that Professor Dong had personally pointed out and corrected countless times before. This clearly showed his heart was no longer in academia. Yet despite this, Professor Dong never once confronted him directly. Instead, he silently helped him revise the flaws in his thesis time and again. He meticulously documented all the issues and proposed improvements, intending to hand them over to Qian Wenjie at the very end so the student could truly understand his shortcomings. Wan Hong, congratulations on graduating. Professor Dong handed Qian Wenjie the graduation report he had revised at least 10 times, its title page filled with earnest words of encouragement. At that very moment, Qian Wenjie's years-long academic journey at HIT came to a definitive end. Qian Wenjie took the heavy report, a flash of joy crossing his face. Then, without even opening it, he tossed the report onto the desk. So you finally approved my graduation project, old fart. He sneered coldly, his voice filled with venom and contempt unlike anything Professor Dong had ever heard before. Professor Dong's hand holding the pen trembled slightly as he looked up in disbelief. You, what did you just call me? I called you an old bastard. You finally let me go, you son of a... Qian Wenjie shed his facade completely. His face, twisted by ambition, now radiated pure delight and madness. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? Do you know how many Fortune 500 companies are lining up to hire me? 2 million a year. Do you even grasp what that means? All these years, I've been stuck following you around, gathering dust in this goddamn lab. Listening to your bull lectures about some nonsense philosophy. Do you have any idea how sick of it I am? These words cut like a poisoned blade. Every word pierced Professor Dong's heart like a dagger. Tears welled up inexplicably in Professor Dong's eyes. He felt his entire worldview crumble in that instant. Wan Hong, why say such things? Professor Dong couldn't comprehend it. He had painstakingly mentored him for 6 years. He had imparted his lifetime of knowledge and dedication without reservation. He could understand if Wan Hong didn't feel grateful in the end people had their own paths. But why, at this final moment of parting, must he hurl such venomous words to curse him? Had he truly made a mistake these past 6 years? Old man, do you really think I'm inferior to you? Qian Wenjie watched Professor Dong's pained expression and felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Everything you know, I've already mastered. Mark my words, I'm already more accomplished than you. This professorship should have been mine all along. You've been holding back my graduation project all this time, haven't you? Just because you're afraid I'll outshine you once I graduate? Just so you can claim my research findings as your own and boost your own reputation? Professor Dong's heart ached so deeply he could barely breathe. He merely shook his head silently, his voice barely above a whisper. Wan Hong. I've always only wanted you to go further, to become better. Yet to Qian Wenjie, his explanation sounded utterly feeble and futile. Just as Qian Wenjie was about to unleash even more vicious insults to humiliate his mentor. A thunderous crash. The office's heavy solid wood door was violently kicked open from the outside. Immediately, several fully armed Special Forces soldiers clad in black combat gear burst in like ghostly apparitions, moving with lightning speed. Before Qian Wenjie could react, 2 soldiers pinned him to the floor with an unresisting hold. A cold muzzle pressed directly against the back of his head. Eastern Theater Command, Special Operations Unit. Qian Wenjie. We suspect you are involved in a major case threatening the nation's highest security, suspected of treason and collaboration with the enemy. You must cooperate with all our investigations. Qian Wenjie was utterly dumbfounded. He had merely cursed that old man a couple of times. How could this possibly be linked to foreign agents? When Qian Wenjie was dragged like a dead dog into the Shenzhou experimental building, seeing the hangar resembling a post-apocalyptic ruin and the pile of the smashed-to-bits-by-D prototype, only then did his greed-swollen brain belatedly realize he might have truly committed an unforgivable crime. Speak! Did you do this? Lin Jiangwo's thunderous roar reverberated like a great bell, making Qian's eardrums buzz. No! It wasn't me. I've never even heard of any White Emperor fighter jet. Qian Wenjie was terrified out of his wits, a warm liquid trickling down his legs. He screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face. I haven't even been inside this lab building lately. Wait. I remember now. It was Sun Yufei. Yes. Sun Yufei. He paid me off and borrowed my ID card. He did it. I had nothing to do with it. Faced with the terror of death, he didn't hesitate for a second, selling out his partner completely. Yet just as he thought he'd escaped blame, he suddenly spotted Professor Dong standing nearby, expressionless. An inexplicable rage surged from the depths of his being once more. Like a rabid dog, he snarled at Professor Dong. It's all your fault. All your fault, you old bastard. If only you'd let me graduate sooner. Let me start making money sooner. How could I have been so blinded by greed to get involved with scum like Sun Yufei? You forced my hand. You ruined me. He tried to pin all the blame on the man who had once been his mentor. But just then, Fang Yu, who had remained silent all along, slowly walked over. He picked up the graduation report that Qian Wenjie had tossed to the ground, now covered in dust, and walked up to him. Before you die, I'll let you see a few things. Fang Yu's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. He opened the first page of the report, where Professor Dong had densely filled the margins with red ink revisions and annotations. This nonsense paper of yours contains a total of 32 elementary, fundamental errors. Professor Dong has circled each one for you and written the correct derivation process alongside them. Fang Yu turned to the second page. Your theoretical model contains 6 logical flaws severe enough to invalidate the entire paper. Professor Dong refuted and reconstructed 5 of them for you. For the remaining one, he also pointed out the correct direction for correction. He turned to the final page. There, written in the most meticulous handwriting with every word carefully chosen, was a letter of recommendation. Our outstanding student, Qian Wenjie, possesses exceptional academic achievements, remarkable research capabilities, and an upright character. Is hereby formally recommended to your esteemed company? At the very bottom of that letter of recommendation was a blue company seal that instantly took Qian Wenjie's breath away. Puhui Lawrence Advanced Materials Laboratory. Puhui Lawrence? The moment Qian Wenjie saw that seal, it felt like his very soul had been ripped from his body. That was the world's top-ranked institution, a true mecca of materials science he'd never even dared to dream of. How could this be? Qian Wenjie, this is the company you've always wanted to join, isn't it? At that moment, Colonel Fang Jiangwo, who had been standing by and witnessed everything, spoke coldly in a tone dripping with contempt and disdain. Professor Dong has known you for 6 years. He's been aware of your dream all along. The reason he kept holding back your graduation project wasn't to make things difficult for you. It was to help you fill in your last gap, so you could step onto the stage of your dreams in the most perfect form possible. For this recommendation letter, he set aside all his dignity and pride to personally plead with that company's chief scientist, the very man who was once his equal but became his arch-rival decades ago due to differing philosophies. But look at what you've done to Professor Dong, who sacrificed everything for you. At that moment, Professor Dong had already turned away silently, leaving only his aged, desolate silhouette behind. No one could see his face, his expression. Yet everyone could sense that the heart of a mentor had been utterly shattered. Qian Wenjie was pinned to the ground. He strained to lift his head, desperate for one last glimpse of his teacher, desperate to utter a belated "I'm sorry." But alas, all he ever saw was that disappointed back. Goodbye. Wan Hong. The last sound reaching Qian Wenjie's ears was his teacher's sigh filled with endless weariness. Teacher. I was wrong. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Qian Wenjie finally broke down, letting out a heart-wrenching, regret-filled wail as 2 expressionless Special Forces soldiers dragged him out of the hangar like a dead dog. Chapter 48, Arrest. After Qian Wenjie was dragged away by the Special Forces like a dead dog, his wails of regret echoing behind him, the atmosphere in the hangar eased slightly. Yet it remained suffocatingly oppressive. All eyes refocused on Fang Yu. Lieutenant General Lin Weigui of the Northern Theater Command surveyed the wreckage before him, as if trampled by a colossal beast, then glanced at the name of the mastermind extracted from Qian Wenjie's interrogation. He turned to Fang Yu and asked in a deep voice. Chief Designer Fang, do you know this Sun Yufei? Yes, Fang Yu nodded calmly. We've crossed paths a few times. Encountered him? Colonel Fang Jiangwo, standing nearby, instantly recognized the name. His eyes flashed with fury. Is he the mastermind behind that female student's false accusation against you in the library last time? What? Lin Weigui froze at the accusation, turning to look at Fang Jiangwo. Old Fang, this happened too? Seeing Lin Weigua's bewilderment, Fang Jiangwo briefly recounted the absurd and sinister farce that had unfolded in the library last time, using the most concise language. Last time, it was precisely because this bastard Sun Yufei didn't show his face directly that we couldn't get the most direct evidence. Considering the impact, we temporarily held off on taking action against him. Fang Jiangwo grew angrier as he spoke, slamming his fist hard against the nearby machine tool casing with a thunderous thud. I never imagined he'd get even more brazen and dare to commit such treasonous acts. This time, if I don't personally skin him alive, I don't deserve to wear this uniform. Colonel Fang, General Lin, please calm down. At that moment, Fang Yu seemed to recall something and interjected indifferently. Sun Yufei's family background seems rather formidable. Senior Jiang, he mentioned that his father's company is one of the top 500 enterprises in our nation. His grandfather, I believe, is a retired provincial official from a high-ranking position with extensive connections. Couldn't it be troublesome for us to go after his grandson? At these words, Vice Admiral Lin Weigua's brow immediately furrowed. Yet his expression betrayed no hesitation or apprehension. He merely addressed the orderly beside him in a cold tone. Go. Retrieve all background information on this Sun Yufei's family for me. I want to see just what kind of extraordinary figure he really is. Within 5 minutes of the order being given, a detailed report on every member of Sun Yufei's family, all their assets, and every political connection was delivered to the two generals. Yet, after reviewing the dossier, which to ordinary eyes would have been enough to label him incredibly powerful, Lieutenant General Lin Weigua and Colonel Fang Jiangwo both let out a cold, contemptuous snort in unison. Poof. A Fortune 500 company? Retired provincial-level officials? Lin Weigua flung the tablet in his hand onto the table, his gaze as dismissive as if observing a mere clown. With such meager credentials, he dares challenge our 4 major theater commands? Does he even deserve it? Even if his grandfather were still in office, let alone retired, his grandson wouldn't survive today. Fang Jiangwo's face darkened with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lieutenant General Lin Weigua immediately issued the highest-level arrest warrant over the communicator. Notify all operational units on campus. Immediately. Right now. Head to the student dormitory building. Bring me that scum named Sun Yufei. Alive. Meanwhile, inside a single-room suite in the student dormitory building, lavishly decorated like a 5-star hotel, Sun Yufei remained utterly oblivious to the impending disaster. He sat leisurely before his top-tier gaming setup, an Alienware rig flanked by 3 4K curved monitors, wearing a pair of custom Sennheiser headphones worth tens of thousands of yuan, engrossed in the latest competitive game. On the screen, his character was dominating the battlefield, while his teammates showered him with praise and flattery, shouting, "Bro, you're awesome." He reveled in this sensation, the feeling of having everything under his control, like a god. Fang Yu? A genius? He sneered in disdain. Just wait until tomorrow. You'll see how utterly pathetic everything you pride yourself on is compared to me, Sun Yufei. Then we'll see how you dare compete with me for Jianghe. He grew more and more hyped as he played. In the game, his character had just pulled off an epic pentakill. Just as he prepared to bask in his teammates' even more enthusiastic cheers. Thud. 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 The solid wood door of the dorm room, reinforced with multiple locks, was suddenly pounded upon with a series of urgent, almost savage knocks. The sound was relentless, deafeningly loud, making the entire room buzz with the noise. The euphoria from his gaming victory vanished instantly, replaced by endless rage at the interruption. Damn it! Who the hell is this blind bastard daring to interrupt my gaming? He yanked off his headphones, cursing under his breath as he rose from his gaming chair. Furious, he stormed toward the door, intent on giving whoever dared interrupt his enjoyment a proper welcome. But just as he reached the door, ready to open it, bang! A deafening, earth-shattering crash. His security door, supposedly bomb-proof, had been kicked open from the outside with a single, brutal blow. The door panel whizzed past his ear like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the wall behind him and punching a gaping hole through the Italian import wallpaper. Sun Yufei froze in shock. Before he could react, a dozen Special Forces soldiers in black combat gear, faces painted with camouflage, fully armed and ready, burst in like tigers tearing through a door. Before Sun Yufei could even scream, 2 men pinned him down onto the cold floor with an overwhelming force he couldn't resist. Immediately after, he saw a large group of people led by Fang Yu file in one after another. The moment he saw Fang Yu, Sun Yufei assumed Fang Yu, enraged by the destruction of his prototype, had hired street thugs to exact revenge. He even prepared to resort to his usual tactic, leveraging his family connections to hurl insults at Fang Yu. But just as he opened his mouth, his gaze suddenly fell upon the 2 figures standing beside Fang Yu. Both men wore crisp military uniforms. One bore the shoulder insignia denoting the rank of colonel. And the other. Sun Yufei felt his eyes nearly pop out of his head. That man whose aura was so overwhelming it made breathing difficult, on his shoulder was a golden, dazzlingly brilliant general star. It was a general. A living, breathing Dragon Nation general, the kind he'd only ever seen on television. And now, he stood towering above him, gazing down with the cold, dead stare of a corpse. In an instant, Sun Yufei was dumbfounded. His mind went completely blank in that instant. All his previous arrogance, all his resentment, all his self-righteousness, every last shred of it was crushed into dust before that cold, commanding presence, utterly annihilated. Only now did he belatedly realize he'd truly stirred up trouble bigger than the heavens themselves. Chapter 49, I'll kill you. Seeing Sun Yufei pinned to the ground by those special forces soldiers, Fang Yu's eyes, burning with rage, showed not a ripple of emotion, not even a flicker of vengeful satisfaction. He walked forward slowly, looking down at this spoiled brat who had been so arrogant in the game just moments ago. Last night, between 10 and 12 o'clock. Fang Yu spoke, his voice calm. Yet beneath that calmness lay a bone-chilling coldness potent enough to freeze the very air. Where were you? What were you doing? Faced with Fang Yu's interrogation, Sun Yufei, already driven to near insanity by fear, saw the face he loathed most. Against all reason, that innate, spoiled brat temperament surged back up within him. Twisting his arms, tightly pinned behind his back, he shouted back hysterically in a tone that was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. None of your damn business. Who the hell do you think you are, questioning me? But the moment the words left his mouth, smack! A resounding slap, loud enough to echo throughout the entire floor, struck his face with brutal force. Colonel Fang Jiangmo's face, flushed crimson with fury, was practically pressed against Sun Yufei's. He had poured every ounce of strength into that blow, instantly swelling half of Sun Yufei's face high and swollen. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and several teeth, mixed with blood, flew out of his mouth. Arg! Sun Yufei let out a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. Stars danced before his eyes, his mind roared like thunder, and his entire being went numb. In all his life, he'd never been hit, let alone heard a harsh word. You dare hit me? Hit you? Fang Jiangmo's eyes burned with fury hotter than any flame. It wasn't merely the national humiliation of the White Emperor fighter jet being destroyed. It was the personal betrayal of his own military star, a glory within reach, destined to bring honor to his ancestors, shattered by this fool standing before him. Click. Without a second thought, he yanked his service pistol, the one that had been with him for over a decade, straight from its holster at his waist. He flicked off the safety and pressed the cold muzzle firmly against Sun Yufei's forehead. Today, I'm not just going to shoot you. Fang Jiangmo's teeth ground together with a grinding sound. I'll personally put a bullet in your head. You traitorous scum. Starting right now. He ground the muzzle hard against Sun Yufei's temple. Answer Colonel Fang Yu's questions with nothing but the ing truth. One more word of nonsense, and I guarantee your head will explode like a rotten watermelon at my feet. The cold metal touch, mingled with that unmasked, icy killing intent, instantly shattered every last shred of Sun Yufei's mental defenses. A warm, foul-smelling liquid trickled down his pant leg and pooled on the floor. He had pissed himself. I'll talk. Don't shoot. Please, don't shoot. Tears and snot streamed down his face as his body shook like a sieve. His pleas incoherent. Fang Yu watched the scene coldly, without a shred of pity. He spoke again, repeating his earlier question. Last night, between 10 and 12, where were you? Hearing this question, even in this state of utter terror, Sun Yufei's survival instinct kicked in, driving him to make one last desperate attempt to wriggle free. He knew this was something he absolutely could not admit. Once he admitted it, he would truly be finished. So, trembling, he spun a lie. I went out last night with some friends to hit the bars. I didn't come back all night. Just then, the group of friends who had been arrested with him were tossed inside like trash by the special forces soldiers standing outside the door. Seeing the scene before them, especially those black muzzles of guns, they too were already scared out of their wits. Hearing Sun Yufei's words, they immediately nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grain. Yes. We can vouch for him. We were drinking with Brother Fei all night at the Imperial Dynasty bar. We partied until this morning before heading back. However, Fang Yu couldn't be bothered to refute their clumsy, utterly unprofessional lies. He calmly took a military-grade encrypted tablet from Jiang He's hands and held the screen directly in front of Sun Yufei. Two video clips played clearly on the screen. One was high-definition surveillance footage from the main entrance of the student dormitory building at 10:07 p.m. last night. In the footage, Sun Yufei and his entourage walked arm in arm into the dormitory building. After that, they never came out again. The other was a card access log recorded by the central server room inside the lab building. It clearly showed that Qian Wenjie's ID card had been swiped once at 11:34 p.m. last night, granting access to the building. Do you want me to pull out Qian Wenjie's handwritten confession and read it to you? Fang Yu's voice was calm, devoid of any warmth. Faced with this ironclad evidence, Sun Yufei's face instantly drained of color, turning as white as paper. He knew he was finished. All his lies, all his evasions, seemed laughably feeble in the face of this absolute proof. Did you crash that plane?
Fang Yu's gaze sharpened like a blade. Where is that power unit inside it now? Seeing his lies utterly exposed, Sun Yufei's face, twisted by extreme terror, instead revealed a hint of reckless madness and contempt. At this point, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He might as well admit it outright. Yeah, I smashed it. So what? He actually dared to defiantly yell at Fang Yu. It's just a damn model. I didn't like it, so I smashed it. What's the big deal? And that blinking piece of junk inside, he said nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly trivial. At first it looked kinda sci-fi, kind of interesting, but then I thought it took up too much space, so I tossed it in the trash bin downstairs. By now, it's probably been hauled away by the garbage truck, sent to the incinerator, and burned to ashes. Sun Yufei's words plunged the scene into deathly silence. Fang Yu, Lin Weigua, and the others all wore expressions of utter bewilderment and shock. Seeing their expressions, Sun Yufei wore a look of puzzlement, but he shrugged it off and continued. So what if I smashed your crappy model plane? He looked at Fang Yu with the same dismissive gaze one might reserve for a poor schmuck. Is this huge fuss really necessary? Just tell me, how much? Is $1 million enough? I've got money to burn. I'll pay you back. Hearing Sun Yufei's words, Colonel Fang Jiangwo beside him was so furious his blood rushed to his forehead. A broken model plane? Trash? 1 million? Do you even know what that is? It's a national treasure capable of propelling the entire military might of Dragon Nation forward by 20 years. It embodies the hopes of our nation's most brilliant scientists, consuming tens of billions in funding and countless hours of dedication. And now, because of this moron standing before us, it's all destroyed? I'll kill you, you bastard. Fang Jiangwo lost all control. He roared in fury, his finger tightening on the trigger. But at that critical moment, a deep, authoritative voice suddenly boomed from the dormitory doorway, already packed tight with special forces soldiers. Halt! The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an immense weight born of long-held authority. It forced Fang Jiangwo's finger, poised to pull the trigger, to freeze mid-air. Fang Yu and the others immediately turned toward the source of the command. The crowd parted automatically, revealing two impeccably dressed men of distinguished bearing, escorted by a group of equally imposing black-clad bodyguards. They strode in, their faces ashen. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Though outwardly refined, his brow was etched with anxiety and fear. Following behind him was an elderly man with graying hair, yet remarkably alert and commanding without needing to raise his voice. His gaze was piercing, his stride steady. Though well past 70, the formidable aura of someone who had once commanded respect remained undiminished. The moment Fang Yu saw them, their identities immediately surfaced in his mind. One was his father, Sun Dihai, the current chairman of Sun Group, one of the top 500 enterprises in the Dragon Nation, and Sun Yufei's grandfather, the retired provincial official who once wielded immense power, Sun Jingshan. Chapter 50, How much? 100 billion? Upon seeing his father and grandfather arrive, Sun Yufei's face, twisted by fear and agony, suddenly erupted with the wild joy of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Like a drowning man clutching his last lifeline, he immediately summoned every ounce of strength to emit a blood-curdling wail. Dad, Grandpa, save me, they're going to kill me. Seeing their precious grandson/son, bloodied and beaten with a gun pressed to his head, lying sprawled on the ground in utter disarray, Sun Dihai and Sun Jingshan felt as if knives had been plunged into their hearts, especially Sun Dihai. Seeing his only son, whom he cherished like a precious jewel, afraid to drop him or let him melt away, now being humiliated like this, a surge of rage instantly shot straight to his temples. Let him go. He pointed at Colonel Fang Jiangwo, who was pressing the gun against Sun Yufei's head, and barked the order. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where you are? On school grounds, openly brandishing guns and assaulting students. Do you have any regard for the law? He didn't see the Major General's insignia on Fang Jiangwo's shoulder. Or rather, even if he had seen it, the arrogance cultivated over years as chairman of a top 500 company in Longhua made him instinctively choose to ignore it. He strode up to Fang Yu, scrutinizing the plainly dressed teenager with a condescending gaze, his tone dripping with contempt and arrogance. You must be Fang Yu. My son has mentioned you. Young man, having a bit of wit and tinkering with inventions is commendable, but one mustn't be too full of oneself. It's just a minor friction between classmates, isn't it? My son accidentally broke one of your larger model aircraft. That's all. Was it really worth making such a huge fuss? Threatening to beat up my son? He didn't take the White Emperor seriously at all. In his view, no matter how gifted a student might be, anything they could build in a dorm room or school lab was, at best, just a fancy toy. This matter ends here. He pulled a gold-edged checkbook from the pocket of his bespoke Armani suit and said contemptuously, in a tone that sounded like he was giving alms to a beggar. So, How much for your crappy model aircraft? 1 million? 5 million? Or even 100 million? Name your price. As long as Sun Dihai can afford it, I'll consider it money well spent for some peace and quiet today. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. In his view, the whole spectacle these people had staged, blockades, arrests, was nothing more than an extortion attempt. What fundamental difference was there between them and those street beggars staging accidents for money? Hearing his words, the facial muscles of Lieutenant General Lin Weiguo and Colonel Fang Jiangwo beside him twitched uncontrollably. A rage powerful enough to tear the entire building apart raged within them. Money? The nation had invested tens of billions, mobilized dozens of top-tier experts, national treasures, and poured countless efforts into this project. This was a national treasure capable of reshaping the world order. And he thought money could solve this? Who the hell does he think he is? The world's richest man? Both men trembled with rage, on the verge of exploding right then and there. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Yu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly reached out and stopped the two generals on the verge of losing control. He looked at the arrogant, wealthy chairman of the Sun Group standing before him. A hint of amusement slowly spread across his calm face. Oh, you want to pay compensation? Fine by me. Fang Yu nodded, his tone serious. Since Chairman Sun is so sincere and willing to pay, I have no objections. What? Hearing this, Lin Weiguo and Fang Jiangwo both froze in shock. They couldn't fathom what Fang Yu was thinking. But then it dawned on them. Indeed, the prototype of the White Emperor had been destroyed, and its core engine stolen. But as long as Fang Yu remained, and as long as that miraculous blueprint stayed in his mind, nothing was truly a problem. Not only were they no problem, but with the lessons learned from this failure, the next White Emperor would be built faster and better. Exchanging a pile of destroyed scrap metal for a colossal compensation payment enough to make anyone wince in agony to replenish the nearly depleted military budget seemed not entirely unreasonable. As for Sun Dihai, upon hearing Fang Yu had unexpectedly relented, the contempt and disdain on his face only deepened. Yet at the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, if money could solve the issue, it proved the other party's level was nothing special. So after all this fuss, it was all about the money after all. What difference was there between him and those officials and professors who fawned over him like lapdogs? Name your price, he said impatiently, waving his hand at Fang Yu as if shooing away a fly. My time is valuable. Don't try to play games with me. In his mind, forget about a student's model aircraft. Even the F-22 Raptor fighter jet, the pinnacle of human aviation technology currently representing the United States, costs no more than a little over $200 million to build. That sum, while painful for his massive Sun Group, was entirely within their means. He was even prepared to watch Fang Yu demand an exorbitant price, only to crush the other's pitiful sense of self-worth with his own overwhelming wealth. Yet Fang Yu did not immediately name his price. Fang Yu observed his arrogant demeanor without comment. Instead, he quietly began counting on his fingers, muttering calculations as if solving an elementary math problem. Feather of the Mystic Maiden composite material synthesis requires massive amounts of rare metals. Just the raw material costs alone are roughly 30 billion yuan. The magnetic confinement coils for the Candle Dragon engine utilize superconducting materials from our nation's strategic reserves. That's difficult to quantify in monetary terms, but let's say 20 billion. Then there's that miniature tokamak device. Though it ultimately failed, it still consumed nearly 5 billion in experimental funding. Add in miscellaneous parts, equipment depreciation, and other expenses. He looked up at Sun Dihai, who was growing visibly impatient, and calmly stated a final figure. Forget it. The exact calculations are too tedious. I'll just round it to a whole number for simplicity. Just compensate us with 100 billion yuan. 100 billion? When those four words rolled off Fang Yu's tongue with a casual, matter-of-fact tone, the entire luxurious dorm suite instantly fell into a deathly silence. The scorn and arrogance on Sun Dihai's face froze solid, replaced instead by a vacant, bewildered stare, as if he'd seen a ghost. He fumbled at his ears, wondering if his rage had caused him to hallucinate. What did you just say? He stammered. How much do you want? Sun Yufei, who had been lying at his feet, thinking he was saved, now looked utterly bewildered, completely unable to process what had just happened. Only Lin Weiguo and Fang Jiangwo froze upon hearing the figure. Then, exchanging a glance, they both saw a hint of suppressed amusement in each other's eyes. Damn kid, he really had the nerve to name his price. Fang Yu looked at the father and son before him, now utterly dumbfounded, and calmly repeated himself. I said, 100 billion yuan. And that's just the cost of materials and equipment. Not to mention the tireless efforts of dozens of national treasure-level experts who've worked day and night for over a month. And all the intangible resources the country has invested in this project. A cold, cruel curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. I'll consider those as complimentary extras. I won't charge you for them. So, Chairman's son, are you planning to pay this 100 billion by card or wire transfer? Chapter 51, just one shot. How about it? After Fang Yu casually uttered the astronomical figure of 100 billion, Sun Dihai's face, flushed crimson with rage and arrogance, instantly turned a deep purple. Extortion. This is blatant extortion. He pointed an accusing finger at Fang Yu, his voice thick with fury. 100 billion? Why don't you just go rob someone? Even if I sold the entire Sun Group, it wouldn't even come close to covering that amount. You want me to pay you 100 billion? Do you want to drive my entire family out onto the streets to starve? He screamed hysterically, spittle flying everywhere. The veneer of a refined, successful gentleman was completely shattered, revealing the ugly, impotent rage beneath. Seeing him like this, Fang Yu shrugged indifferently. His expression was as if he were watching a monkey frantically jumping up and down in frustration over not getting its food. Since Chairman's son can't afford to compensate, then forget it, he said calmly. We, naturally, have our own methods to resolve this. With that, he gave a knowing glance to Colonel Fang Jiangwo, who stood nearby, already seething with rage. Fang Jiangwo immediately understood. His knuckles cracked as he gripped his gun tightly. He was about to step forward, ready to use his own methods to teach this foolish father and son a lesson in wrath. But before he could move, smack, a sharp, resounding slap echoed abruptly through the silent dormitory. Sun Jingshan, who had stood silently behind everyone, seemingly an outsider, struck without warning. His emaciated hand erupted with strength utterly disproportionate to his age, slapping his son Sun Dihai hard across the face. Immediately following, he delivered another backhand slap, striking the face of his grandson, Sun Yufei, who had been rendered speechless by fear. These two blows, swift and vicious, left both father and son of the Sun family utterly stunned. Wicked son, disobedient grandson. Sun Gingshan glared at his two worthless descendants with a look of bitter disappointment, his voice filled with anguish as he scolded them. I've told you both countless times, keep a low profile, learn to show respect. Don't think that having a few stinking coins and knowing a couple of officials gives you free rein to do whatever you want on this land. Have you all taken my words as nothing but wind in your ears? Now, you've caused this colossal disaster, and you still dare to act like hooligans here? You've brought utter disgrace upon the Sun family. His words rang out with fierce indignation, his expression one of righteous indignation, as if he alone were the tragic father who understood the greater good. After berating his son and grandson, he immediately turned around. He bowed deeply to Fang Yu, Lin Weiguo, and Fang Jiangwo, comrades in command, distinguished leaders, and this young man, Fang Yu, this once formidable figure who had once commanded respect throughout the province now lowered himself to the dust. It is my failure as a grandfather that this family has fallen into ruin. It is my failure as a father that I raised these two lawless scoundrels. They've caused such immense trouble for the nation. I am truly guilty. As he spoke, he pounded his chest with his fists. His anguished expression would have moved anyone unaware of the truth. One had to admit, this old fox had spent his entire life navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom. His performance of cutting off the rotten limb and sacrificing family for the greater good was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. This old man understands, he said. Yet when he lifted his head, a cunning gleam flickered in his cloudy old eyes. That beast Yufei must have committed some colossal crime. Otherwise, the state would never have mobilized such immense force. As for that 100 billion, even if we sold everything we own, our Sun family simply couldn't come up with it. But we will not shirk the compensation we owe or the responsibility we bear. I am willing to donate 51% of Sun Group's shares to the state without compensation, as a small measure of atonement for my grandson's crimes. He paused, then addressed Lin Weiguo and Fang Yu in a tone bordering on supplication. So, out of respect for this old man's face, and considering the Sun family's modest contributions to the local economy over the years, would you spare my good-for-nothing grandson? Just this once? His words were spoken with tears streaming down his face, deeply moving. He portrayed the image of an elderly man fiercely protective of his offspring yet deeply principled with consummate skill. Yet, upon hearing these words, Lin Weiguo and Fang Jiangwo both wore expressions that remained utterly unmoved. Face? Talking about face with us at a time like this? What Sun Yufei committed wasn't mere brawling or economic crime. He destroyed a vital national asset. He obstructed the future of the entire nation and its people. Such heinous acts, which can be defined as colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation, even grinding his bones to dust and scattering them to the winds would not ease the hatred in their hearts. Spare him? Don't even think about it. The two exchanged a glance, about to speak up and reject this old fox's unreasonable request. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Yu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Sun, you're being too harsh. After all, Sun Yufei and I are alumni of the same school, and since you've personally stepped forward and made your position so clear, we absolutely must grant you this favor. What? At this, everyone present, including Lin Weigua and Fang Jiangwo, froze in shock. When did this kid become so easy to deal with? They couldn't believe that with Fang Yu's intelligence and temperament, he wouldn't see through this old fox's ridiculous ploy. Even Sun Jingshan himself was momentarily bewildered. He had already braced himself for an outright refusal, preparing to play his last, desperate card by tapping into his final reserve of connections. Sun Yufei, sprawled on the ground, felt as if he'd glimpsed a sliver of hope for a stay of execution on his death sentence. The light of survival flared anew in his eyes. Yet, the very next second, Fang Yu's words froze every smile on every face. In a tone that was utterly sincere, even tinged with sympathy, he continued, "In that case, I shall intercede on behalf of Comrade Sun Yufei before the two commanders. Truthfully, given his crimes, it wouldn't be excessive to sentence him to death by firing squad or even by slow slicing. But considering the respect we owe to you, old Master Sun," Fang Yu paused, then patted Sun Jingshan's shoulder with a warm, fatherly smile. "Let's give him a more merciful death instead. Just a lethal injection. Let's give him lethal injection. Let him go with some dignity. What do you say?" Chapter 52, Rules Say I Can't Talk Tough? Sun Jingshan's wrinkled old face froze momentarily at the words. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shock flickered in his cloudy eyes that had seen the ebb and flow of court politics. He clearly hadn't grasped the icy sarcasm and murderous intent lurking behind Fang Yu's seemingly compromising words. But he was, after all, a seasoned veteran who had spent most of his life navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom. In a fraction of a second, he grasped the truth. Fang Yu was toying with him. "You insolent brat! How dare you!" A torrent of rage, impossible to contain after being toyed with, instantly breached the dam of depth he had spent his entire life building. Pointing a finger at Fang Yu's nose, he trembled with rage. His aged face, flushed crimson with fury, looked particularly hideous. "You ungrateful brat! You ungrateful little bastard!" he roared. "I've already lowered myself this far. I, a retired provincial-level official, personally came to your door, groveling to plead for my good-for-nothing grandson. Don't you understand what it means to know when to stop? What it means to show mercy when you can? Must you drive my grandson to his death? Must you push things to the absolute limit, ending in mutual destruction?" Hearing this, Fang Yu only laughed with disdain. The smile was cold and dripping with scorn. "Know when to stop? Be kind to others?" He walked forward slowly, each step seeming to trample on Sun Jingshan's fragile pride. "Old Master Sun, let's not dwell on today's incident for now. Let's talk about what happened a few days ago in the library. You, my dear grandson, incited that female student to publicly accuse me of sexual harassment in front of hundreds of people. Surely you must know about this? If it weren't for my somewhat unique status, with the Central Security Bureau quietly protecting me, just imagine what fate any other ordinary student, one without any background or connections, would have faced in that situation." Fang Yu's gaze sharpened like a blade. He'd be expelled from school, branded with a lifelong stain on his record. He'd be doxxed across the entire internet, subjected to online mob violence by uninformed netizens until he suffers social death. His entire life would be utterly ruined. And all this, simply because your precious grandson orchestrated this pathetic farce out of some laughable jealousy. As for you, Fang Yu stared at Sun Jingshan, the scorn on his lips thickening. "If you hadn't known today that my connections are far more powerful than you imagined, would you have brought your precious son here to grovel so politely before me? I suspect you would have already mobilized every connection and resource at your disposal to eliminate me. Wouldn't you?" Each of Fang Yu's words cut like a sharp scalpel, with ruthless precision. It peeled away layer by layer the veneer of Sun Jingshan's sanctimonious facade, exposing the ugly, arrogant, and vicious face beneath. Sun Jingshan was rendered speechless by Fang Yu's words. His weathered face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He knew all his pretenses looked laughable and futile before this youth who saw through everything. Since soft tactics wouldn't work, then he might as well drop the act. Fine. You've got guts, kid." A vicious, venomous fire reignited in Sun Jingshan's cloudy eyes. True to your military background, stubborn and unyielding, he slowly straightened his back, and that sinister aura of a seasoned bureaucrat returned to him. "But don't get too cocky, kid. Don't think I don't know your background." He sneered coldly, his voice lowered and thick with menace. "The only reason you dare act so arrogant in front of me is because you're relying on your so-called colonel status and the military district backing you up, right? But I, Sun Jingshan, have been navigating the bureaucratic world for years. I'm no pushover. Though I've retired, I've promoted many protégés and old associates over the years. They're all still in key positions now. If I wanted to take down those bigwigs in your military district, it might indeed be a challenge. But if it comes to sabotaging you behind the scenes, throwing obstacles in your path, making life miserable for this wet behind the ears punk, well, that's hardly a challenge. If you really push me to the edge, I'm not above going down with you. As he spoke, his eyes grew more venomous, like a snake baring its fangs. And don't forget, you didn't spring from a rock. You have parents, family, so you'd better weigh your options carefully. Kid, do you really think you can afford the price of going up against me? Hearing Sun Jingshan's words, Fang Yu showed no immediate reaction, but nearby, Lieutenant General Lin Weiguo and Colonel Fang Jiangwo were already seething with rage. Sun Dingshan, you're ing asking for it. Fang Jiangwo exploded with rage on the spot. He stepped forward, pressing the muzzle of his gun firmly against Sun Jingshan's forehead once more. You dare threaten the nation's highest level protected individual right in front of us? Do you really think we won't touch you? You're openly challenging the very foundation of the entire Dragon Nation's military. Lin Weiguo's rage boiled over too. The overwhelming killing intent of a battlefield commander erupted from him, instantly freezing the air in the entire room. Yet, facing the two generals' terrifying fury in the muzzles of their guns, Sun Jingshan, this time, appeared unusually unfazed. He even adopted a shameless demeanor, spreading his hands and sneering coldly. Gentlemen, no need to get so worked up. I was merely joking with my young friend just now. Besides, he added with unshakable confidence, is there any law in our Dragon Nation that forbids citizens from trading a few harsh words? No matter how powerful your military might is, at worst, you can only follow the rules and discipline my good-for-nothing grandson, but you can't very well arrest me too, just because this old geezer said a few extra words. Can you? If word got out, wouldn't people laugh at us, saying the Dragon Nation military is a lawless bandit den? Chapter 53, Who said you could leave? Hearing this, Lin Weiguo found himself momentarily speechless. After all, Sun Jingshan was right. No matter how vast the military district's authority, it had clear jurisdictional boundaries. They could enforce military discipline, defend the homeland, and arrest suspects endangering national security. But they had no authority to arbitrarily detain a former high-ranking official who hadn't directly committed a crime without explicit legal grounds. Even though his earlier words clearly constituted a de facto threat, legally speaking, it was difficult to define. This was precisely where the old fox was most cunning and repulsive. He perpetually navigated the gray areas of the rules, employing legal or at least non-illegal means to achieve his despicable ends. But Fang Jiangwo beside him simply couldn't stand it. He cared nothing for rules or procedural justice. In his eyes, Sun Jingshan's words were the most blatant, unforgivable provocation against the nation's most precious treasure, the entire Dragon Nation military. Who was Fang Yu? He was no ordinary genius. He was a true national treasure, a man capable of single-handedly shaving decades off the technological development of the entire Dragon Nation, even surpassing the Eagle Nation in military prowess to restore the nation to its rightful place atop the Blue Star. Such a man deserved to be carried daily in an 8-man palanquin and worshipped like an ancestor, and even that would be insufficient. And yet this decrepit old bastard before him, this old scumbag who taught his son to become a traitorous scum, dares to threaten him with his family right in front of him. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈military discipline. He violently tore the Major General's shoulder insignia, the symbol of supreme honor he'd fought his entire life to earn, from his uniform and slammed it to the ground. Today, I'll wear no uniform. I'll abandon my future. I'll even give up my life. But I'll kill you, you old bastard. Right here. Clear every obstacle for Xiaofeng. He roared like a tiger struck at its most vulnerable spot, stepping forward once more to press the cold muzzle firmly against Sun Jingshan's now deathly pale jaw. The finger on the trigger bulged with veins, straining to pull. He would go down here, in front of everyone, taking this old bastard down with him. But just as everyone held their breath, stunned by Fang Jiangwo's frenzied actions, a stern voice, brimming with authority and displeasure, suddenly echoed from the dormitory doorway, already packed tight with special forces soldiers. Fang Jiangwo, drop the gun. At the command, everyone present, including the utterly unhinged Fang Jiangwo, shuddered violently. They turned toward the sound and watched as the crowd automatically parted. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, accompanied by several bodyguards, strode in with a face as pale as stone. Zhang Ji had arrived. The instant Sun Jingshan saw him, the old man's face, already twisted with fear and rage, suddenly erupted with the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. As if he had seen a true savior, he scrambled forward, practically crawling on his hands and knees. Master Zhang! Master Zhang! Save me! Save my grandson! Save Yu Fei! He knew Zhang Ji wasn't just one of the true top-tier powerhouses in Dragon Nation many years ago. He had also been his direct superior. Though they weren't exactly close friends, there was still some bond of mutual respect between them. His arrival meant there was still hope for him and his grandson. Seeing Zhang Ji arrive, even Fang Jiangwo, who had been blinded by rage, reluctantly lowered his gun. Yet his eyes still blazed with fury as he fixed them on Sun Jingshan, fearing that old Zhang might show mercy to Sun Yufei, the mastermind behind this. Out of some insignificant old connection, Lin Weigua, Li Zhenhua, and the others felt their hearts tighten. They too were unwilling to see Fang Yu held hostage by this treacherous old villain before their eyes. Yet, just as everyone believed Zhang Ji's arrival might turn the tide and grant Sun Jingshan and his son a moment's respite, no one could have anticipated that Zhang Ji would merely cast an icy, piercing glance at Sun Jingshan, who was desperately pleading with him. Then, he abruptly turned his head and unleashed a thunderous roar at Fang Jiangwo and Lin Weigua. "You too! What the hell are you doing?" "Ha!" The two generals froze in shock. "Didn't you already apprehend the main culprit and the suspect?" Old Zhang's face flushed crimson with fury. "What are you still doing here? Wasting time with these irrelevant people? These scum have caused immense harm to national security and people's property. Pack them up immediately and send them straight to the military court. Maximum punishment. Swiftly. Sentence him to death. Are we keeping him alive just to waste the nation's grain?" Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Fang Jiangwo and Lin Weigua instantly perked up. The pent-up rage they'd been holding in since being threatened by Sun Jingshan found an outlet in an instant. With a sharp snap, they snapped to attention and saluted, roaring with every ounce of strength. "Yes, sir." With that, they charged forward like two tigers descending a mountain, one on each side. They hoisted Sun Yufei, who was so terrified his soul had fled his body and he was soaked in his own filth, and began dragging him out. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Save me! I don't want to die! Grandpa!" Sun Yufei let out a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. That cry finally jolted Sun Jingshan from his delusion that old Zhang's arrival means my salvation. He watched as his precious grandson was dragged away like a dead dog. He knew this time, it was truly over. It seemed Fang Yu held far more weight in the eyes of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials than he had ever imagined, but he still refused to accept it. He threw himself at Zhang Ji's feet once more, tears streaming down his aged face as he pleaded. "Old Zhang, for the sake of my Sun family's sole heir spanning 3 generations, I beg you, I'll do anything. I'll donate every last penny of our Sun family's fortune to the nation. Just spare my grandson a chance to live. I may not have earned great merits for the nation, but I've certainly endured hardships. The nation surely can't let my line die out." Hearing this, Zhang Ji's expression turned chillingly grim. He ignored Sun Jingshan's heart-wrenching pleas, merely turning his head away coldly. Seeing Zhang Ji's utterly resolute stance, Sun Jingshan's heart plunged into an abyss. He knew his grandson was doomed to die today. In an instant, endless despair and venomous hatred, like venomous snakes, devoured all his reason. He rose slowly from the ground, his aged face now devoid of any trace of pleading or fear. In its place was a chillingly vicious sneer. Very well. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old." He looked at Zhang Ji, then at Fang Yu, his voice thick with resentment. "It seems the new generation truly replaces the old. The country no longer needs us old bones. They're ready to discard the donkey after it's done grinding the mill. Fine. We'll see about that." With that, he helped his son, Sun Dihai, his face as ashen as his own, to his feet, preparing to leave this place of utter disgrace and humiliation. He was going back. He would mobilize every connection and resource he had accumulated over his entire life. Even if he couldn't save his grandson, he would make that little bastard Fang Yu and every single person who had opposed him pay the most painful price. But just as he turned to take his first step away, Zhang Ji's voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, sounded behind him like a fatal incantation. "Sun Jingshan, who said you could leave?" Sun Jingshan froze upon hearing the words. He slowly turned his head, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his cloudy old eyes. He thought Zhang Ji was about to give him another chance, but the next second, he saw Zhang Ji's gaze sweep past him, landing squarely on Lin Weigua, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Theater Command. Zhang Ji slowly raised his hand, then pointed with that finger, the very one that had once commanded armies, at Sun Jingshan and his son. "Sun Dihai, Lin Weigua, what the hell are you standing there for? Arrest both of them immediately. Send them for trial. Execute them by firing squad." Chapter 54, Now you know what kind of man Fang Yu is. Hearing Zhang Ji's command, Lieutenant General Lin Weigua didn't even have time to signal the special forces beside him. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he charged forward in a single bound. With a swift and decisive takedown, he pinned Sun Jingshan, still shouting defiantly, to the cold floor. Simultaneously, Sun Dihai, his face equally ashen, was kicked hard in the back of the knee by the enraged Colonel Fang Jiangwo. With a wail of pain, he too collapsed to his knees, pinned to the ground by a seasoned battlefield veteran of lieutenant general rank. The pampered old face of Sun Jingshan was now utterly dumbfounded. He felt as if his bones were about to shatter. "You, who the hell do you think you are? Arresting me?" He mustered every ounce of strength to emit a howl filled with resentment and venom. "What crime have I committed? In broad daylight, you military dare to arrest someone without any evidence? I refuse to accept this. I'll report you to the central authorities. I'll report you to the Supreme Dragon Discipline Inspection Commission." Hearing this, Zhang Ji's face twisted into a cold sneer of utter contempt. He slowly stepped forward, towering over the old dog still struggling in his final throes. In a tone dripping with sarcasm, he spoke calmly. "You want to know why we're arresting you? Fine. Since you want to die with clarity, I'll let you die with clarity. Sun Jingshan, during your tenure as executive vice governor of Northern Province, you abused your authority to collude with local crime boss Wang, acting as his protector and accepting bribes totaling 320 million yuan and 120 kilograms of gold. All this money is stashed in your secret overseas accounts. Did you think we didn't know? In the Beishan New City Development Project you spearheaded, you sold 5 billion yuan worth of state-owned rare earth minerals to Mitsui & Company, overseas as waste or at a fraction of their value, pocketing 1.8 billion yuan in illicit profits. We have all the evidence of this transaction." Every word Zhang Ji uttered felt like a heavy hammer striking Sun Jingshan's heart. With each revelation, the color drained further from Sun Jingshan's face. "You even had the audacity to embezzle the 30 million yuan subsidy specifically allocated by the state to those bankrupt state-owned enterprises for the resettlement of laid-off workers. Do you realize how many families were torn apart because of this money? I saw it with my own eyes, a laid-off worker in his 40s, driven to desperation by his family's starvation, forced to pedal his dilapidated bicycle every night. He'd haul his wife, once the factory beauty, a college graduate, to the shadowy alley beside the train station, to sell herself. As for you, Sun Dihai," Zhang Ji's gaze shifted to the chairman of Sun Group, now slumped like a sack of potatoes. "We've combed through every page of your company's ledgers. Tax evasion, predatory acquisitions, stock manipulation. These are mere trifles. The most critical offense is your blatant violation of national export bans. Over the past 5 years, through various illegal channels, you secretly sold over 500 tons of purified rare earth strategic resources to several Western countries. Do you realize how many precision-guided missile chips those 500 tons could produce? What kind of threat does that pose to our national defense security?" Hearing this, Sun Jingshan and Sun Dihai, father and son, were rendered speechless. Their faces ashen. All their delusions of invincibility, all their self-righteousness, crumbled before the absolute intelligence capabilities of the state apparatus, revealing themselves as laughably futile. Yet even at this point, Sun Jingshan's cunning old heart still refused to give up entirely. He reasoned that, after all, he had once been a high-ranking official in a province, privy to countless secrets. For the sake of maintaining stability, the state would at most lock him and his son away in Xinjiang prison to serve out their remaining years. It would never dare to actually kill them. Yet Zhang Ji's next words brutally shattered his last shred of hope. "Sun Jingshan, you needn't entertain any more delusions about entering prison alive." Zhang Ji's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. "I've come personally to handle this matter. The highest authorities have given me only 6 words. Be strict, be severe, be swift. Consider yourself fortunate that I'm the one handling this today." He stared at Sun Jingshan's face, now completely drained of color, speaking in a tone bordering on pity. You can't even imagine the look on the faces of those veteran generals from the 4 major military regions when they saw the White Emperor prototype smashed to pieces during the video conference. Let me tell you, more than one hot-tempered old marshal was ready to throw caution to the wind, demanding to fly to Ice City himself to tear you old bastard and your little bastard of a son to shreds. It's only because I arrived that, out of respect for party discipline and national law, I spared you 3 grandfather, father, and son from being torn limb from limb. If those old generals had come themselves, you'd probably have been chopped into mincemeat long ago, fed to the dogs. At these words, the last glimmer of light vanished from Sun Jingshan's cloudy old eyes. His entire being seemed drained of all vitality in an instant. Collapsing limply to the ground, he accepted his fate. But after a moment, he slowly raised his head. In a voice so hoarse it was barely audible, he uttered the final question of his life. "Old Zhang, I admit defeat. My crimes have been thoroughly investigated. I have nothing more to say, but I want to die with clarity." He looked at Fang Yu, who had shown little emotion throughout the entire ordeal. Who exactly is this kid named Fang Yu? Why do both the top brass at headquarters and the veteran generals across the 4 major war zones hold him in such high regard, to the point of spoiling him to such lawless extremes? Hearing this, Zhang Ji smiled calmly. He walked up to Sun Jingshan, crouched down, and patted the man's lifeless face. In a tone of utmost solemnity, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You should know old man Qiansen, right? Sun Jingshan nodded instinctively. That name was a monument engraved in the very bones of every Dragon Nation citizen. Let me put it this way. Zhang Ji's gaze grew profoundly deep, as if he could see the vast, sweeping future unfolding. Fang Yu's role is to be our generation's old Master Qian. No, even greater than that. His future is destined to be even more far-reaching and glorious than Master Qian's. Zhang Ji rose to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze seemed to pierce through the wall before him, beholding the boundless expanse of the starry sea. Perhaps he is the one destined to lead our Dragon Nation, this nation that has endured a century of humiliation, back to the pinnacle of Blue Star. Now, Sun Dingshan, you know now, don't you, what kind of man you've crossed? Chapter 55, A Deserved Defeat. Upon hearing Zhang Ji's final verdict, the modern-day Qian Shuesun, or even surpassing him, the last trace of color drained from Sun Jingshan's aged face, twisted by fear and despair, leaving it ashen and lifeless. He stared in disbelief at the calm youth, his lips trembling slightly, yet unable to utter a single word. Qian Sen, the man who single-handedly brought Dragon Nation's missiles and mushroom clouds into existence at least 2 decades ahead of schedule. The man hailed as the father of the 2 bombs, enshrined in every textbook of the Republic, a myth revered by 1.4 billion people, and this youth before him, could actually match him, even surpass him. He shook his head helplessly. The clouded old eyes held no trace of resentment or unwillingness anymore, only endless regret and resignation. He had lost, but this time, the loss was deserved. He finally understood why the nation had mobilized such an earth-shaking force for this one youth. He finally understood why even the Sun family's vast network of connections and influence couldn't uncover the terrifying truth hidden beneath Fang Yu's seemingly ordinary background. When your opponent transcends your very dimension, every tactic and power you once prized becomes nothing but a laughable farce. Soon, 3 generations of the Sun family, grandfather, father, and son, were dragged out of their luxurious suite like 3 dead dogs by Colonel Lin Weigua and several expressionless special guards. They vanished at the end of the corridor. Awaiting them was the military tribunal's most severe and swiftest judgment. After disposing of this trash, Zheng Zikao refocused his attention on Fang Yu. As he approached Fang Yu, the icy expression that had frozen his face like ancient glacial ice instantly melted. In its place emerged a warmth brimming with apology and concern. Fang Yu, he sighed, acknowledging his mistake. Ultimately, this incident is our fault, us old fools. We failed to consider all possibilities and neglected to implement adequate security measures, resulting in the loss of your hard work. Rest assured, upon my return, I will personally oversee the overhaul. Every security system at HIT will be completely rebuilt from the ground up. From now on, not even a living soul, not even a single fly will be allowed to enter your lab. I hope this incident doesn't upset you too much, and more importantly, doesn't affect your research momentum going forward. His tone was extremely humble, bordering on self-criticism. Fang Yu responded with a calm nod, accepting the apology. You're being too hard on yourself, Director Zhang, he said. I share some responsibility for this. I didn't take Sun Yufei's earlier clumsy provocations seriously, which is precisely what gave him an opening. Alright, since it's resolved, let's not dwell on it. Seeing that Fang Yu wasn't truly angry, Zhang Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cautiously broached the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Comrade Fang Yu, the prototype of the White Emperor was destroyed by those scumbags, resulting in heavy losses. But, rest assured, a mere 100 billion in losses is nothing to our Dragon Nation. If you need it, forget 100 billion, even a trillion. We'll sell everything we own to make it happen. What I most want to know now is, his voice dropped even lower, thick with tension and anticipation. That core power unit stolen by that bastard Sun Yufei, it was destroyed. Could that cause irreversible damage to the White Emperor fighter's ongoing development? Hearing this, Fang Yu smiled calmly. Rest assured, old Zhang. He gestured toward the pile of mangled scrap metal. While that fool Sun Yufei did destroy the prototype, thankfully all the core design blueprints and experimental data for the White Emperor are stored on my quantum encrypted hard drive here. Not a single bit of data was lost. Moreover, he shifted his tone, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. All the production tools and high-precision molds remain intact. For academician Li and his team, rebuilding the prototype's outer shell would merely require a bit more effort. It won't significantly impact the overall White Emperor development schedule. As for the energy core issue you're most concerned about, he paused, then delivered a sentence that instantly lifted everyone from the depths of despair to the heights of hope. Under their tense, almost breathless gaze, although that fool did destroy one. But, just in case, I had the foresight to design an extra one. I still have a backup in my possession. Therefore, the entire project schedule will be delayed by no more than a week at most. Barring any unforeseen issues, The first prototype of the White Emperor should complete all assembly work within a month. What? Another backup? Hearing this, Zhang Ji, Fang Jiangwo, Li Zhenhua, every big shot present was overjoyed. The feeling was more thrilling than winning the lottery. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Li Zhenhua was so moved tears streamed down his face. He rushed forward and clasped Fang Yu's hand tightly. Chief Engineer Fang Yu, you've truly planned ahead. Your foresight is flawless. Ha 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 ha. Fang Jiangwo also burst into laughter. His earlier gloom and anger swept away, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. A crisis severe enough to shake the entire nation had been defused with such casual ease by this youth before him. A monster. This kid is nothing short of a monster. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. The turmoil surrounding the Sun family at HIT soon subsided. With the full force of the state apparatus in motion, not a single foolhardy soul dared disturb Fang Yu on the campus of HIT again. Meanwhile, the development program for the White Emperor fighter jet resumed its steady course, now advancing at an even more efficient and fervent pace. Before long, over a month slipped away unnoticed. Autumn gave way to winter, and Harbin, the ice city of the north, welcomed its first snowfall. Within the top-floor hangar of the Shenzhou experimental building, a space aircraft fighter jet, entirely clad in a matte black finish, radiating both sci-fi aesthetics and brutal beauty, had completed the final assembly of its armor plating. Like a divine bird poised to break free from all constraints and soar through the heavens, it lay in silent readiness, awaiting the moment it would be awakened. Yet, on the eve of the White Emperor taking flight, thousands of kilometers away, at the southernmost tip of the Dragon Nation, in the South China Sea, amidst the vast expanse of Azure Sea, several strategically vital islands and reefs belonging to the Dragon Nation stood quietly between sky and sea. Yet above this tranquil expanse, several aircraft of an extremely futuristic design, painted with blue-on-white star-spangled insignia, never before seen in any public records, these ghostly eagle-like fighter jets suddenly tore through the clouds. With an utterly brazen posture, they materialized above the islands.